No. Come on, where is it?
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app here. Any chance you're missing a debit card? Let's get that taken care of for you. With ICCU's card control, you can turn any card off with the tap of your finger.
You got it.
And back on again. Out, 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 out. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
It's the fall kickoff sale at Lithia Ford of Boise. We're going all the way so you can score more for your trade-in and trade up to a new Ford truck or SUV today. Visit Lithia Ford of Boise, where Ford begins in Idaho.
This is Bronco Nation News Live. The best interviews, the most informed opinions, the latest breaking news, all from the top Boise State insiders. Bronco Nation News Live from BroncoNationNews.com is presented by RowPaint.com, the official paint and coatings company of Boise State Athletics. All Bronco Nation news broadcasts come from the Western Collective Studios. Head down to Western Collective's locations in Garden City or downtown Boise to try some of their delicious beers, including the Horseshoe Golden Ale, the first beer to support an NIL collective. Now, here's four-time NSMA Idaho Sports Writer of the Year, BJ Rains, with another edition of Bronco Nation News Live.
Well, greetings, Boise State fans. Welcome to Las Vegas. We'll welcome in Mountain West fans from across the conference as well. Let's do this. 4+ hours, probably about to 5 hours of consecutive live coverage here on Bronco Nation News. Starts here from Mountain West Media Days in Las Vegas. We are at Resorts World. We're going to be with you for the next, as I said, probably 5 hours talking Mountain West basketball. Every coach in the Mountain West is going to join us. Players from most teams are going to join us as well. The commissioner of the Mountain West, Gloria, Navarez, is going to join us. And then it will all culminate around 12:40 back in Boise as Leon Rice and Mark Few sit down for a joint interview here in Las Vegas at Mountain West Media Days. Some news right off the top. Boise State predicted to win the Mountain West for the first time under Coach Leon Rice. The Broncos have been picked second 5 times, but the Broncos have been tabbed first to win the Mountain West Conference in the preseason poll. And Tyson Degenhart, yep, he's the preseason player of the year as expected. So Degenhart gets player of the year and the Broncos get team of the year. They also expanded the team to 10 players this year. So 10 players instead of 5, and 3 of the 10 are on Boise State. Alvaro Cardenas gets on, Omar Stanley gets on, and Tyson Degenhart as well. So Boise State represented with 3 of the 10 players on the All Mountain West preseason team. Colin, why don't you hit the autofocus over there on my camera so we make sure that stays good. If you do have any questions or comments, you can get those in. We're excited for this. The next couple of days, or the next couple of hours, as I said, we're going to have the Nico Medved, the head coach at Colorado State, joining us first. And then we're going to have, that looks pretty good. Then we're going to have right down the line with Fresno State. Who else we got coming in a row here? We got all kinds of teams, Nevada, New Mexico. So the first hour, you're going to get 3 of my favorite coaches in the Mountain West. So super excited for this. Again, Nico Medved from Colorado State is going to kick us off, and we're excited for that. So, you know, you're working, you're at home today, whatever you got going on, just kind of keep us on in the background, and you can see and hear from some of your favorite coaches and players in the Mountain West Conference for the next, as I said, 3, 4, 5 hours here on Bronco Nation News. So once again, Colin, I don't know if you're in the background here. Let's give Colin a shout out. He is helping us out today. Super appreciative for Colin for stopping by, and it's going to be a busy 4 hour. I'm putting Colin to work today. We got all kinds of work with cameras and mics and teams and telling guys where to stand and all kinds of good stuff. So a lot going on today, but it's going to be a very fun and exciting day. And again, Boise State, we were figuring that would be the case, but right off the bat, high expectations for the Broncos, picked as the preseason favorite to win the league. So hopefully you can hear us okay and see us okay. If there are any problems, feel free to let us know. But the coaches just got out of a coaches meeting. They're all kind of filtering into the here. I don't know what you call this, the ballroom area here at the Resorts World Casino. And so having fun, going to be a fun day. And we're super excited for Mountain West Media Days. And again, Bronco Nation News, the only outlet from Boise that came down here for this trip. So you're not going to see or hear from these coaches or players anywhere else in the Boise market except right here in Bronco Nation News. So we're the only ones in Hawaii and now the only ones here at Media Days too. So I don't say that, as I always say this, I don't say that to brag or gloat. I say it to let you know that you're sponsorship dollars, your subscription money is going to good use. And if you're on the fence about a subscription, hopefully you'll remember, Bronco Nation News and this kind of coverage when you're looking to spend that next $50. It's all it is, $50. You get a full year coverage. You can use that promo code BNN50 deal at the bottom of the screen. And that'll be all that you need to get you locked in for a year of coverage at Bronco Nation News. We are excited to kick off our interviews today. We bring in the head coach at Colorado State, Nico Medved. Coach, appreciate you coming on. How's it going?
BJ, great.
You're good. Yeah, sorry.
Great way to kick off Mountain West Media Day right here with Bronco News Nation.
I said Bronco Nation News. Come on, at least get the name right here. I know. I heard you requested to be first, so you could get it over with.
I did. Or you requested me first to get it over.
No,
with.
I saw No, I'm excited. I appreciate it. We always enjoy catching up with you. I got my Lindy's magazine here, which I usually am cheating off somebody else's work, but those are essentially my notes since I did the Lindy's magazine this year for the Mountain West, and we saw the preseason poll come out. I mean, this is kind of the unofficial kickoff. I know you guys had a little meeting here, whatever, but I mean, do you like coming down here and just kind of getting this unofficial start to the season here?
Well, you always know you get to this time of the year, it's go time, so I think this just kind of is another step in that. You see everybody again, they're going hard at it, and they've been going at it this summer in the preseason, and tip off is just a few weeks away, and it's great to get everybody talking about college hoops.
Your team, I know you're super excited about your team. I know I'm going to be the first. I'm glad I'm first, so I can be the first to ask you a question you haven't heard all day about replacing Isaiah Stevens. Obviously that's a big storyline around your team, and how's that going? How do you feel like you're going to try to make up his production?
Isaiah didn't bring much to the table on most days, so I think we'll be okay without him. It was fun actually. Him and David Roddy played against each other in the preseason last night, which was really cool. But, listen, it was a blessing to have him here for 5 years. He's obviously an incredible kind player. I said the same thing. I saw Tyson here down there, and I said, God, didn't you? Wow, how long have you been here? Isaiah and Tyson, are kind of that same guy. And yeah, it's going to be a challenge, but I think we've got guys who are ready to step up and do that. And hopefully, when you have a great player like that, there's a legacy that they leave that helps kind of transform your program and the culture around it and what you want to do moving forward. And so you don't replace a guy like that, BJ. You just don't. He's a transformational guy, but I'm excited. I'm excited for this group here and some young guys in particular. I think that can step up.
Obviously getting Nico back obviously is a huge deal for you guys. How has he just been and how important is he going to be? Obviously a preseason all Mountain West player here and deservedly so.
He's been terrific. It's been, last year he really kind of broke onto the scene and he had a great year for us. I think his experience going to the combine and going through the draft process was great for him. His mentality has been terrific. His consistency has been terrific. And I think he's going to have a great year for us. So hopefully he can even expand, his game on both ends of the floor. And the difference for him, BJ, will be last year, he was a guy that people didn't know a lot about that kind of burst onto the scene and became a main guy in the scouting report. Now he'll go to being the main guy in the scouting report. That's going to be a challenge for him, but I think it's one he's mentally ready to handle.
What do you make about this league? And I guess one more on your team first. You get that win over Virginia. I mean, a lot of people thought you shouldn't have had to go to the first four to begin with, but to get that win at least, and I know it's not a lot of returning players, but the ones that are back, just to at least get that NCAA tournament win and kind of that feeling and know what it's like. And I'm sure that is motivating them in this group, moving forward here.
I hope so. I think like you try to build a program again. I think you talked about Isaiah and those guys, but kind of a standard that's been set about how you play, what winning looks like, understanding the challenges of our league and to play at the highest level. And I think those guys have learned that, and they're going to bring that. And I think we've added some guys too that have played at a really good level and played for terrific coaches that I think bring that to our program as well. But it was great to get been to the tournament, and the next time around we got to win. And how do we get to the next level?
What do you make of this league? Obviously, 6 teams last year. I know it's going to be hard to replicate, but a lot of good coaches and a lot of good players back again.
Listen, you look all around the country, there's change everywhere. I think the one thing that's unique about our league is sometimes people focus on, there's guys that have left the league. There's some great players that either graduated or maybe moved on to another school. But BJ, I think there's a lot of good players who stayed in the league. Yeah. I think there's a lot of good players who stayed. You just mentioned it. You've got terrific coaches. You've got a lot of programs who really care about basketball and have great environments and understand winning. The league's going to be really good this year. It's going to be really, really good. And, do you replicate 6 teams? I don't know. That's hard to do that. But this is going to be a multiple bid league this year. I have no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, there's 10 players. You guys went from 5 to 10, which I think was smart on the preseason All Mountain West team. And of the 10 players, there's 7 different teams with one of the top 10 players in the league.
Absolutely. And, the one thing, this, I mean, no matter what the preseason polls say or the expectations fit, that's harder than ever to do in today's day and age, to try to predict who's going to be good or not. I almost guarantee you the postseason standings and polls will not look the same today. And they're always like that. And to be honest, maybe more than ever.
Obviously, throwing in a Boise State question here since we covered Boise State, but they got, 3 of the 10 on here, and they got Cardenas obviously coming over from San Jose. What's your take on the group Leon Rice has here this year? I was surprised to see the first time that since he's been here, they've been predicted to finish first. Yeah, I mean,
he obviously they've got it all this year. When you look at it, they're incredibly well coached. Leon, his staff, they know what winning looks like. They return guys who've won at a high level. Obviously Tyson and Omar kind of set that standard. And when you have guys like that returning, makes a huge difference. And then I agree. I think a kid like Alvaro is going to add a lot of leadership and stability, at that point guard position. And they're going to be a handful. I mean, and they always are, but I can see why, they were picked to win the league.
I mean, doing this research for Lindy's, there's 4 or 5 players in this league that are on their second Mountain West team, and at least one, and Xavier Ducell on his third. I mean, it's just the way it is now, I guess, in college basketball with the transfer portal and everything, where these coaches within the league see these guys and they know each other. And do you think we're going to keep seeing more and more of that, or?
Oh, that won't surprise me at all. I think, if there's a young player that's available in the portal and looking for another play. I mean, you've probably watched more film or understand more about that player maybe than anyone if they've been in your league. And honestly, probably that player too has a pretty good feel. They've played at your place before. They've played against you. They have a pretty good, understanding of your style of play and if that fits for them. So I think you'll continue to see that.
I was a big advocate for going to the 20-game league schedule. Were you in favor of that, or
100%? And listen, there's no perfect. I mean, could there be a year where it would have been better to play 18, so on and so forth? But I think it's better. Like in our particular case, this will be the first year. I mean, we're not going to play a non-Division I. This year we're going to play an exhibition game. The last few years, every year, you've got 2 extra games to schedule. We're going down to the wire, just trying to find a quality game. And like last year, several of the teams ended up scheduling another non-Division I just because they couldn't find another game. To me, that makes no sense. We should be playing another conference game. I think that's good for everybody. Now if we continue to do what we're doing in the non-conference and teams still commit to scheduling the way they need to schedule, I think it makes sense to play each other.
Some of the the detractors of San Diego, the states of the world would say, "Oh, you're going to lose the big two of the big marquee non-conference games." It's like, no, you can cipher off the bottom, right?
That's exactly right, and I get it. Everybody's got a different opinion, but you're exactly right. I think the key with that is it's very hard in the preseason for us in the non-conference when you have Christmas break and all these other things to find dates sometimes to play. So it's really critical that we've got to be able to make sure we have some sort of flexibility there in December to be able to play the games we need to play to be successful, whether it's MTEs, home and homes, one-off neutrals, all those things. And so, but I think we're going to 20 this year, and I've looked at the other league schedules. I don't think it's going to hurt our non-conference strength of schedule, in my opinion.
What do you think of your schedule overall, your non-con?
I think it's good. I think we've got a lot of challenging games. You look, we're going to play Ole Miss in a semi-neutral game down in Memphis. We've got the MTE with Washington, TCU, and Santa Clara. I'm not looking forward to playing Great Osaber again. I thought we were done with him. We've got VCU out here in Vegas, who I think will be preseason picked to win the A10. I haven't seen the standings, but they'll be right there. I think they're going to be terrific. And we have our series with Colorado, so we've got to go back to Boulder this year, which is going to be a great test. And we've got a lot of other really good games too. So I feel good about our schedule. I think we've got a real chance to challenge ourselves and some opportunities for some quality wins.
What do you make of the Pac-12 and that whole deal that came about, and obviously 2 more years in this league, and then making the move, and what that means for Colorado State?
Man, I think it's something that I'm excited that we're doing. I think that we felt like we had to make a move. It's kind of the nature of college athletics. There's still a lot to be decided. Hopefully I get to still see you now, right?
Like should, yeah. That was
can't get rid of each other.
Yeah, you were. That was the one thing. I thought the fans in Logan thought they might get rid of me for a little while, and then got added back in.
I think when it initially happened, I look at it through my own lens of basketball. We've got such a phenomenal basketball product here. But I think when you look at it now, I think we're going to find a way to continue to have a great basketball product. Obviously, adding Gonzaga is a game changer, and we'll see kind of how we're able to finish out the rest of this league. But I'm excited about it. There is a little bit of bittersweet of not being in the league with some of these great places from our sport that we've been able to play in. But it's the nature of college athletics, and I'm glad we have a vision of looking forward here.
You think it's going to be weird? I know there's 2 years, but is it going to be weird at all in some of these just games, road venues, whatever, with the opposing fans, like a New Mexico or somewhere that's not making the move? Or
yeah, I'm sure I don't know if it'll be awkward. It might be some bittersweet or whatever. And listen, it's kind of funny as a coach going to the pit to play, for example. It's not very enjoyable sometimes, but it is enjoyable in the sense of the atmosphere is great, and so, but you know what, listen, I think people understand and coaches understand these decisions are made at a different place than us. We're all have a ton of respect for each other and in some cases, really good friends. And so, listen, at the end of the day, we've got 2 more years in this great league. So the only thing you're focused on now and all of us coaches is trying to get your team ready to play and try to compete in this great league.
How do you feel overall about just the state of college basketball right now and where things are at and the direction it's going? It's
really chaotic. We'll see what happens here with this House settlement moving forward. I think, we really need stability. We really need transparency. So everybody kind of has a clear understanding of what the rules are, what we're going to do moving forward. Hopefully we're moving in that direction. I still think we're a few years out from really getting clarity, because even when the House settlement happens, there's going to be a lot still lawsuits, people trying to figure out what that means for them. But you know what? I look at it, and I could be wrong on this. I don't have the numbers in front of me. People are watching college sports. They're watching college football. They're watching college basketball. Weren't the ratings for the NCAA tournament as high as ever last year? So if that's the case, you can't tell me that it's hurting. You know what I mean? That people are following it. There's an interest level that way. I look at our particular case. We're selling out games. There's fan interest at our place. There's fan interest all around the league. So I think that means that it's healthy. We've just got to figure out, like you said, some transparency of what we're all doing moving forward.
And I guess final thing, you guys probably you shouldn't have had to go to Dayton. Boise State shouldn't have had to go to Dayton. You mentioned the game and all this stuff, the meetings. I mean, do you guys? I mentioned something about the KenPom numbers the other day, and some Boise State said, "Fan, well, talk to me in March. I'm not worried about that anymore because it obviously didn't matter when it came to the tournament." Like, did you guys get any kind of clarity on what matters, what should matter, and what fans, media should be, coaches should be focused on this year?
No. And I mean, listen, at the end of the day, we could talk about this forever, but there's a human side to this, and clearly the 12 people in the room saw it differently than the other 180 people who supposedly have access to the same information. And when you ask individual people, they all have different things that they deem are the most important. And so all we can do is go play the games, follow the rules and the parameters that they put in front of us, and then we get to the tournament, we got to have success, and that's what we need to do. And so I think we started to do that last year, but just got to keep our head down. But no, I have not gotten real clarity yet as to why that happened.
Well, Coach, appreciate your time as always. Best of luck, and we'll see you at least twice this year at some point.
See you soon. Thanks, BJ.
Thanks, appreciate it. Nico Medved, head coach at Colorado State. We're going to bring in a couple of his players here momentarily and chat with them for a couple of minutes. Again, Colorado State went 25-11 last year. They were 10-8 in the Mountain West, finished tied for 7th. And again, obviously replacing Isaiah Stevens, but got some guys back, and I know they're excited about this one, and we're excited to talk Colorado State basketball here for a few minutes on Bronco Nation News. You guys can put the headsets on right there. Appreciate you. Colin, we got to switch back the camera here when you get a second so we can get the group on. We got, again, Colorado State went 25-11, 10-8 last year, and the preseason poll came out. We got Colorado State. I'm sure these guys are going to have something to say about that. Picked 7th in the preseason poll. Nick Clifford, Jalen Lake, nice enough to join us for a couple minutes. Guys, thanks for coming on. How you doing? I had your mic muted over there. Sorry, Jalen. How you guys doing?
No, it's all good. I'm doing well. Excited to be here.
I'm sure you guys, I'm doing great. I'm sure you guys kind of look at that, and I don't know if it's motivation, disrespect, whatever. It's a good league, I know, but to see the number 7 in the preseason from the media and stuff, what did you guys think of that?
Yeah, I think it's just motivation for us. I think none of it really matters at the end of the day. Preseason is what they see you as before the season. They don't know the guys that we got behind our team and the work that we've been putting in. So I don't think we pay it much mind. Just use it as fuel for the season.
Yeah, like he said, I mean, we just try to use it as motivation. We just try to take it day by day, try to take a game, each game one at a time. So, that's what we try to do.
How you feel about your team this year, Jalen?
I'm excited for it. We got a lot of new guys, a lot of new transfers, got some young guys, but, I'm just trying to step up as in a leadership role and help guys out and try to be in the right spots and try to lead his team as much as possible.
I know getting this guy back was a big deal for you guys. I'm sure this will be the first or second of 20 times you talk about it today, but your decision to come back and how does it feel to be back and just your thoughts on being here for another year?
Man, I'm super blessed to be back around a good group of guys, great coaching staff, and just really excited about this year. I think we got a good group that I think we can make some noise this year, and just excited to do that. And I think just continue to build my resume as well, helping myself out, coming back to help my stock as well for next year. So a lot of great things. I'm definitely excited about this year, though.
What are those kind of things you want to improve on and what you heard in the feedback and things?
Yeah, I think big thing for me was just getting bigger and stronger. And I think I was able to do that this offseason and then just continuing to grow as a player, seeing the game from a different perspective, and being an older guy, being in that leadership role similar to Lake. We have to lead our team, so I'm excited about that, and it's helping me grow as a player. So looking forward to this season.
What do you guys make of the league this year? And obviously we covered Boise State, so I don't know if you got a thought on Tyson Degenhardt or Boise State, but obviously 6 teams in the tournament last year. I mean, that's going to be tough to replicate, but what do you guys make of the league?
Oh, yeah. No, league's gotten better. I've been here since a freshman and played with Tyson Degenhardt. We're both the same class, and he's been a great player in this league throughout this whole Mountain West, and the league's gotten better each year. So I'm super excited. It's going to be a gauntlet. We can't take a night off at all. Just the league is that good. So,
what's your thought on Tyson Degenhardt?
Man, he's a hooper. He's a good player, man. So, it's gonna be fun to compete against high level guys like him. And I think that just makes our league that much better, having great players. So, I'm excited for that game.
You guys have had, it goes back before you guys got here, but Boise State, Colorado State have had some great battles back in the day over the years. I mean, I'm sure you could probably say that against every team you play in this league, but I mean, do you always know it's going to be a battle when you guys play Boise State?
Oh yeah, most definitely. They stormed the court on us last year, so that one hurt us a little bit, but.
You did it to them the year before, though, or 2 years ago.
I wasn't here for that, so I can't speak on that.
The year they won the league, Colorado State beat them twice, and stormed the court on them.
Yeah, I can't speak on that one, but it's always a battle going against them. Great program. Leon Rice is a great coach, so definitely always fun to play against them.
Well, we appreciate you guys coming on. I know you got a lot of interviews to get to. Don't want to keep any longer, but stay healthy. Best of luck this year, and we'll see you when you guys match up with Boise State.
Yes, sir.
So much.
Thanks again. Nico, Clifford, Jalen Lake, nice enough to join us here on Bronco Nation News, talking Colorado State Rams basketball. We're going to move from Colorado State to Fresno State here in just a moment with Vance at Walberg. We appreciate Colorado State for joining us, and again, having fun here in Las Vegas at Mountain West Media Days. Again, thank you to all of our sponsors. All this coverage here at Mountain West Media Days could not be possible without all of our sponsors. So let's take a 25-second break, 25 seconds just to list our great sponsors, and we'll be right back with Fresno State coach Vance Walberg here on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by RowPaint.com, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, by Lithia Ford, The Blue and Orange Store, Western Collective, by Jackson's, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Bauscher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, by Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and by Timberstone Golf Course.
All right, we are live from Las Vegas for Mountain West Basketball Media Days. Again, get your comments in, get your thoughts in. We're going to have a lot of fun here for the next several hours. We are one interview down and about 17 to go here as we move from Colorado State to Fresno State here momentarily. Again, if you joined us late, Boise State, the preseason favorite to win the Mountain West Conference, getting 276 points, 19 first-place votes for Boise State. There was one first-place vote for New Mexico, one for Nevada, two for San Diego State, two for UNLV, and Utah State gets a first-place vote as well. So 6 different teams getting at least one first-place vote, but Boise State getting 19 of the 27, it looks like, 20, 21, 23, 25, 26. 19 of 26 first-place votes for Boise State. And as I mentioned, first time, believe it or not, in the Leon Rice Mountain West era that Boise State has been picked to win the Mountain West. And again, Tyson Degenhart, preseason player of the year. You got Omar Stanley, Alvaro Cardenas also on that first team as well. So we're going to move from Colorado State to Fresno State. Vance Walberg, well, there you go. We'll help you out on that. Had a chance to chat with you on Zoom, but we do it here in person. Nice to meet you, Vance. Appreciate you jumping on. How you doing?
Doing great. Thank you.
What's the feeling like for you here, first year as the Fresno State coach?
A lot of fun. Enjoy it. It's great for the players to get a chance to see this. Really happy. A great group of coaches here. That's one thing I will say.
What for you? Just how's the rebuild going so far?
I think good. I think it's like most coaches at this time. You want to make sure your players are healthy. We got a few banged up right now. I think if we get healthy, I think people are going to enjoy, what we put on the floor.
40 years in coaching. I mean, not to date you or anything, but I mean, you told me, you joked with me, you tried to get this job 4 different times. You finally have it, to have that polo on, to be in charge of this program as someone that has so many ties to that area. What's it mean to you?
Means everything, to be honest with you. We had our tip-off dinner the other night, over 400 people there. It was really neat. Again, I love the game of basketball. Being in Fresno, coaching the high school, coaching the JC, getting a chance to move on to Division I, going to the NBA for a little bit, then coming back here, it's a blessing.
What excites you about your team now that you're about a month into practice or whatever?
I love our team chemistry. I think they're a great group of guys. They're getting better every day. If we stay healthy, if we can stay healthy, I think we got a good mix. I really do. We got some pretty good size, some pretty good shooters. Again, I think, you got to stay healthy.
We talked just about how hard it's been to get Fresno State basketball really going there. I think one NCAA tournament appearance, in the last 2+ decades. And what What do you think is going to be different? Why can you get it going when it really hasn't been going there for a long time?
I think it's a combination of things. The way I try to put teams together is probably a little bit different from some other people. It may not be the ability as much as the attitude and the effort is what I look for. And I would say the other thing is just, I think the people in town know me. I think they like the style that we play. It's going to be a different style. It's going to be more of an up and down style instead of a pounded inside style.
I mean, can you score a little more this year? I mean, 308th in scoring last year. I mean, that's probably something you're really trying to improve on. And I think from talking to you, it is going to be maybe a little more up tempo.
Yes, not even a question. Now we'll see if we can play the other side of the ball. Justin was a hell of a defensive coach. I want to be able to get a combination of a little pressure defense and then push the offense.
We got a comment in the chat from Jordan wanting to know just about the resources there at Fresno State, whether it be for NIL, just supporting the program. Like, what's the backing of the community in terms of trying to help build this basketball program?
They definitely want to see it succeed. Now, we do, it's like anybody else, the way the game is now with NIL, you have to be able to get money. Hopefully, we've had some really special people help us out, but the community's there. They want to see it. I think there's an excitement there that hasn't been there for a while.
You lose over 88% of your scoring. And I know you're obviously a new coach, but just with so many new guys. I mean, I don't know if you had name tags the first couple of weeks or what, and I guess that's just the new wave of college basketball. Every team's going to have turnover on the rosters and things, but what's the biggest challenge when there's so many newcomers on a roster?
Putting the chemistry together, but I'll be honest with you, this group has really come together. I think because we have so many new people, I think it might have made it a little bit easier. But they've been working hard.
The dribble drive motion offense. Tell us about that, and you made it famous. And tell us the evolution of the dribble drive motion offense.
Very simple. Back in the late '90s, I had a couple of guards that were really good. Like most people, you don't have very many good big men. So I just decided to take my one big man, put him on the weak side block, open up the strong side. We would attack. Most people think the dribble drive is dribble, dribble, dribble. It's just more of an attack offense. Open the gaps, attack. If they suck in, kick the three. If they don't, look to score. And it's really very simple. There's a lot of little things to make it work. But I think it's what I like about it is it lets the players learn how to play the game instead of learn how to run plays.
Do you think you have the players to run that offense?
We have some of them. We have some. I'd love to have some more. No, but we got a good group of guys. I just got to find, how to take the best of what we have.
What do you make of this league this year? You didn't come into a some struggling league or something where you have a lot of easy wins on your schedule.
No kidding. It's getting a chance to meet the coaches. There's phenomenal coaches in this league. You're not going to outcoach any coaches in this league. So hopefully the players are going to be able to outplay some of their players.
In terms of the road venues you got to go to too. I mean, there's not many trips, not many games where you go in there thinking, man, this is going to be not be a packed house. I mean, just what is it about that they're going on the road too? And I know some of these may be your first time seeing them, but just from hearing about them, I mean, obviously it's a heck of a league.
It's a phenomenal league. When you have 6 teams going on to the NCAA playoffs, you know how good they are. I think we were third best rated last year. Again, I credit that to a lot of the coaches here. They do a heck of a job.
How do you get Save Mart Center packed? I know I asked you that over the summer, but has the interest been good with the events and things? And how do you get that place rocking again? Because from a pure size standpoint and what you have there, that has a chance to be a really big home court advantage for you.
Definitely, and that's my job. My job's to, I think Fresno's like most places. If you win, they're going to be there. If we do win, they will come. And it's my job to make sure we win.
Is it everything you thought it would be so far, taking over this program?
Even better. Even better.
How excited are you for that first game? I don't know who you got. I don't have your schedule in front of me. Sorry. But
we open up with Sac State, and then we have
a lot of decent amount of road games, I think I looked in the non-con, right?
Yeah, we're at Santa Clara, at BYU, at Santa Barbara, at Long Beach. So, so we got a few good ones.
What are fair, reasonable expectations for Fresno State basketball this year?
I don't even think about that. Just, if you know me, I want to try to win every game. That's all I go into. I'll take one at a time and try to win it.
Well, Coach, we appreciate your time. Best of luck this season. It's got to be a cool, exciting feeling for you, putting on that polo every day and coaching this program with your history to the area. And Best of luck. Best of luck this season and moving forward here.
Thank you so much.
There he is, Vance Walberg. We appreciate him for joining us, the head coach at Fresno State. We're going to have Nevada coming up next. Looking forward to chatting with Nevada coach Steve Alford. We got some players from Nevada that are going to sit down as well. We're going to take a quick time out and about a 3-minute break, and the head coach at Nevada will join us. So if you need to use the restroom real quick or get a drink of water or return that work phone call, we will rejoin you here in about 3 minutes on Bronco Nation News. We continue our live coverage here at Mountain West Media Days at Resorts World in Las Vegas. Nevada coach Steve Alford coming up next here on Bronco Nation News. Subscribe to Bronco Nation News on YouTube. Join the fastest online growing community of Boise State sports fans. YouTube.com/Bronco Nation News is the website. If you're watching on Facebook or X, we ask you to swap over YouTube.com/Bronco Nation News. If you're already watching on YouTube, make sure you click that subscribe button. And while you're there, hit the like button as well. Help us show up higher in the algorithms. All the press conferences, highlights, interviews, live shows, all of our content is available on YouTube. Again, subscribe today so you don't miss any broadcast. Hit the notifications button and turn that on so you're notified when we go live. And again, subscribe to Bronco Nation News on YouTube. Join the Horseshoe Collective and Bronco Nation News at every away game football watch party at the National. It's inside House of Western proper, part of the Western Collective group at 610 West Idaho Street. You walk in, you turn to the right, and it's the bar right there. They'll have full audio of the games. Great deals, including $3 Horseshoe Gold Nails, and 10% of all proceeds goes to benefit the Horseshoe Collective. Again, Western Collective has locations in Garden City or downtown Boise. Try some of their delicious beers, including that Horseshoe Gold Nail, the first beer in the country to support an NIL collective. Check them out, Western Collective, our studio sponsor here at Bronco Nation News. I tell you every day, but there would be no Bronco Nation News without Andy Rowe and our title sponsor, rowpaint.com. Concrete coatings, interior, exterior residential painting, commercial, industrial, all your painting needs. Consider the official paint and coatings company of Boise State Athletics. And again, our title sponsors. Support the sponsors, folks. Your next painting project, make sure it's with rowpaint.com. Check them out online, roepaint.com, or give them a call, 208-991-0567. Power and people, pride in painting. The title sponsor of Bronco Nation News is rowpaint.com. Be on the lookout for the next edition of the Tyson Degenhart Show, sponsored by Idaho Central Credit Union, ICCU.com. There's a branch pretty much on every corner, but the easiest, of course, is that mobile e-branch online banking in the app on your smartphone. Check them out for all your banking needs, whether it's a home loan, a car loan, just want to get a standard checking account set up. They can do it all at Idaho Central Credit Union. Check them out online, ICCU.com. Whether it's the Magic Valley, the Treasure Valley, all over Idaho, all over the surrounding states. Next time you need to head to the grocery store, think Ridley's Family Markets. Find a location near you online at shopridleys.com. Again, love the Star location, love the Cuno location. Whenever we head up to McCall, that's the spot we stop as well. Download that Skep app, get savings up to 40% off at the checkout line. And keep in mind, Ridley's Family Markets sponsor here at Bronco Nation News. Snake River Pool and Spa Patio and Game has been around since 1978. Locations in Twin Falls, Boise, Meridian, Nampa. They're part of the Boise State home team, and they can help you out at thespateam.com. The Raines family purchased our spa. We are loving it. The delivery, the installation, the setup. It was so easy. I highly recommend it. They help you every step of the way, and we're loving, as the weather starts to cool down here, our new spa from Snake River Pool and Spa. But again, the patio and game portion, they've got that as well. Pool table, billiards table, anything you need for the game room, for the patio, they can help you out. Again, full inventory can be available online. They're ready to help you now. Check them out. Snake River Pool and Spa, Patio and Game, thespateam.com. The Raines family found out firsthand just how amazing Matt Bauscher and his staff is. #1 ranked realtor in the Treasure Valley for a reason. The Raines family purchased and sold our home using Matt and his team, Kelly, Cade, Sarah, the whole team, just tremendous customer service. So thankful we went with the sponsors, 243-8222. Check them out online, BauscherRealEstate.com. And again, no home is too big or too small for Matt and his team. Let them take care of you, BauscherRealEstate.com. Check out the Riley and Ridge Show every Tuesday night on Bronco Nation News. Former Boise State tight end Riley Smith, longtime Boise State assistant coach Kent Riddle, together, weekly football talk from a unique perspective. Streams every Tuesday, 8 o'clock on YouTube. Live back here at Mountain West Media Days. We're continuing our live coverage at the Resorts World here in Las Vegas. BJ Raines with you from Bronco Nation News. And we're going to go to Nevada here in a couple of minutes. We got about 5 minutes till we have the head coach at Nevada, Steve Alford, join us. Again, we'll take your comments, your questions. We can talk mostly basketball today, but if you do happen to have a football question, we can throw that in there as well. But excited to talk with the coach at Nevada, Steve Alford, here in a couple of minutes. I see some of your comments coming in, and we'll get to those here shortly. But again, hope you like the setup. Hope you can see us okay, hear us okay. And again, thank you to the great Colin Mitchell, who is down here living in Las Vegas, working down here now for DraftKings, and nice enough to take an off day today to come over here and help me out. So I'd be in some trouble here doing this myself. So hopefully the setup looks pretty nice and professional today for Media Days, and we can thank Colin Mitchell for that. So we've got we're upgrading our cameras, we're upgrading our equipment, and that's all thanks to your sponsorship dollars, your subscription dollars. So please support the sponsors, and the sponsors make this thing happen. So thank you again to our title sponsor, of course, rowpaint.com, and all of our great sponsors for getting us down here to Mountain West Media Days. So support the sponsors, make this thing continue to go. And again, if you can afford a subscription, we'd love to have you. $6.99 a month. We also have that yearly option, $50 for a full year using that promo code BNN 50 deal. BNN 50 deal is the promo code, and that is for a full year of coverage for about $50. So we got some comments rolling in here. Let's see. Camera setup looks great. Nice job. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you saying that, Matt. Also likes the hair. There you go. Thank you. Actually remembered some hair gel at the hotel. I was happy for that. Tyree just got locked in. Excited for the preseason love hype going into basketball season. Yeah, we're here now. We got games in a couple of weeks. And again, if you did join us late, Boise State, the preseason favorite to win the league, getting 19 of those 27 votes. Again, New Mexico, I don't know if I've gone through the whole list yet, but New Mexico coming in second, followed by Nevada, San Diego State, UNLV, Utah State, Colorado State, San Jose State, Wyoming, Fresno State, and Air Force. And just for fun, I'm going to see how that compares to how I picked them. Boise State, New Mexico, Nevada, San Diego State, UNLV, Utah. Oh, I had Utah State 6th. Okay, Colorado State, San Jose State. Okay, I had the first 8 correct in Lindy's magazine. I had Air Force 9th, Wyoming 10th, Fresno 11th. They've got the league went Wyoming 9th, Fresno State 10th, Air Force 11th. I gave Air Force a little more love because they have more returning players than Wyoming and Fresno do. But all 3 of those teams are probably going to struggle. Do we have a starting 5 yet? Skylar is asking about, I assume, talking Boise State. I would guess, and we can maybe ask Leon Rice when he comes on, but I mean, you're probably looking at obviously Degenhart, obviously Stanley, obviously Cardenas, and then I think it's going to be the 2 newcomers, Dylan Anderson at the 5 and Javen Buchanan at the 2. But I mean, Andrew Meadows going to get a ton of playing time. He'll be the 6th man, so to speak, and they'll have some other guys getting a lot of playing time as well. So a lot of different options, combinations this year. I think hopefully, I know that's one of the big hopes for fans, is that you see more guys getting more minutes this year. And it's not just one guy, 5-6 guys playing 38 minutes a game. And I think this team has the depth, obviously has the ability to do that. So I think you are going to see more guys continue to get more playing time. That's been the storyline the last couple of years. It hasn't really paid off. We'll see if this is the year that they do kind of utilize that bench a little more. And certainly some guys like RJ Keene and Chris Lockett Jr. and some guys off the bench that probably deserve some time. Emmanuel Ugbo at the post position could be a backup big. So when was the last time Boise State was the preseason favorite? Is the comment there by Bill. I can say it has not happened since Boise State joined the Mountain West, and it has not happened in the Leon Rice era. So you have to go back to at least 2010. So we're going back at least 15 years to Boise State not being the preseason favorite in the Mountain West. So they don't have the data, or it didn't right away have the data going back further than that. But the Boise State did tell me this is the first time in at least 15 years that they have been picked to be the preseason favorite to win their league. Now, Boise State was picked second 5 times. So they've been, they've had high expectations. They've been picked second 5 times, but never picked first. And this will be this is the first time they've been picked first. And, they're the preseason favorite here. I got my my Lindy's magazine, which I wrote the Mountain West preview for, and we've got Boise State as the preseason favorite here in the magazine. So I think that there's obviously a lot of attention, a lot of hype. Season ticket sales are over 8,000 right now already for this team. So you're looking at this momentum for the football season, and it's going to carry right on into basketball season, I think, with, and Mike Prater, by the way, if you're a paying subscriber at BroncoNationNews.com, and again, hopefully if you're not, this coverage will help maybe convince you. $50 for a full year, BNN 50 deal. Use the promo code. You get $20 off, and you get that first year for $50 for a full year. And that includes reading weekly columns from Mike Prater. And he is posting a column today, later today, on Tyson Degenhart and Ashton Genty and the number 2, and both of them being number 2, and how special their seasons could be, and how lucky you are as Boise State fans to be witnessing the year you are from Ashton Genty, and then the year you're going to see from Tyson Degenhart. Tyson Degenhart has a chance to become the all-time leading scorer at Boise State, and this may be the best individual duo, football player, basketball player, this school has ever had in the same season, and they're both just happen to be number 2, oddly enough. And so Mike Prater's working on a column, and you can read that at BroncoNationNews.com later today if you are a paying subscriber of Bronco Nation News. So hopefully you will do that and pay for that and read that column, because I think Tyson Degenhart has a chance to have a monster year. Obviously, what Ashton Genty doing is doing is pretty cool as well. And excited to see what both those guys can do, and excited to read that column later today. If you have a question for Steve Alford at Nevada, you can get that question in, and we will get to that here in the near future. We're also going to have a couple of the players, Trey Coleman and Nick Davidson, join us from Nevada as well. So excited to talk a little Nevada Wolfpack basketball here in just a minute. Nevada went 26-8 last year, finished second in the Mountain West, 13-5. They were the number 2 seed, tied for second. Remember, they missed out by 1 game on first place, and they did not play Utah State twice in the round robin that we now have this year. So that was one of my biggest gripes I had with the schedule not being 20 games, was Nevada, not playing Utah State a second time, and basically cost them a chance to potentially win a championship by only having 1 shot to play Utah State. Utah State did not have to go to Reno, and I thought that played a big role in the way that the standings played out. I mean, you lose by 1 game over the team that didn't come to your place. That seemed a little unlucky and unfair if you're a Nevada Wolfpack fan, and now that's not going to be the case anymore, moving to the 20-game schedule. But if you do have a question for Steve Alford, we will get that in the chat and get that rolling here. Let's see what else we got here. Having the point guard transfer this year will make a huge difference. I assume, Nate, you're talking about Alvaro Cardenas at Boise State. And yes, totally agree. Was a very underrated player, I thought, at San Jose State. I thought he would have had a chance to go high major level, and the fact that he felt comfortable and wanted to come to Boise State, I think, was a big deal for him. So, and a big deal for Boise State to get a guy that's shot better than 40% from 3-point range last year, a guy that is pass first and just fits perfectly. And again, I don't say this as a criticism or negative on Roddy Anderson, but his game just never fully fit what Boise State's offense was. He scored at times, was an exciting player at times, but the overall game for Roddy Anderson just didn't quite fit. He was looking to score more. Boise State kind of needs him to facilitate a little more first and dribble the ball a little more. I mean, he played, I think, 38 minutes in the NCAA tournament game and had 0 assists against Colorado. So I think that, and had a key turnover too that led to a big bucket that when Boise State was trying to extend the lead there. So he's obviously, an interesting player. He's going to redshirt this year at Xavier. I'm curious to see what he ends up doing, and wish him nothing but the best. But I think that for this team right now and the players they have, I think Alvaro Cardenas is a better fit for Boise State's offense, and I think that he has a chance to do some big-time things to help Boise State out here. And you think about Degenhart and Stanley and Dylan Anderson, and then even Javen Buchanan is like 6'7". I mean, they're going to be big. Boise State's starting 5 is going to be as big, if not the biggest, in the Mountain West. They certainly have a group of size and talent and physicality, and again, I think Boise State's going to be a team to be reckoned with here moving forward. CBS Sports has Boise State at 19. I don't know if that's basketball or football. Basketball, that would be a little high if that were just the straight rankings they have. We'll see. JJ says, I'm excited to see Lockett and Ugbo play this year. The depth on the team is incredible. And sorry, I've got my laptop off to the side here, so it's not in the shot. But BSU Bill, how big of a force do we think Ugbo can be? Physically, he looks like a monster. Yeah, I mean, he is eligible, by the way. There was some concern quietly, and they weren't really talking about it. There was some concern that he wasn't going to be eligible eligible at the beginning of the season, but they did get him eligible, and he is ready to go here to start the season. So I think that's a big deal. I mean, watching this guy in practice, watching this guy in warmups, he is a physical specimen, and he is one of those guys that fans are just going to love. He is a relentless rebounder, hard worker, defender. He's going to go get the ball. I mean, I think you're going to really, really like what you're going to see from Emmanuel Ugbo here this season. So, I mean, how much is he going to play? Is he going to be a difference maker? I don't know that. I mean, I think he's going to get some time. I think he's going to be the backup big man. So whether that's 10 to 15 minutes a game, maybe, I'm not really sure, to be honest, what that's going to look like in totality. But I do think that, he's going to be a factor. There's no doubt about that as he continues to improve and progress. And he is listed as a sophomore right now. They don't know if they're going to have 2 or 3 years of eligibility for him, by the way. There's some concern there. They feel pretty good they're going to get a third, but I think right now that they're not sure if it's 2 or 3. We are waiting on Steve Alford, Nevada coach, to join us. Should hopefully be here any minute. We are past the allotted time. So what's that? Oh, okay. I just got a text from Colin. We'll check on what's going. That's fine. Yep. They're going got up from one interview, went straight to another. Okay, I guess they're behind. We'll have to see if we may just only have time for coach too. Coaches if we only have coach, we only have coach. As soon as he's there. So maybe just tell them we just want coach. So yeah, there must have been a scheduling mix or something there where Nevada went to another interview. So we'll get Nevada on here as soon as we can. Kobe Saunders, folks want us to ask about him at Cal Poly. We will certainly get to that and do that when we can. Any update yet, Colin? No, we're just waiting for them. Okay. All right. Who's the one that what interview are they doing? Who do we get mad at? Oh, of course, which we know our time. We know we're not going to get our any time if they're using just joking with those guys are good guys over there. So, all right. Well, we will continue to wait for Steve Alford to join us, and the Nevada coach will join us here shortly. I hope you guys are excited for later on in the show. We are going to have Boise State coach Leon Rice, Gonzaga coach Mark Few joining us together. What I believe will be only the second interview. The first one was last year, and then now we're going to have them together. Coming up a little bit later on in the show. That'll be at 12:40 back in Boise. So we're going to be live here for the next 3+ hours. Hope you don't go anywhere. But again, yes, Mark Few, Leon Rice. Look at those jackets. Look at those baby faces there. This was back in the late 80s that Robin Rice sent me this photo back in the late 80s with Leon Rice and Mark Few. So this is coming up at 12:40 for Mark Few and Leon Rice, and we cannot wait to join them when they can join us later. So sorry, we're juggling some things here, folks. We're not sure where we got backed up on the interview schedule. If you do have any questions or anything, let us know. We'll get to those here shortly. I'm also trying to coordinate 9:20. I got on my schedule. That works. Okay, perfect. Perfect. That sounds good. We'll have San Diego State come in at 9:20. New Mexico is at 9 o'clock. So we'll see if we have to juggle some things here. But Nevada, we'll have to see. Coach Few has to bring that hair back. Let's see what else we got here. Matt Norlander's ranking has Boise State at 19. Wow, that's pretty good. Next closest, San Diego State at 37. Cool to see Cardenas on the first team. Radio guys weren't really hyped when he first committed. BJ knew, though. Oh, yeah, that's a big-time get. I don't know who said what about Cardenas, but getting him is obviously a huge deal for Boise State, and a big deal for this program to have a point guard like Alvaro Cardenas. And so a plug for Lindy's Magazine, by the way. You can buy this at Fred Meyer and some other spots around town. I wrote about 30 stories for this magazine, so highly recommend going out and picking it up. Full stories on all the Mountain West teams, and I did the Mountain West. I did the Big 12. I did the women's coverage. So if you want to go spend $10 wisely, your first $7 needs to be a monthly subscription to BNN, but after that, go buy a Lindy's Magazine. I don't think you'll be disappointed with that. So looks like Steve Alford is still on with the New Mexico podcast, the Pit Press podcast. So we'll continue to wait for him. I don't know if Richard Pitino wants to slide in early and swap something or what he's up to, but Richard Pitino is going to be fiery when talking about Boise State. I'm excited. Yeah, he's making some comments on Twitter about some of these teams leaving the conference. We'll see what Steve Alford says about that in terms of some of these conferences leaving some of these teams leaving for. There we go. Right here. Yep, right here. We'll go this chair right here, Coach. Okay. I don't know if it's fitting or not fitting that it was the New Mexico podcast that put us behind schedule here for the Pit Press podcast over here. There's a headset for you, Coach. You can raise that up just a little bit, Colin. We bring in Steve Alford, head coach at Nevada. Coach, always appreciate your time. How's it going today?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
What's kind of your just general feeling being here at Media Days? I know you told me last year, you said this is what big time conferences do, get together in person for these kind of media days. That the league went out and proved it, 6 teams in the tournament. And you also said you hope they went from 5 to 10 on the preseason team. I remember this, which I thought was well deserved.
Yeah, and I just think the more when you're in a league like this that is so talented, if you only got 5 guys in the preseason, there are a lot of guys left. I think 10, there's a lot still left off. But glad that the league chose to go to 10 and recognize more student athletes, because we have a lot of student athletes that need that recognition in this league. They've done a lot of work.
And sorry to cut you off, the 10 players are represented by 7 different teams. Pretty balanced league.
Yeah, that's good. And I think when you look at it, there's obviously maybe a few teams that have a little bit more experience and those type of things, but it's an open race. You know, you've had San Diego State with obviously Dutch, and that program has done remarkable things. And there's been a lot of us then that have been kind of trying to close that door a little bit of how wide that door was open. But, I think you've got a lot of good teams that have some good experience coming back. And then there's some players that you just don't know about yet and how they're going to do things. So I think it's an open race, and hopefully we're a part of that.
You told me over the summer, just kind of tired of finishing second. You've just been really close. And, right there several times. I mean, I know it's a couple weeks into practice here, but do you feel this is the team that can get you over the hump?
Well, we do like our team. We've got 7 seniors, no freshmen. That's my 34th year, and I've been looking back. I think it's the first team I've had that doesn't have a freshman on it. So again, I guess that's probably the portal and how things have changed, but we did a really good job. I think that I'm pleased with our staff. We retained what we needed to retain. We went in the portal and got what we needed to replace. Hunter was a great guy off the bench that really helped us. It hurt us a lot when we got to the tournament and the NCAA tournament, not having the availability of Hunter McIntosh. And then obviously what Keenan and Jared have done over the last 2 years for our program has been incredible. So those were 3 areas that we wanted to replace portal-wise with experience, and we've done that. And then we wanted to get bigger and more athletic, and we've been able to do that. So I like our talent. We're healthy right now. We're big. We're physical. We've got a chance to be elite defensively, and I think we're going to have to be that if we're going to take that next step.
Nick Davidson, obviously, one of your main anchors, made the preseason All Mountain West team. I think Trey Coleman had a strong case to be on there as well. I know both those guys, and you throw in KJ Himes, who is this finally the last year for KJ? 7 years, I think.
Well, we were talking about that. We've had a lot of fun with KJ, but I'm getting ready to enter my 6th year at Nevada, and he's been there longer than I have. So it tells you how long he's been in college basketball. To have those
3 guys, though, back to kind of anchor things for you.
And Daniel Foster. Daniel really, I think, broke out of it last year because he was healthy. He's been hurt a lot early in his career, and now he's healthy. So we've got 2 really elite defenders in Daniel and Trey Coleman. And Trey probably hasn't got the love that he deserves in this league. I think he'll get that when this year's concluded because his role's changing. He's got to be a double-figure scorer for us this year, and he's made all those development steps. He's shooting the ball at a high level this year, and that's going to be a big step for us because he's very good defensively. But Nick just continues to get better and better. He's going to be a hard matchup, and with the additions of the guys we got coming in, we like the balance. We're very deep right now, and that's a good thing.
I know you've known Leon Rice for a long time. I was kind of surprised to see it, but the first time since he's been here, they've been picked first to win the conference, but they're seemingly right near the top, most years. What's your take on just the job he continues to do and Boise State with the preseason, top seed here?
Well, and it's surprising as much pickleball as he plays. It's surprising that that this is taking place. But I have so much respect for Leon. We go way back, and from when I was at New Mexico, and then Boise getting in the league, and we've had a lot of fun. And I didn't love coaching against Max, but I always favor those coaches' kids, and it's great what Max was able to do while he was there, and now with his pro career. But Leon and his staff do a phenomenal job. They're very well respected throughout our league, and the team that they've got, and the returnees, and the additions that they made, I think very similar to us in that deep and big and old and physical. And I think that's always been a key to trying to win a championship in this league. And so they're going to be very, very good again this year.
I thought Alvaro Cardenas was a under the radar, maybe big time pickup for them at point guard. You guys had Xavier Dussel, a shooter. I mean, he's third Mountain West school for him. I think there's multiple guys in this league on at least their second. I mean, is it, I think I asked you this over the summer, but I mean, it's just weird. It never in a million years would you have thought of guys transferring in league like this. And it's just the new era wave of college basketball. Are we going to continue to see more and more of that where guys in the handshake line are just saying, hey, give me a call after the season? Or
well, we're in that era of, unless rules change, it's free agency every year. So nobody's a non-restricted free agent in college basketball. Every year there can be a move. So unless rules change, I think you're going to see a lot of this. And now we pay attention to teams we play in the non-conference. We got an MT coming up in South Carolina. We'll be paying attention to the players on these teams that if all of a sudden they hit the portal, we've seen them and we've already evaluated them, and that never used to take place. So we're very fortunate. Not only do we have Xavier, who's got a chance to be all-time leading three-point maker in Mountain West history. He's had a very good career already, and that's a good replacement for Jared. But we also replaced Keenan with Kobe Sanders, a 6'9" point guard from Cal Poly who averaged 20 last year. He's had a phenomenal summer, and I think going to be a big piece to what we do.
Is it Jessup or Rice? Or I'm blanking who it is, but somebody at Boise State has the three-point record. So I know that fans probably on this show aren't super excited to hear about that.
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know the history of it, but I do know that.
I think Justinian Jessup might be the one that has it.
Yeah. So he's got a chance. Xavier's been
away or something.
He's been in this league a long time.
What do you make this of the current? You're good on big picture stuff, being in the ground the game as long as you have. Just the current state of college basketball as a whole. How are you feeling about that?
Well, I'm probably.
How much time do we have?
It's just it's not what I thought our product would end up being. When you've got so much movement. I think fans. When I grew up playing, and then for most of my career, I thought you had a lot of fans. The majority of fans, even who love basketball, would say they love college basketball or they love professional basketball. They like watching the NBA. There are a lot of fans that didn't like college that loved the NBA or vice versa. And now we've morphed into, not only are we just like the NBA, we're probably less rules than the NBA. In other words, NBA players have there's unrestricted free agents. There's guys under contract that can't move. The NCAA and what we're in right now, it's unrestricted free agency every year. And so it's hard for fans that love college basketball who you got cities like Boise, cities like Reno that love college basketball. They love to get a freshman and see how that's why Nick's loved in our city. Because
Degenhart, same way.
They see what they are as a freshman and they get to just follow them for 4 years. Well, guys like Degenhart and Nick are few and far between anymore because now you can have a good year and now you try to leave for more money and greener pastures and it's all unrestricted. And so that part I don't like. I'm a big fan of how the game has evolved to where student athletes can make money on name, image, and likeness, but this isn't name, image, and likeness. It's pay to play. It's not what it was designed to do, and there needs to be things in place that it is name, image, and likeness. It's a guy like we mentioned, Degenhart, Nick. They've earned an image. They've earned something to gain something, but we're paying everybody. We're paying guys that haven't done anything. And it's just not, I don't like that about college basketball because we've really got a model that is the G League, and yet it's better than the G League because throughout college basketball, players are making more money than you make in the G League.
I'm pretty sure you were in favor of the 20-game league schedule, right?
Not so much.
Really? Okay. Well,
Yeah,
last year would have helped you though if you could.
It would have helped us. And when I say not so much, I kind of teeter-tottered the last couple of years in my voting. And the only reason why I was reserved is that at New Mexico, my 6 years there, and now my 4-5 years now at Nevada, we just had a product where we were sitting in, at least in my tenure at New Mexico and my tenure at Nevada, we were probably averaging 4.5 teams, 4 to 4.5 teams getting in the NCAA tournament. So I couldn't get over the fact that if we go to 20, is that going to bring more? Last year we get 6. And I get it. You have teams that struggle with non-conference scheduling and those type of things, but especially in this area, I hope it works. I finally voted for 20, so I was no, and now I'm yes. I hope it works, but I think it's going to be hard. I like having a legit champion. Now we had that at New Mexico. We played everybody. We didn't have as many teams in the Mountain West. Yeah. So we played everybody twice, and I love that format because you get a true champion. But as far as NCAA bids, I guess we'll have to wait and play it out to see if it generates as many, if not more, bids.
Yeah, I mean, you had bigger gripe on the court than anybody. You didn't get the team that won to come to your place and lost by 1 game.
Exactly.
I mean, Final thing, Coach, just overall, your excitement level for this season and your team. And I know, mentioned the second place finish last year, but it seems like expectations and hope is high there in Reno.
It is. We got a great fan base. We've got really good movement. We just moved into a $12 million Lannis locker room lounge building that's phenomenal. We got a new arena on the forecasted here for the next couple of years. So there's a lot of good movement going on in Reno and with our program, and our guys are hopeful to take that next step. It's not easy in this league. It's very competitive, but it's very fun. And we've got a great fan base to do it with.
Appreciate you, Coach.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate
Steve Alford, head coach at Nevada. We appreciate him for joining us here on Bronco Nation News as we continue our coverage of Mountain West Media Days. You're good, Coach. Yep, thanks. Thank you. Mountain West Media Days here in Las Vegas. We're going to go from Steve Alford to Richard Pitino here shortly. We got the great Mark Ziegler here. We got a lot of fun things going on, and we'll see where Jeff Grammer is, and then he'll make his way over here shortly, I believe. But good stuff there from our I wouldn't call him our friend Steve Alford. He's been on the show a number of times here, so we appreciate him for jumping on. Let's see what else we got here. Question for Steve. Sorry, Rob. Saw this super late. If you got a question for New Mexico coach Richard Pitino, get it in now. Richard Pitino at New Mexico, and get that in right now. And we will get to that here very shortly when they join us. So I got my notes here. So we're moving on to page 2 here. We are excited to continue our coverage here. We are about 1 hour done, and let's see. They're going long with the field of 68. So I guess the field of 68 is the one that we are blaming for being late now. So we're going to go New Mexico and then San Diego State back to back. We got San Jose State, UNLV, Utah State, Wyoming. And then we'll have the commissioner of the Mountain West, Gloria Navarez, join us at noon in Boise. And then obviously we're going to have Air Force coach Joe Scott. And then don't miss 12:40, Leon Rice, Mark Few, joint interview here on Bronco Nation News. 11:40 here in Vegas, 12:40 back in Boise for the Leon Rice Mark Few interview here on Bronco Nation News. We're going to switch and talk a little New Mexico Lobos basketball right now. We bring in the head coach at New Mexico, Richard Pitino. Coach, how you doing? Appreciate you.
BJ, good to see you.
Yeah, great to see you as well. We'll get the camera swept over here just a second. And Mountain West, always one of my favorite coaches I enjoy talking to, and obviously the league, 6 teams last year. I know it's going to be hard to replicate, but how you feeling big picture about the league this year?
I don't know why it takes a step back from last year. Obviously the 3 years I've been in the league, it's been 4, 4, and 6, and then even one team in the NIT every single year. So last year's almost half the league playing in the postseason. I think it's going to be unbelievably competitive. I think it's a testament, honestly, to the Leons, the Dutches, Nico, Coach Alford, the stability that they have brought. It's great television. They're amazing venues. So I think it'll be a multi-bid league again.
I put on our chat that folks could ask a question to you, and Tyree was the first one to chime in. He just wanted to know simply, how excited are you to not have Max Rice in the league anymore?
Hate that kid. Hate him. Love him and hate him. But what a competitor. As a coach's son, I know kind of what they deal with. Obviously, he's a better player than me, but so tough, so fearless. Got crap when he didn't deserve to get crap because he was Leon's son. The guy was an all-conference player, a winner. So he'll probably get into coaching. He shouldn't, but he probably will, and he'll be a really good coach. So he torched us many times. Great player.
It's crazy. I mean, it's going to be weird to see a Boise State team without him. It's going to be weird to see Colorado State without Isaiah Stevens. Some of your players that are now gone. I mean, it's becoming more common with guys transferring. With these guys that do stay 4, 5, 6 years, that the home team fans get connected to, the visiting teams, hate, and then when they leave, it's there is a little bit of a new feel to some of these teams.
Yeah, and that's you need to talk more about the Max Rices, Tyson Degenhardt, the Stanley, the guys that stay, Jalen House, Donovan Dent, Nelly, because everybody's being re-recruited every single year. And that doesn't make them horrible people by any means, but just celebrate the ones that do stay. Obviously, Max wouldn't transfer, I wouldn't think. But,
they were trying to get him a little extra NIL money before his last year, and they tried to put out some weird thing that he may not come back. Yeah, that wasn't happening.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think this league, hopefully, we continue to see guys that appreciate what they have, and they're not necessarily, we don't have the resources of the highest level, right? But hopefully they do appreciate these cool places like Boise and obviously San Diego and Albuquerque and Colorado Springs, Fort Collins, et cetera, because they are some great basketball situations.
Your team, obviously, I was reading Jeff Grammer's article, and I kind of chuckled because he had, the 4 questions you're likely to get asked, and they were the obvious 4 questions about your team this year, replacing who you lost, and then some of your guys taking that next step. I mean, overall, how do you feel about the group you have?
Well, you lose 3 all-conference players in House, Mash, and JT. I think JT was the one we kind of anticipated would either go to the NBA or come back. And right at the 11th hour, he decides to move on, and that's okay. I mean, he helped us go to an NCAA tournament, so I don't begrudge him by any means. But we'll probably miss that size at that spot. But I tell you what, when you have a guy like Donovan Dent and the ability to pass the ball like he does, it is infectious. So it'll look different. It really will. We scheduled a little bit like Boise did last year. My last 2 teams lost 1 game in the non-conference, not because I'm some amazing coach, but we had a favorable schedule, certainly, where we're way more challenging and daunting. So how do we handle that? I don't know. How does our rabid fan base handle that? I don't know. But it'll be good, and we'll get better from it.
Have you figured out, I mean, you said you did it your way, and you guys may not have gotten in if you didn't win the tournament. Boise State did it their way and almost didn't get in, apparently. Yeah. I mean, have you guys, I said something the other day about, okay, the Ken Palm's out, and all the fans were like, well, that didn't matter last year. We're not paying attention to it this year. Like, what have you figured out what matters or what should matter or how that's going to work?
I'm going to try really hard not to say the word net this year and Ken Palm. Now, I look at Ken Palm religiously, but it was inconceivable to me to be, I think, 22 in the net, and we were top 30 in Ken Palm, and being in a situation where we may not have been in. What I know here, what I can figure out is just play a tough schedule, and challenge yourself as much as you can. It is not easy for our league to do that. I think everybody's talked a lot about that. But we were able to get in a really good MTE, which helps. And then obviously to play a St. John's in the Garden, to play UCLA here, to start a home and home with preseason favorite in the Atlantic 10 and VCU helps. So I think just playing a tough non-conference, but it's hard when you got a fan base that loves it as much as we do. We got to make sure that they don't go crazy if we drop a couple early, see that big picture and be able to handle all that.
What do you make of Boise State's team this year?
Anytime you have Degenhardt and Stanley back, veterans relish the way that Boise plays, winners. Degenhardt's one of my favorite, not only players, but he's just a really good person. I like him a lot. I don't know Stanley as well, but Cardenas was always a guy that I loved. Loved the way he plays. I thought Miles put him in a lot of really good situations. So, I think they're picked one. That doesn't surprise me by any means. Leon's done an amazing job of just consistently building a winner in a football school, so to speak, where now they're a legit player. So not going to be an easy out, well coached. And they're like a throwback kind of Big Ten team where they're going to beat you up. And we know we got to be ready.
One of those games, they had just a huge rebounding edge on you, I think. Is that just when you face the Leon Rice team, if you don't even look at the roster, when I say you're playing a Leon Rice team, what are you going to face?
Yeah, I think it was at our place. They just obliterated us, I think. They're big and strong, and we had to change the way that we played in the conference tournament and had to get bigger. And, I think San Diego State probably set that tone early in this process in the Mountain West. And I don't know Coach Rice's teams early, but I'm sure he recruited to that. So physical, like I said, they remind me not quite as slow tempo, but of a Wisconsin type team where every possession is going to matter.
Now, you only got one preseason vote, and I know Jeff Grammer put his ballot out there. It wasn't him. Do you feel like you guys should have gotten a little more respect for – you guys finished second. I mean, that's not hard. That's a lot of respect, but only one of, I think, 28 first-place votes.
No, I don't care about those things. I mean, I
got 11 coaches here I'm talking to. I'm trying to get something I can clip off and put on Twitter. So if you got any bulletin board stuff for me, whatever you want to rip on, I'd be happy to.
I never want to be picked to win it.
Yeah.
Now my illustrious career, I haven't been picked to win it a lot. So, but I ideally I want to be picked about 5th or 6th.
Okay.
But we've got a basketball situation where expectations are very, very high. So it's not like you're going to fly under the radar. I didn't realize it probably in year one, but teams get excited to play in the pit. So you're going to get everybody's best shot. And now that we're moderately good, right? Now we're really going to get everybody's shot. So, you want enthusiasm about your program, and obviously when you're picked high, that'll come with it.
What do you make just about the current state of college basketball as a whole, and just the way things are going with rules and NIL and transfer portal, and you've been around it for a long time and kind of seen this evolve to where it is now. Where are you with where we're at?
I hate it all. You didn't bring up realignment. No, I mean,
I was just going to get to that. We saw some of your tweets.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the current NIL, I think is great for what it started as, which is you got a really good player in Tyson Degenhardt who's from that area, and he has produced and he has won. He should be able to certainly monetize his name, image, and likeness. So I love the fact that our guys are able to reap the rewards of what they've done, but there are certainly no guardrails. It's all one-sided right now, which is cool. They deserve a lot of that, but it's very, very hard for stability and all those things. But you got to embrace it, adapt or die. Right, one of my favorite movies, Moneyball. So you deal with it best you can. You don't fight it. You don't complain about it. You embrace whatever the rules are. The hard part is it just changes so much, so you don't know where it's going. So hopefully, whenever this house settlement passes, maybe that'll provide a little bit more clarity where we're all moving towards.
You said on Twitter you have this persona that you just hate coming down here to these days. And last year when I asked you about it, you said it was kind of like a wedding. You don't really want to go, and then once you get here, it's not that bad. I mean, I know it's early still, but are you doing okay? Or
that's a pretty good, it's like going to a wedding. I mean, I'm hoping I get sick. I'm hoping the plane gets delayed, canceled, or whatever. And then I get here and it's not so bad. No, honestly, I'm half kidding when I crap on Mountain West Media Day, but it is good. It's a good kickoff. But at the end, the games are what matter, and they're obviously coming around the corner.
You did tweet something also about by the way, you don't follow me, Coach. What I got to do to get a follow on social
I'll
media?
Take care of it today. Yeah.
What do you? This whole you joked okay, we're done rooting for teams in our conference or whatever. You do have 2 more years here. How is that transition going to go with the teams that are leaving? You think?
No, I've turned bitter. I've turned angry. I saw Leon and Nico, and they had nicer clothes on than me, and they were bragging, and they feel like they're above me right now. So it's, it does suck. It's nobody's fault. I don't blame any of these ADs. I think Jeremiah Dickey's a really good AD. I've been very impressed with watching what he's done, and Leon speaks very, very highly of him. So I don't begrudge any of the teams in the Mountain West. I don't blame anybody. I just can't wrap my head around the move to create. I think they eventually want to be a power, whatever it is, 5 or autonomy, whatever they call it. But we could have done all this in the Mountain West. I really, really what are we talking about? Boise has obviously won the most and had the most football credibility, but San Diego State could have done what they wanted to do in the Mountain West. All of them, Fresno and so on, and Colorado State, they could have. So it's not anybody's fault. It is the landscape. I just don't understand this one. I understand the Pac-12 breaking up and everybody rushing to the Big 12 and to the ACC. I don't understand why we couldn't have done this in the current Mountain West. I am bitter. I loved our basketball conference. I do believe that the leadership will find a way to add some good basketball programs. But, man, since I've been in the league, this was like the West Coast version of the Big East. I really believe that. But it's all decided by these media deals and all those things. So it is what it is. You can't complain about it too much.
And do you get caught by surprise by that like everybody else? Or
I think everybody thought when it happened, okay, we're going to merge, right? Washington State, Oregon State are going to merge. I just, I still don't see how football-wise it's any better than what it currently was. So, it's a little more money, but I don't think it's game-changing for any of these universities. I understand when you're talking 40 and 50 million about certain, totally get it, but we'll see. I mean, I think they're all doing what's best for the university, and I know our president and whenever we get an athletic director will do the same. So I'm not being critical of anybody, but basketball wise, I mean, we had a quarter of the resources as the Big Ten, and we had the same amount of teams as them. Yep. We have a quarter of the resources of the ACC, and we had more teams than them. Big East. So the coaches, the players, the fan bases did their part, but this is kind of what you deal with. And I know from a New Mexico basketball standpoint, we'll be just fine because we have a community that cares about basketball.
We're going to chat for a couple quick minutes with some of your players. We appreciate you for jumping on, Coach, and we'll see you at least for the next couple of years here, a couple of games a year with Boise State.
All right, you got it.
Thanks, Richard. Appreciate it. Richard Pitino, head coach at New Mexico. Appreciate him for joining us. We got about 5 minutes. We're going to jump on for a couple minutes with a couple of the players. We got Donovan Dent, Nelly Jr. Joseph going to sit down for a couple of minutes. Guys, appreciate you waiting while we chatted with Coach. Again, New Mexico 26-10 last year, 10-8. They went 6th. And again, picked second here in the preseason poll. Donovan Dent lands on the all-conference team, and we welcome in, as we said, Donovan Dent and Nelly Jr. Joseph. Guys, appreciate you for coming on. How you doing?
Good. How about you?
Doing great. What's your thoughts on being on the pick second in the league here?
It's awesome. We talked about it before we came out here. We're like, see where we're at, go from there. Coach P talking about just take it one game at a time. So we're excited how they recognize us.
How you feeling about the expectations for your team this year? A lot of folks. Bring the mic a little closer to your mouth there. There we go. A lot of folks thinking big things for you guys this year.
I think we're ready for each game. We're gonna take each game at a time this season. We don't really care about the season poll.
How much more comfortable, confident do you feel in your second year with the program here?
I feel confident in myself, my team, my second year.
Donovan, for you, the big storyline is kind of going from having those other guys with you to now kind of being the guy. How ready are you for what's coming your way?
I'm excited. Me and Coach P have been working all summer about it, talking about it. I'm excited. It's a big step. I'm ready to take it.
Where is the biggest thing that you have to try to make up for as a team with losing the guys you lost?
Taking that leadership role and just taking that leadership role as well on defense. We lost Jalen House, who's a great on-ball defender, all over everyone. Just taking that next step as me personally, just being a pest on the ball and just leading the team really.
You probably got a lot of votes for preseason player of the year. I know it went to Tyson Degenhart. Did you think you deserved that, or?
I mean, I'm not really too caught up on all that. I mean, congrats to Tyson, great player, love the kid.
just kind of going from there.
You guys get a lot of bad. We cover Boise State, but I mean, you guys get a lot of bad. It seems like every game, and even well before you guys got here, though, the overtime games down to the wire games. I mean, I guess that's just how it is in the Mountain West with every team. But when you play Boise State, do you know it's going to be a good game?
Oh, 100% every year. When we have the Boise State game schedule on our schedule, that home crowd we know is going to be there for us when we play you guys. Just like when we know when we go to you guys, it's going to be there.
Where are the hardest places in the league to go play?
Oh, it's definitely San Diego State and Boise State. Like those are the two places where those crowds are going to be into. And Nevada. Nevada's pretty underground, but they're rough to play at.
What
Oh my God, I forgot about Utah
State. Yeah. Yeah, that's not necessarily an easy one either.
No, we played it last year. I remember they had like this big board of Brown. They had like a big monster thing. And we're like, what the hell is going on?
Oh, they're pretty funny. They got they had a little like counter for the Leon Rice crying counter or something. Every time he'd complain about a call, they'd put another number up there. Like they got some fun. They can bring it pretty good. What do you feel about the team this year and just where you guys are going to be? Your strengths of the team.
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna be good this year, offensive and defensively. We're gonna be ready for any team.
How ready is this guy to dominate this league?
Yeah, very, very ready. Super ready.
What about for seeing him obviously in year two and with JT leaving, but him kind of having that experience now and being that guy? I mean, how he's right up there in terms of one of the best big men in the league, and what are your thoughts on what he can do this year?
No, it's so much better. It's like a crazy transformation from last year to this year. Like catching the ball, finishing, just playing like we saw him play against us when he was I don't know. I think him getting here late last year affected him a little bit, but him being here this whole summer with us, it's a totally different ball game.
What's the excitement level for Lobo basketball down in Albuquerque right now?
It's high right now. Fans, we've been having a little stuff with the community. It's high right now. They praising our young freshmen, love them. They're going to be great. Our transfers, it's looking good for us this year.
Which transfers do fans maybe in Boise or somewhere else not know about? Who's a guy or two that they're going to know about pretty quickly here?
I think the first one they're going to really be introduced is CJ Nolan. He's a transfer from North Tech. He's going to be so good for us, I think.
And, this league, we mentioned the road venues, every game. I mean, 6 teams in the tournament last year. I mean, do you guys, is this a fun league to play in?
Oh, it's amazing. There's no better league. It's amazing.
What about Alvaro Cardenas, playing against him and coming over to Boise State this year too? What are your thoughts on him?
I was shocked when he came. I did not see him come here at all. It was crazy to see him leave San Jose. That's a big piece, and it's going to be interesting to see how we got to guard you guys this year.
And I know with your team, it's you got 4 guys that have at least 17. I think 4 guys are back with at least 17 minutes per game, which may not seem like a lot, but it's kind of rare nowadays. I mean, just to have a couple of your guys off the bench from last year too that are back in you two. I mean, how is that cohesiveness going to help you guys?
I think it's big. I think it's showing the transfers and all that because you don't want a full new team every year. You want to have some people that stick around. They show them how we play in our system. So I think it's great to have multiple pieces that can help us do that.
Well, we appreciate both of you guys for stopping by. Best of luck this season, and we'll see you down the road.
Appreciate it.
Donovan Dent, Nelly Jr. Joseph, appreciate you guys for jumping on for a few minutes here on Bronco Nation News. As, again, New Mexico picks second here in the Mountain West. And, again, they got 1 first-place vote. We're going to go to San Diego State, I believe, next. That'll be at here any minute now. So we'll look for Brian Dutcher and company as we talk San Diego State. And I'm not sure if they're going straight from Field of 60. Are they all coming Field of 68 straight to us? Oh. So they're the ones that we can blame for keeping us past our time here. But, again, appreciate all of our sponsors. Appreciate all of you guys for jumping on. We're having a lot of fun here. We're going to talk San Diego State Aztecs here momentarily. Again, keep the comments coming in. Keep the questions coming in. We'll try to get to a couple of comments with some coaches if we can. With some players, it's a little difficult, just to kind of look over here, but I'll do my best to try to get a question or two in from you fans to our special guests here. And again, Colin Mitchell doing big time work behind the scenes with the cameras and things. So we appreciate him. And again, those guys are just finishing up, it looks like, over on the field of 68. And we going back to the 2-shot here for Coach and me. All right, perfect. We're going to have Coach joining us here momentarily, and we'll talk San Diego State Aztecs basketball. So if you got a question for Coach, let us know. He said one of the mics was not working very well. That was, I believe, Nelly Jr. Joseph would just had his mic kind of low down, but we'll go with Coach Dutcher first. He's going to join us here momentarily, and we appreciate him for jumping on. And again, we appreciate our man Colin Mitchell for helping us out every step of the way here on Bronco Nation News. Coach is going to jump in right here. San Diego State dominated this conference for a long time. Maybe some folks sleeping on them. Picked fourth in the conference this year. And we bring in the head coach, Brian Dutcher. Coach Dutcher, how you doing?
Good to see you, my friend.
Appreciate you jumping on. Enjoyed chatting with you over the summer. And what's it feeling like? You've had a couple weeks of practice. I mean, how you feeling about things?
I think we're like most of the teams here. We're probably working our kids too hard, where we're banged up. You know, we start July 6th, and then we go 6 weeks, and then we take 13 days off, and then we start in the fall, and we're beat up. So I don't know how we are. We're finally getting healthy, which we have to be good.
Now, when I talked to you, there was a lot of folks down on you guys, and you kind of changed my opinion of your team on the phone over the summer. Like, no, just because people don't know who some of these guys are, they're going to know about them pretty soon. They're heck of players. I mean, I think you feel, at least you did when we talked over the summer, much higher on your team maybe than some others, which you're okay with.
Yeah, I'm always positive about my team, and with good reason. I have a lot of talent, and you pick teams based on what they have returning. That's a wise thing to do. I think the teams that are picked ahead of us all have more returning pieces that have done it in the Mountain West, and so we don't have as many returning pieces. So people would say, well, they haven't done anything, they haven't proven it. So our job is to go out there and take all this talent we've accumulated and prove we're a good team. And I think we'll do that over the course of the year.
And I know you have Farrah Compton as the freshman of the year. I mean, I know you got Mr. Guath that a lot of people are going to find out about pretty soon. I mean, some of these younger guys, I know you're expecting to step into big roles.
Yeah, we have young guys, and we're going to play freshmen this year. And it's hard to play as a freshman at San Diego State. We've done it in the past. Matt Mitchell was a starter. Nathan Mensah was a 4-year starter. So we've had freshmen start. But Taj DeGorville and Farrell Compton are very, very talented freshmen with wingspans. Farrell's got a 7'4" wingspan. Taj's got a 7-foot wingspan. And then Magoon Guath I've never had a 7-footer as good as Magoon. And 7-footers are hard to get first and foremost. And when you get them, they're usually just all around the basket and tall. He is versatile. He is talented. And now the question is, when will he hit his stride as a college basketball player?
With that said, you did lose, 75% of your scoring, rebounding, minutes, whatever. I mean, is that a nervous feeling as a coach? Is it an exciting feeling? Just with, I know you like your new guys, but with so many new guys, what's that feeling like?
I think 75% of our scoring was probably just Jaden Ledee. Gee whiz. We lost to Karl Malone, the power forward of the year. So, yeah, we lost. Lamont Butler went to Kentucky. Micah Parrish went to Ohio State. Elijah Saunders went to Virginia. And so we lost a lot of players in the portal like everybody does. And but we're replacing them with really good players. Miles Bird is 3rd year in the program, just been waiting for his opportunity. So I think Miles is going to explode onto the scene. Reese Waters started most of the year for us, went to the bench so I could get Darian Trammell back onto the floor as a starter. But Reese is a really good player. So you start with those two. Then you add, as much as we're young, we add 5th-year senior and Jared Coleman-Jones. We had senior Nick Boyd from Florida Atlantic, who hit 4 threes against us in the national semifinal game. We had Wayne McKinney, who's all WCC, 4th-year senior guard. And so we add experience, but not experience with us.
You mentioned the guys you lose. How do you stop that? How do we stop that where the Mountain West type schools just become feeder programs for some of these bigger programs?
You don't stop it. It's impossible to stop if you don't have the money to stop it. But a lot of the guys that left our program, it's the COVID guys, like Keyshawn Johnson, played for us 4 years, got a San Diego State degree. And so you use that 5th year to say, I got my degree. Well, I'm a pro. I'll be a pro in college, so I'm going to go to Arizona and get some money. Lamont Butler got a degree from San Diego State in business. I'm going to go to Kentucky and get $750,000 to $1 million. I can't blame a guy for that. He got a degree from San Diego State. He helped us win a lot of games. It's the younger guys that you lose that hurt more, like an Elijah Saunders that you developed 2 years, and you're just getting them into their best productive years. Those are the guys that hurt. But for the guys like even Micah Parrish, graduated from San Diego State and then goes to Ohio State and is getting paid basically to be a pro 1 more year of college. So that will run out. The fifth-year guys will be done. The graduate transfers will be done. So we got to find a way to keep our underclassmen, and that's critical to any program. I don't care if it's Boise, San Diego State, San Jose State. We have to keep our players in order to build something special.
So how rare is it and how special does it make guys like Tyson Degenhardt and Isaiah Stevens last year and Nick Davidson and some of these guys? And you've had a lot of them, too, over the years that have stayed and could have made more money elsewhere, whatever. I mean, how much of a dying breed are those kind of players?
They're everything. And that's why Boise's going to be good this year, because Degenhardt stayed. And he stayed because of relationships and the relationship he had with Leon. Davidson at Nevada, he could have got a ton of money, but he loved Nevada and he loved playing for Alford, and he stayed. And so you have to build relationships. You can't just be a coach. You have to be a coach that they feel is important enough in their life that they want to stay and be loyal to you at the sacrifice of a lot of financial gain. And you can't blame them either way. I'm not mad at one player that left our program. I'm grateful for the opportunity to coach him, but I'm not that guy anyway. I'm not a negative guy by nature. So it's the new era, what we're dealing with. Nobody likes it, but we all have to live with it and make the best of it.
When you came on last year here at Media Days, you made no bones about the fact that you were hoping to be in the Pac-12, and obviously at that point a different iteration of the Pac-12. What do you make of the new group that's forming here?
I think it's exciting. I mean, if you throw Gonzaga into a league of basketball teams that are good, Boise, San Diego State, the teams we're moving over to the Pac-12, that's a heck of a basketball conference. And that's all I can do anything about is basketball. And so that's as good as it gets in basketball. When you talk about those schools in the West Coast, Final Four teams, good basketball programs, it's going to be a good thing for basketball. With that being said, I've said it earlier today, we are proud members of the Mountain West for 2 more years, and we are going to represent it with great pride. The Mountain West has been good to San Diego State, but I think San Diego State's been good to the Mountain West, just like Boise has. And so we want to make sure that we're not ahead of ourselves, that we're representing this conference in the best way we can, as long as we're members in it.
Do you like the fact that in the Pac, though, you guys are the way the revenue is distributed is 50% goes right to the team that, I mean, you made this run to the championship and you're sharing the money evenly with 10 other teams. That's going to change a little bit in the Pac-12. You win more, you're going to get more money.
I think that's good. And I think that's what Gonzaga's always had in the WCC. You know, they're keeping what they're earning as a program, and that's extra motivation to continue to operate at a high level. We've been to the tournament, and every year go. We're to the point now where we've gone so much, the fan base just expects us to go. They don't know how hard it is to go.
Yeah.
And I like that. But it is hard to go to that tournament, and harder from a non-Power 4 conference. You listen to these guys talking around the country, oh, they're going to get 9 or 10 teams in. This team's a 10-team league. How many spots does that leave for the rest of us? And so we have to continue what we've done in this conference. We have to win these non-conference games, because that's where the resume is built. That's why we got teams in as many as we did last year, because of what we did in the non-conference. And that's why I've always been a guy that says we should play less conference games and more non-conference games. That's where we earn our right to be an NCAA tournament team.
How disappointed were you to see them go to 20?
We've always voted against it.
Yeah.
So I'm a good soldier. If it's 20, let's play 20. But I think people will understand best when they know that we finished in 5th place in the Mountain West last year, and we got the highest NCAA tournament seed. So that's based on what we did in the non-conference, beating Gonzaga, beating St. Mary's, beating Washington, beating Cal, beating anybody that'll play us. That's where we earned our seed. And so I know everyone else shakes their head. Well, look at, man, they finish in 5th place. They get the highest seed. And that's how valuable, in my opinion, the non-conference is. So we have a stretch this year. It's Gonzaga, Creighton, Oregon, Texas A&M. That's as hard a 4-game stretch as you're going to play anywhere. Wow. So if we can win a couple of those games, we're going to put ourselves in great shape in November. And if we don't win them, we'll know what the reality is. We got to win the conference. We have to know. But you have, like, Boise schedules up. We're trying to all schedule up, but I think those non-conference games set the tone for the conference once we get to it.
We had a comment in the chat here from Nathaniel wondering your thoughts on the NCAA considering nixing the redshirt rule and making it 5 years instead.
They got to make it 5 years, because what's going to happen with all these transfers, when you transfer, not all your credits transfer. And you're not sitting a year, so you might be able to make it up over a summer, over X amount of years. You transfer twice, and how many credits are going to transfer? You're not going to graduate. The only fighting chance these kids have to graduate is to have 5 years of college. Now, it's not going to be good for business with unlimited transfers, NIL. It's bad for basketball. But at the end of the day, our mission is to graduate these kids because only a small percentage are going to play professionally. And even if they do, it's only going to be for X amount of years of their life. They're going to live the majority of their life without a basketball in their hands. So giving them a 5th year is not good for basketball or business, but it's good for the kids to graduate, and they have to graduate. That has to be our central mission.
You've obviously won a heck of a lot of games the last several years, but for whatever reason, the last couple of years, Boise State's given you some fits. I think you're 1-6 the last 3 years against them. What is it about Boise State that the last couple of years that's been a tough game for you?
It's every year. I mean, that stretch, we would just show tape. I remember watching tape. Here's the buzzer beater they made against us. Here's the buzzer beater we made against them. Here's the one they barely missed. Here's the one we barely missed. It's that kind of series. And so Max Rice throws in a half-court shot and beats us at our place. Our only home loss of the year. That's the kind of shots that win those games. And so both teams are familiar with each other. It's a great, great rivalry game for us and them, and it's good for both programs. And it stays the way it is because Leon and I have a good relationship. It's not contentious. It's not like we're fighting each other, and it's a nasty. Rivalries can be a good thing, and I think the Boise State San Diego State rivalry is a good thing in basketball.
And I think you're going up there again on a national CBS game on a Saturday, so again you're going to go into probably a sold-out game in Boise again this year.
Oh, it's going to be insane. It always is. I mean, the atmosphere they beat us in at our place last year was incredible. And so college coaches and fans, they waste too much time cheering against the other team. Know that I love Leon. I love Boise. I want to beat them in the worst way. But once it's done, I'm a huge Boise and Leon fan. I'm a conference fan. And they got to be the same way. Pull for the conference in every other game than when you play them.
What are your thoughts on their team and that trio of Degenhart, Stanley, and Cardenas kind of leading the way?
Cardenas is the key. I mean, we all know that Degenhart and Stanley are first-team all-conference players. Degenhart's my favorite player in the conference. He always has been. And so now can Cardenas come in? And that's why these summer practices are important. Run that Boise offense, all the set plays. He'll be on top of it. And that's why they're going to be picked to win the league. As much as it's Stanley and Degenhart, it's like, who's the third guy with experience? And it's going to be Cardenas, and he's going to make a huge difference for him.
Somebody in the chat wanted me to ask about recruiting the Fab Five to Michigan, and they called you a legend. Somebody else asked about your relationship with Steve Fisher. So I don't know if you want to just combine all that into one thing, but obviously you've had some good times over the years, even before you got to San Diego State.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I met Steve Fisher in 1988. We were assistants at Michigan together for Bill Frieder, and that's the year he coached the 6 interim games to win the national title. And I mean, my Michigan years, I went to 3 national championship games with Fisher. 2 with the Fab Five. Obviously, Duke beat us, and then Weber called the timeout we didn't have against Carolina. Won the title in '89 with Glenn Rice, and the whole moment, circular career, is to take San Diego State to a Final Four. How does that ever happen? And as a coach, to have the kind of career where I'm blessed, I'm not saying I'm the reason it happened, just to be blessed to be around such good players and coaches, to go to that game 4 times. It's like you close your eyes and go, how does that ever happen?
Well, final thing, Coach, just you wrap it up the way we started, but you seem pretty excited about your team and the potential you got this year.
We're going to be talented. And I always say, people, they get tired of hearing me. We're going to be good. I don't know how soon we're going to be good. We got a lot of guys out with injuries. Once we get them all back, we'll start putting it together. I'd like to be good in November with our schedule. But if that doesn't happen, we'll find a way to be relevant in the conference and be fighting for the title.
Well, Coach Dutcher, appreciate your time. We'll see you January 4th in Boise.
Looking forward to it, my friend.
Appreciate it. There he is, Brian Dutcher, head coach at San Diego State. We got a couple minutes left. We're going to bring in for a couple minutes the players Miles Bird, Reese Waters. We got about 3, 4, 5 minutes. We'll jump on with those guys. Sit wherever you'd like, guys. Got a headset for you right here. Again, San Diego State 26-11, made the Sweet 16 last year, despite finishing 5th in the conference, and kind enough to join us. We got a couple of their star players here, and so we appreciate that we're getting the camera situated here. Miles Bird, Reese Waters, how you guys doing?
Doing pretty good.
Appreciate you for coming on. Colin, if we can switch that over and get these guys on here. What's it like being down here at Media Days representing the conference and the team?
It's definitely cool. For me, it's kind of getting out of character to talk a lot and meet a lot of people and get to know people and just talk about the team. But it's definitely a cool experience.
What are your thoughts?
It's definitely good. I mean, my parents moved out to Vegas when I moved to college, so we had Reese and Dutch over at the crib last night, had some dinner. So good to see my parents and good to be out in Vegas, seeing some of the other good schools out here.
And I should say that's Miles and Reese. We didn't have the thing set up on the bottom of the screen to know who's who for folks out there. But what's your take on your team this year? A lot of people sleeping on you a little bit. You lose a lot from last year, and a lot of people don't know about some of the younger players, the new players. Haven't seen you guys at your best either, probably. I mean, what's your take on getting picked fourth and maybe some people sleeping on you a little bit?
I mean, it is what it is. We know what we got. We know what we got to do in order to be a great team. I think we're definitely developing well. We're passing the ball better. We're, trying to lack our turnovers and, on defense, just trying to keep that the main thing. And I think we're doing a really good job, though, just staying together and pushing through. We have a few injuries, a few people nicked up, but I think we're going to be good.
How you feel about it?
And I think just with more time, we're just going to get better and better and better. We got a lot of young guys, but a lot of talent. So I think the more games we play, the more we practice, the more we mesh. I think the sky's the limit for this team that we got.
Who's one of those newcomers or a young guy or somebody, not yourselves, that maybe people don't know about that pretty soon they're going to really know about?
I definitely think Taj and Farrell coming in as freshmen. And, definitely, when you're a freshman, your maturity level, sometimes you could be a little less mature, but I think they held themselves to a high standard. There are times where I got to talk to Farrell or talk to P. Same with Miles. We got to talk to the younger guys, but they're doing a pretty good job just meshing in and understanding that winning is the main goal, and they're doing pretty good.
What about for you?
I think the country's going to know Magungwath very soon. 7-foot redshirt freshman who shoots the three very well, blocks a lot of shots, and moves almost like a guard.
What's your guys' take? We covered Boise State, so you guys haven't been around a long time, but they've had some great battles over the years, back and forth with buzzer beaters on both sides. I mean, that rivalry, I know they came in and got you on senior night, but just what's it like when you play against Boise State?
I mean, for me, last year was my first year playing them. So it was cool, to be in both games, and we got it down to the wire. But we're definitely coming to win the game. So it was cool to play, though. It was a cool experience.
I think I've been here for 2 seasons now, going to my third. So I've seen 4 matchups with Boise State. You guys got the upper hand on this since I've been here. But I think every time we go into a Boise State game, we know what it is. Both tenacious on the defensive end, and just play super hard. So it's always fun going to Boise or having Boise in San Diego for a game. It's going to be a good game.
And Coach Dutcher said it's kind of a respectful rivalry or a friendly rivalry. There's no heated thing. It's just the coaches like each other. The both teams have respect for the players. I mean, is it kind of I don't want to say fun rivalry, but is that one of the harder places to go into Boise in the conference?
Definitely. I mean, I feel like whenever we go into Boise, the crowd is always going up. I think it was senior night, my freshman year when we played them. You had a really good team in Boise, so. Boise, that game, we always know what it is. We always scout it how it is, and we know that it's going to come down the wire for both teams.
Well, what do you guys make of just this league? I mean, there's 10 players on the preseason team from 7 different teams. I mean, is it a lot of these teams have some solid players? I mean, overall, how do you guys feel about this league? I know 6 teams last year might be hard to do again, but how do you feel about the league?
I definitely think, coming from the Pac-12 to the Mountain West, not that you feel like you're better than everybody, but it's a different league, so you're ready to see the talent level and how people play. And from my experience, the Mountain West was better. I think everybody plays more physical, everybody's more tactical with their game, and if there is a talent, like a less talent on a team, they still play more together, so the teams are better. But I think for me, it's cool. I love competing with everybody, and like you said, going into Boise is hard, but any team we play, we look at it like it's the Super Bowl or like our championship game, so we're always ready.
I know for you, maybe, I was reading, seeing stuff, you didn't have the season you wanted, all this. Look down, you still almost averaged double figures, and you did some things. But for you and talking to Coach, it just seems like there's so much more to your game. I mean, how much better, different, improved do you hope to be this year?
I definitely look to be better. I think I started the year off last year good, but, I kind of fell off towards 2/3 of the season, or 1/3 of the season, but I think definitely this year just being more confident and being more efficient in my game is something that I'm working on, so I'm looking forward to it.
For you, Miles, coming off the bench last year, getting some key minutes, though, I mean, just how much better? Where do you hope to improve this year?
I was a guy last year that had to fit a role any way I can to get on the court, and this year stepping into more opportunity. I think just being more solid. I'm a guy who's going to show a lot of energy on the defensive side, but I'm also haven't really shown off my playmaking skills and, getting guys shots and stuff like that. I think that's one of the best parts of my game is opening up the court for other people
and just making plays on both ends. So I'm excited this year to show it with more minutes and more opportunity.
Well, what's it like? I mean, you mentioned going to Boise, but I'm sure every arena's packed, sold out. Just with what you guys did, a couple years ago, going to the championship game, and just the history that San Diego State has as this kind of, team that's dominated the league. I mean, just kind of being that team where, I went to Kansas, so I kind of know as a student there, just that name on the chest means something. When you guys, what's it like going on the road and just even at home too, but just being that team and with the tradition that you do and knowing that you're going to get everybody's best shot?
Definitely. I think as competitors, whenever we step in the arena, we want everybody's best. So you never go in there hoping that somebody's out or that they're not their best. So for us, it's always great. And as a competitive player, I love seeing that.
I'm about to say, also as a competitive guy, you never want to walk in an arena and it's empty and, you got to create your own energy as a team, so we love going to those away arenas where it's a sold out crowd and, they hate you and, winning in there feels so good and stuff like that. So I feel like, we see it a lot in Viejas. We don't feel it in Viejas because we feel the cheering instead of the fans getting on you and stuff. But, I think we love away games. Our whole entire team kind of loves them.
I guess final thing, just kind of how we started, but overall, how you feeling about this team and your excitement level to get things going here?
I'm definitely excited to get this season going. I think especially this is my 4th year, so I've had so many quote-unquote media days and times where we got to put on the uniform and take pictures, and this is my last year, so I'm definitely ready to get the season started with.
Yeah, me and Reese were literally just talking about it right here, that we can't wait for season to start up and, just playing basketball every day. Right now, last 2 months, we've been just practicing against each other, beating each other up in practice. So finally going out there in front of fans and show off what we've been working on the past 3-4 months. I think I'm just super excited for what we can do.
Well, we appreciate you guys. Stay healthy. Best of luck this season. I think January 4th, it's a Saturday afternoon, national CBS game up in Boise. I'm sure it'll be a empty arena waiting to welcome you in there. So best of luck. We'll see you in a couple months, guys.
Yes,
thanks a lot. There you go. We appreciate Reese Waters for joining us and Miles Bird as well here on Bronco Nation News. We're going to talk San Jose State basketball here momentarily. I'm going to take a quick 25-second timeout. 25 seconds. I want to make sure I thank some of our sponsors. We're going to keep this thing rolling. Don't go anywhere. We're back in 25 seconds here on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by RowPaint.com, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, by Lithia Ford, The Blue and Orange Store, Western Collective, by Jackson's, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Bauscher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, by Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and by Timberstone Golf Course.
All right, back here, continuing our 4-hour marathon here, live coverage that you won't find anywhere else in terms of the local Boise media outlets. So no newspapers, no TV stations. And again, don't say that to speak negatively about anybody else, just speaking positively for us that we're here. And hopefully you recognize that when it comes to your next subscription purchase. We'd love to have you $50 for a full year. BNN 50 deal is the promo code. We'd love to have you jump on board as a subscriber, a full year coverage for just $50. And again, we were the only outlet in Hawaii and now the only outlet right here. So we'll bring on Tim Miles, one of our favorite coaches to chat with here in the Mountain West against San Jose State. 9-23 last year, but I know that the roster's been retooled and coaches.
You don't have to rub it in, man.
Sorry, man. So you were. I didn't know you were already sitting down here. Sorry about that. We got Coach Tim Miles. How you doing, Tim?
I'm well. How are you? Thanks for having me on.
Doing good. Appreciate it. I know you joked with me when I had you on over the summer that you were still trying to, remember all the guys' names on your roster. So many newcomers trying to kind of get back on track this year. How's it all kind of meshing together so far?
I think the story I tell is I was walking through campus in August and I saw this guy and he had SDSU basketball shirt on. I'm like, who is that? I didn't even recognize one of our own guys. I'm like, God, I thought he was taller. But no, it's interesting. 9 new players, 12 out of 16 roster spots have changed over. So, it kind of goes back to my small college days when I was an NEI coach and you had all this massive turnover and you had small scholarships. It changes in a hurry. So I think we're well prepared, but the transfer portal swings both ways. Guys walk out and then guys walk back in.
What's the biggest challenge with so many newcomers?
I think one is, you get what you attract. I think we've got a lot of good guys. It's building trust. Like, as you start to get competitive in practice and you start to do things, you can see immediately, like, the guys don't know each other that well. They don't know if they can trust. Is that guy going to be in his help spot? Do I think this guy can do that? And as you look at that, I think that's the hardest thing, is to continually put guys in positions where they're forced to have to make plays and depend on their teammates over and over, because you don't want to start learning that when you start playing games in November. It'll be too late.
Who are a couple of guys that have really impressed you in the last month of practice and that you're excited about?
Yeah, so we have two guys here, Joshua DJ and Will McClendon, I think are going to be good for us. Rob Viola is going to be a double-double guy in the Mountain West. He had a foot injury last year. He was with us 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we were 4th in the country in rebounding. Had a good front line, really solid and athletic up front. And I think we're closer to that again. And I like that you have to be physical in this league. San Diego State sets the tone. There's no doubt. Boise is right there with them. When you look at the physicality of like Stanley and Degenhart and those guys, right, you've got to have guys that can compete with those dudes every night. And I think we've done a better job of addressing that.
Obviously, being a outlet that covers Boise State, what can you tell us about Sada and Ganga?
Yeah, he's doing good. He's learning. I think he had all the physical tools, but I don't think he was maybe equipped for a system and things like that when you get to a place like Boise, when you get to Seton Hall. And I think he's had some experiences now, and he wants to learn, and he wants to put all that skill and all that talent into the right places. You guys got a good one in Alvaro Cardenas. You're going to love him. Leader, hell of a point guard, really great kid. Big-time competitor, man. Will make big shots for the Broncos.
I know I've asked you about him a couple times, and it's probably hard talking about him now that he's left. But what in terms of what he brings to that team and just to any team, we see the stats. He can shoot it from the outside. He can do some things. What do you think his biggest impact on Boise State will be?
Leadership. I think he comes in as, a friend of mine told me, Jim Molinari, years ago, point guards are a nationality. You just, like, when you see an Italian guy, he's an Italian guy, right? I mean, and that's why, and Alvaro is one of those point guards. He's got this certain way about him. He's a leader. People follow him. He's about the right things. He coaches half your team. You see a mistake, and as a coach, you blow the whistle, and you go, you got to box out. Al's already there getting it done for you. And he'll be really good. The Broncos did a great job getting him, and I think he'll fit in well with those guys. I know
the one game at Boise, he didn't play very well, but I don't think people realize how sick he was. Right?
Probably should have been in the hospital, not in the gym. He was ill. He was really ill, and
just his personality to not want to sit out, though.
He will not. He sat out the next game, and it's just because he couldn't even move. He was. There's something was going around, because then I got it, and it was bad last year. There's no doubt that injury and illness thing is a real thing, and Al's a warrior. He's going to be great for Boise.
When you hear you're going to play a Leon Rice team, maybe you don't even know who's on the roster, but when you just hear you're playing against Leon Rice, what do you expect to get?
So it's funny, like when I was at CSU and he was just coming into the league from the WAC, you knew it was going to be this, undersized four, this offense that's going to be hard to guard. And, then you got a guy like Derek Marks. It's this, so it was like hard to guard stuff. And now it's the physicality and their defense intensity is so good. And when I talk to Leon, I really do think San Diego State kind of sets the tone for who you have to be in this league. They identify that you're going to be a physical team. You're going to rebound. You're going to block shots. You are going to guard. And that prevails throughout the league. If you can't match that, you can't beat them. And you got to beat the best. You got to figure out how to do that. And I think that you look at this league, and it's got I was in the Big Ten for 7 years, and even for a while as a broadcaster for 2 more. The physicality of that league, you can see the Big Ten flavor. Dutch was in the Big Ten. I was in the Big Ten. Richard was in the Big Ten. Nico went to a Big Ten school. And, and you look at what Leon's done and the way Gonzaga's built, and with that physicality and that size, that stuff matters, and that wins.
Very rarely does a team get picked 8th in the preseason, and maybe you feel like that's a lot of respect for your team.
I was surprised.
I know you joked, but 2-16 last year, and I know you like some of the pieces you have. But what do you make of the number 8 next to your name there? And 6 teams went to the tournament from this league last year. So.
Yeah, well, this league has always been a good league. I'll go back to when I was at CSU again. At the end, I think we put 3, 4, 4, and then I left to go to Nebraska, and we put 5 in the tournament. I come back, it's been 4, 4, and 6. So this is a high major basketball league. I mean, in its present state, it's a high major basketball league, and it's been one that's a fun to be a part of. Where the old Spartans fit in, we're just trying to do our best. We want to outperform expectations every time, and I like this group. If we can actually throw it to each other instead of the other team when we have it on offense, and take good shots, I think we'll be okay.
I mean, never an off night in this league, though, and some of the road venues you have to go to also. I mean, just for fans out there, I guess, what is it like having to navigate a conference schedule in this league?
Well, one of the things, like for us, that I knew about, but is the altitude factor. We're at really no altitude. Your depth has to be better. You have to develop that because you go to 7,000 feet at Air Force in Wyoming. And that's a challenge in itself, And then, of course, you guys are at a little bit of altitude, CSU and New Mexico, too. You really deal with that stuff. It matters. The venues are great. Fans support. You come to Boise, you're going to be in a full gym. You go to Utah State, you're going to be in a full gym. It's really fun to be in those venues, but it's hard to win on the road.
You mentioned the transfer portal kind of working both ways. How I've asked a couple coaches this, but is there any way to change it? I mean, how do you keep it from schools like San Jose State and some of these Mountain West schools kind of just becoming feeder programs for some of these power programs?
I think I need to quadruple my NIL budget.
One way to start, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of it is truly that if you can make it valuable for these guys to be there, and I don't think they would move, but when there's a big, every one of my guys that left last year got a substantially much greater 4x, 5x thing that I could ever offer them. And so hard to blame a young guy for that.
I mean, is it as simple as getting more money? Is there anything with the rules too? Because I mean, it's not necessarily NIL. It's I think it was who was it? Alford had said it's play for play. I mean, it's not what it was intended to be. I mean, what do you see in terms of the way this is all going? Is there got to be some line in the sand at some point? Or?
Yeah, I don't know if they can get there. I really don't know if they can get there. I think that it's almost like once it's out of the box, it's gone. I would like to see that we have salary caps and as coaches we can provide shares to our players and we can divvy them up any way we want to. That way now you bring back the art of how to build a program again. Maybe you are building a team and you want just 3-point shooting and that's what you're going to pay for. And so you have a salary cap and you say, I'm going to pay these guys. You're going to be the best 3-point shooting team in the country. I might do it on defense and rebounding and steals and hustle plays. And as a coach, you can decide how you're going to fare that out. And the players get to earn it. They get to earn those shares by performing well and doing just like you would if you were selling pharmaceuticals or something else. And now it brings back a whole new level. They still get paid, but they earn it in a different way. And it's whatever that coach wants it to be. I think there's some creative things we could really do that would be exciting. And it would make it right now, the art of putting a team together is not the same as what it used to be, and that's a little, for an older guy, you kind of, miss that, Well,
you're doing the same thing every summer, basically starting from scratch, right?
Yeah. Just a matter. It's like, coach, how much am I going to play? How much am I going to get for NIL? And when do we start?
You've been around as a coach, as a broadcaster. I mean, you've seen a lot of things, different leagues, as you said. What do you just, whether it's this, whether it's realignment, all the stuff going on, just the overall kind of state of the game right now. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't checked my ticker. Did anybody join or leave the Mountain West in the last half hour?
Yeah, I mean, Hawaii a couple days ago. I saw that. I think that's the latest.
That'll be a fun trip. As you look at it, I'm a little bit, bummed out, obviously, that, because the Pac-12 move affects our league, affects their league, and it affects the WCC. And I really would like just to see all the strongest people together. I don't think that's the case right now. And it's our job as the rest of us to build our programs to make them fit in. But that's a little bit of a bummer, but this is a high major basketball league in its current state. It's going to stay that way for a while. And realignment's realignment. I don't like when you've got things like UCLA and USC playing Penn State and Maryland and Rutgers. It doesn't make much sense to me. Same thing with Cal and Stanford playing in the ACC. Those things I can see in the West stays in the West. I like that. Yeah. I wish we'd have that regionality, and I think the fans would love it. And I think they're going to miss some of that. It is fun to see new teams come in. It is fun. It was great to see Oregon, Ohio State last week. Yeah. In a game. There are some new things that are fun, but I don't know.
So where is San Jose State positioned in all of this in terms of facilities and money and everything? How do you guys continue to try to stay up with the Joneses?
Yeah, I think all the CSU systems are fighting the same battle with the budget and appropriations from the state of California. And so those are all big challenges for us right now in this last 2 or 3 years. There's no doubt. But in terms of the way San Jose State's go, we have plans. It's a grand scheme of plans. I think it comes down to timeline when we're going to actually execute it. I think what we want to do is continue to move this program forward, and I'm going to do my part in basketball by putting a good team out there that's well coached, that's going to compete their tails off and going to be hard to beat, or you're going to know you played them for sure.
Well, we appreciate your time as always, Tim. Always fun catching up with you. Best of luck this season. We'll see you now you were probably on board with the round robin schedule, I would assume, for San Jose State. So now we get the home and road with everybody, and we'll see you twice. Looking forward to it.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate it. Tim Miles, there he is, head coach at San Jose State. And again, looking to pick to 8th in the preseason and get the Spartans back on track here in the Mountain West. We're going to take a quick timeout. And again, we're going to have UNLV coach Kevin Krueger. You don't want to miss this. Rob Whaley is going to join us, and we're going to ask him about the revenge game against Boise State. So that was a UNLV player. We're going to have Didon Thomas Jr. join us as well. So going to take a quick timeout. Don't go anywhere unless you need to use the restroom real quick, whatever. But we're back in about 3 minutes as our live coverage continues with UNLV here on Mountain West Media Days, live from Las Vegas. We're back right after this. The fall kickoff sale is underway at Lithia Ford of Boise. Check out their full inventory of vehicles at lithiafordboise.com. They've got NIL deals with 6 student athletes at Boise State, including 4 football players, Jonah Dalmas, Ahmed Hassanin, Matt Lauder, and Andrew Simpson. They're all rocking rides from Lithia Ford of Boise, and you can as well. The Raines family purchased our F-150 a couple years ago from Lithia. Couldn't be happier with the customer service. We still get the free lifetime oil changes. Always enjoy coming back and seeing Jim and his staff, so friendly. And our salesperson, Kim, did a tremendous job helping us out every step of the way, still sends us a Christmas card. So check them out, that fall kickoff sale. You looking for the F-150, the Ford Bronco, the E-Mach Ford Mustang, all their vehicles. Again, view them online, lithiafordboise.com. Check them out on Fairview in Boise, Lithia Ford of Boise. Taco Bell is hiring. You can get more information at TacoBellWorks.com. The Treasure Valley Taco Bell stores offering free food while you work, half your wages the next day after you work, great promotional opportunities, and more. It's a great environment, and if you're looking for a job, highly recommend Taco Bell. You can apply at TacoBellWorks.com, and you can also get more information there about the giving efforts of Taco Bell, the SON Management Group, and the Nicolason family. The student-endowed scholarships for the men's and women's basketball team, yep, they come from SON Management Group and the Nicolason family. Get more information, apply for a job, go eat at Taco Bell. Check them out, TacoBellWorks.com. You looking for that new jersey or shirt for game day? Head on in to the Blue and Orange Store, theblueandorangestore.com. You can order anywhere in the world, but if you're in the Boise area, I highly recommend just going to the second floor of the Boise Town Square Mall next to Pro Image. The Blue and Orange Store, whether it's coaches' sideline apparel, jerseys, caps, bumper stickers, car flags, you name it, they've got it at the Blue and Orange Store. Again, all your Boise State gear. I know there's a lot of places in town you can choose to go shopping for Boise State gear, but if you want the most comprehensive selection and you want to help a great guy in Travis Hawks, who's been a big supporter from day one of Bronco Nation News, check them out, the Blue and Orange Store, online, theblueandorangestore.com. Maybe you never thought about getting into the trucking industry, but if you're looking for a career change, you should. Transportation Compliance Service. It's a local company based in the Treasure Valley, helping folks all over the world get into the trucking industry, whether it's the DOT overweight permits, all the paperwork, everything you need to get out there towing that first load in no time, they can help you out. Those that try to do it themselves, in fact, 75% that try to do it themselves end up going out of business. Let the professionals handle the paperwork so you can get out there on the open road. Check them out, transcomservice.com, 866-813-7620. Again, Transportation Compliance Service, transcomservice.com. On the go, don't have enough time to cook up a nice meal, but don't want to always be eating out fast food. You want a cheap option, you want a healthy option, well, I got it for you. LeanFeastMeridian.com. You make your order on a Sunday or Monday, they deliver the food to your house, and all week you've got your meals from Lean Feast. I'm talking chicken, steak, fish, shrimp, turkey, you name it, they got it all. It's 2 minutes in the microwave. You can have them in your fridge for up to 5 days. It's all healthy, all different kinds of diets, 10,000 plus combinations. The graphic on the bottom of the screen there is wrong. It is leanfeastmeridian.com. Check them out, leanfeastmeridian.com. Tell them you heard about it on Bronco Nation News. They'll hook you up with a sweet deal. And again, no excuse to not eat healthy now because they deliver anywhere in the Treasure Valley. It's Lean Feast, leanfeastmeridian.com. Former Boise State quarterback and longtime coach Mike Sanford joins local sports talk radio host Johnny Mallory for football talk with a unique perspective. They'll talk Boise State, college football, and beyond. Check it out every Wednesday at 8 on Bronco Nation News. Back here live on Bronco Nation News, continuing our coverage of Mountain West Media Days. Again, our title sponsor, rowpaint.com, and we are in the Western Collective Studios. Make sure you pick up that Horseshoe Golden Ale or that Orange Chaos Seltzer next time you're at Albertsons Stadium. Also available at Albertsons and a lot of local retailers as well. The Orange Chaos Seltzer and the Horseshoe Golden Ale from our friends at Western Collective. We are rolling along with live coverage here at Mountain West Media Days. We're going to have Kevin Krueger, the head coach at UNLV, join us next. And then just to give you the schedule, we've got Utah State, Wyoming. After that, the commissioner of the Mountain West will join us in about an hour at noon, Gloria Navarez. And then we will have Air Force. And then we're looking forward at 12:40 back in Boise. Leon Rice and Mark Few together for a joint interview. Who excited for that? Somebody on the chat asked me to ask about Sada and Ganga during the last interview. You must have joined us late because I did ask about Sada and Ganga. So you can go back and watch that at some point. Sada and Ganga was asked about by Tim Miles there. So sorry if you missed that, but you can go back and rewatch that as you can all of our shows here at Bronco Nation News. So UNLV again 21-13 last year, 12-6 in the Mountain West, finished 6th, and they made a little bit of a run to the NIT. I believe they won a couple games in the NIT and got to the final 8 there. So excited to chat with Coach Krueger and talk UNLV Running Rebels basketball. He had the easiest trip, just staying in town here for Media Days in Las Vegas. And shout out to the Resorts World. Shout out to everybody here. It's been great accommodations, great coverage. We're, of course, staying over at Circa, and I owe Colin Mitchell several adult beverages for helping me out this week. So may this afternoon head out to the stadium swim pool over at Circa and have a couple beverages, enjoy an afternoon in Vegas before the evening flight back to Boise tonight. Looking forward to getting back and having the weekend off. Been in Hawaii, been in Las Vegas, going to Las Vegas again next weekend for the football game. So it'll be nice to be home with the family this weekend and enjoy some college football, some NFL, and some other stuff that's going on around the Boise area this weekend. But hope you're enjoying the coverage. Appreciate all of you for watching. If you're new to our channel, we talk daily Mountain West, Boise State football, basketball, 9 a.m. every morning here on Bronco Nation News, on YouTube, on Facebook, on X. And so please subscribe to our channel. There's a button, I think, over here somewhere. You can like it. You can subscribe to it, and we would help helps us show up higher in the algorithms. So we would really appreciate anything you can do to help our shows continue to grow and our channel continue to grow. And this is a free broadcast you're watching. So if the least you can do is subscribe to our channel, like our videos, and of course, support our sponsors, whether it's going and eating at Taco Bell, whether it's doing the different various sponsors that you can do, going and getting some meals at Lean Feast, going and buying a vehicle from Lithia Ford, using Row Painting for your next painting project. All of our great sponsors, playing around the golf at Timberstone. There's so many different sponsors, and signing up and switching your bank over to ICCU. We would really appreciate it. And if you want to snag a picture on social media, tag us, let us know that, hey, here I am with my Western Collective, 6-pack. We would appreciate that. We can show it to the sponsors, and that stuff does matter. And that stuff does work. So we appreciate all of our sponsors for making this kind of coverage possible. And we appreciate all of you for watching. And again, please like, subscribe, do what you can to this video and help us out here on Bronco Nation News. If you do have a question or a comment on UNLV, we're going to have Kevin Krueger momentarily getting up behind us, I think, to walk over and join us. So Kevin Krueger, the head coach at UNLV, is going to join us shortly. And so again, if you are got a question for him, let us know. And we are hoping to we hope to get Rob Whaley on as well. I would love to ask him about that. The question there with we'll go from we'll go right here, Coach. All right. Yep. UNLV again, 21-13 in the season last year, 12-6 in the Mountain West, finished 6th. And then they were able to make a run in the NIT as well, and kind enough to join us for a couple minutes here. What was that, Coach?
Finished 4th.
What's that?
We finished 4th.
Oh, then did you tie for 4th? Were you the 6th seed, maybe?
Nope.
Well, that's wrong.
We were the 4th seed.
You got a typo in this magazine, which I may have been a part of, so I apologize for that, Coach.
We got to hold on to the good things.
You were the 4th seed. I don't know where that kid. I think I had 4th. I'm going to blame whoever typed it into the magazine, but even though that was like
That's fair. No, I'll vouch for you.
That's my story, but
you.
I don't know. Sorry about that. Yes, fourth. Well, we appreciate you, Kevin Krueger. How you doing?
Doing well. How you guys doing?
Doing good. Thanks for joining us. You have the easiest trip down here, being just in town. Is it a nice feeling though to kind of see some of the other coaches and media and kind of unofficially kick off the season here?
It is. It's great to see. I mean, all the coaches, the new coaches even, have been incredibly fun to get to know. Richard Pitino, I consider a very good friend. Tim Miles, a very good friend. Coach Dutcher, all those guys. When I was getting into coaching 10 or so years ago, 12 years ago, I could reach out and have conversations. They would point me in the right direction. They were great then. It'll never be forgotten. And but it's really good to see this group of guys.
So just to prove it, Coach, it does say in the story that I wrote, finished in fourth place.
No, you were right.
The person that typed in the 6 up there that I read, I said I'm reading. Usually I'm cheating.
Fire them.
I'm reading my notes because I wrote this, but I apologize for that. But you went 10-2 to end the regular season. You were one of the hottest teams in the league. I mean, how do you sustain that momentum going into this year?
I think the retention of the roster is bringing those guys back and having that understanding and that feeling of how the season went. I mean, we covered every emotion possible. We had different lineups, finding out guys were eligible right before tip off. We had mixing and matching and winning some games that we weren't supposed to win, losing some games we weren't supposed to lose. So to put it together at the end and kind of finish that way, I thought the guys really deserved it because they had been through a lot and figured things out. And it kind of enabled us to have a really fun finish.
And no better guy to build around probably than Didon Thomas Jr.
Yeah, I mean, to have the point guard come back is a huge, I think, step in any program. But to have a point guard that is, of course, with all the extras that he has in terms of being from here, being a legacy and being a freshman of the year. And to come back and kind of lead, the team in his second year was huge for the program.
I got to ask you, Rob Whaley Jr., I mean, before you guys played Boise, he called it a revenge game, and a lot of fans in Boise were kind of confused or had some fun with that. I mean, he obviously had a huge game, and whatever fires him up, you guys won the game. It was great, but, I mean, Boise State won in him, right? Like, was it really a revenge game, or do you know why he was so fired up to play against Boise State?
I really don't. I just remember from kind of being a player, it's really not hard to find an edge. So, it could have been a tweet. It could have been such and such said something about this and this, and it got back to him. And through the game of telephone, it wasn't said exactly in the context it should have been, for all I know. But I do know that, it was, I think, down to those two schools. So when he kind of, whichever direction he was going to go, I think the other team was going to feel him a little bit.
Well, he ended up being a heck of a player for you. Where's his growth? Where can he be better this year too?
I think he did a good job for us last year and playing multiple positions. And I think he's going to have to do that this year for us as well. Played some at the 5 spot guarding, the big guys like Ledee and Stanley and Dagenhart in Boise, but also playing on a little bit on the perimeter in Wyoming, for example, guarding some of their guards. And so his versatility gives us something that I think we're going to have to capitalize on.
Being an outlet that covers Boise State, getting a lot of people in the chat wanted to ask you about Jace Whiting. How's he fitting in? What do you see Jace Whiting's role as being? I think some fans were maybe a little surprised when they saw that he was going to UNLV in terms of staying in the league. What's his outlook there?
Jace has had a great summer and a great fall. And, he's going to be a very good piece on this team. And I think he'll have some opportunities, of course, to play a backup DJ, but also to play with him. I think the way he takes care of the ball and then shoots free throws, it always gives us another added weapon if we're in a late game situation or a situation where we need to protect the ball. And hopefully we can figure out some sort of rotation where they're both out there together, but also utilizing what he does well.
I know you got some new guys you're excited about, but some other returners. I know Jalen Hill back healthy, and Isaiah Cottrell, and some of these guys. Who are a guy or two, and maybe those are the two, but that really could be kind of swing guys for you to go from a good team to maybe a great team.
Yeah, I think Jalen, of course, just coming off the injury. He was a great college basketball player coming into UNLV, so he would have been great for us last year. So he's going to have a great year. Brooklyn Hicks, in terms of returners, I think is somebody that it could be fairly expected to have a little bit bigger role in a sophomore year. Again, going back to retention, right? It's just the comfortability, some understanding, and so he's had a great summer and a great fall. But you really could go down the list. But I like our bigs as well, but the guards group I thought had a really good fall and a really good summer.
I was, reading one of John Rothstein's tweets, and he was hyping up Bear Cherry. Tell us about 6'11", 280 coming from New Mexico Junior College, 12.6 points, 5.8 rebounds last year. But I know you got a couple big guys, whether it be with Isaiah and then Pape. I'm sorry if I mispronounced his name, but tell us about Bear though.
Yeah, Bear coming from New Mexico Junior College, played for a great coach in Luke McKay over there, great program, and I think he was kind of ready for college and ready for Division I, coming from junior college, which of course can be a transition for a lot of guys. But he's done an unbelievable job working, getting quicker, getting his body more ready, I think, for the Division I game, and he's had a great summer, great fall, and Pop as well, coming from high school locally in Vegas. Seems to keep growing. Arms keep getting longer, and he keeps getting more mobile. So he's got an unbelievable ceiling. But at the same time, he's a freshman, and he's going to have to work really hard for minutes and work really hard to have a role. But he's somebody that could also have a big impact on the year.
You guys picked 5th in the preseason poll. You get 2 first-place votes. What do you make of the league this year?
A shout out to a thank you to whoever gave us 2 first-place votes, I guess. But I think the league is, we talk. It's almost like we could probably press play from the same conversation we had last year. It's an incredible league. We don't get as much maybe coverage or attention maybe east of the Mississippi as we possibly should be, or should get. But I also think that there's probably as many exciting questions about the league as there's ever been, because it's been a very old league, and I think we've had a lot of great returners for the last handful of years. But I mean, when you talk about arguably the best player in conference history with Isaiah Stevens, it's going to be the first time we don't see him in Colorado. It's going to be a weird feeling not seeing him out there. Of course, Ladie leaving. We had the Boone twins leave. I mean, there was just so many older guys that I think kind of exhausted their eligibility. So there's a lot of excitement, I think, around the league.
And this is your 4th year, I think. So maybe you haven't
4.
seen these guys, maybe the 5-6 years, but a Max Rice being gone as well. I mean, there's just some guys that have been staples of some of these programs, and it's a new wave. But Tyson Degenhart, one of those guys, he's 4th year, your 4th year. He's been here every year. But what do you make of Boise State's team?
They're going to do what they're going to do. They're going to be really good. Obviously Tyson leading it, Omar, great players, versatile. I mean, I think that's what, when you watch Boise, makes them so good. They're just versatile. They protect the ball, shoot it well. They're in sync defensively. But anytime you're going into in October, I think with a guy like Tyson, I know Coach Rice is pretty excited about that.
There was a lot of thought when the whole Pac-12 thing came about that UNLV was going to be included in that. I was, selfishly, for a guy that enjoys work trips to Vegas, was hoping, but I thought it made a lot of sense. And I don't know how much you're willing to get into it, whatever. But what do you make of the decision by the school to stay in the Mountain West?
Yeah, I think oddly enough, this is probably the first thought I've given it since the news broke, whenever that was. It's just we've been fortunate to just be in a gym and kind of not have to worry about that too much. But I thought President Whitfield and the athletic department did, in my opinion, again from 30,000 feet, I thought they did what we needed to do. Everybody knows this conference stuff is going to shake up again in 2, 3 years, 4 years, or whatever. But the next step that we need to take at UNLV, this seemed like the most secure and the most sure step. It gives us some good financial news and opportunity, but also at the same time stays in a competitive league and continues the tradition of the Mountain West. But honestly, it'd be great if the higher ups that knew what was going to happen in 5 years would just all get in a room and say, this is the way it's going to be. Let's just go ahead and do this now. But it makes for some exciting summers. And but at the end of the day, I think, like I said, President Whitfield, the department did a good job of doing what was best and what they felt was best for UNLV.
I guess final thing, just building off last year, as we said, and kind of finishing where we started for you, just the excitement level for this team and this season, and as you continue to kind of build this thing to where you want to get it to. I mean, it's obviously going in the right direction. Do you feel like this is hopefully the year you guys can kind of push through?
Yeah, I think so. I love where we're at for today. We've had a good summer, good fall, but at the same time, I think the way we finished last year and being able to look back and say, guys, you could make the argument that this night, kind of kept us out of the tournament. Or if you want to go one more night, these 2 games really go a different way. We play better. We end up in the NCAA tournament. And so having that experience and finishing on a high note and finishing with a good run to finish the regular season, I think it also kind of gives the guys just a little bit of a feeling of what needs to be done to go forward.
Is the word Southern kind of blocked from your vocabulary or memory, I guess?
Honestly, I mean, those first handful of weeks, I mean, we were just trying to find out which way was up.
Coach, we appreciate your time. Best of luck with everything moving forward, and we'll see you for 2 games against Boise State this year.
All right, thank you.
There he is.
Good to see
Appreciate
you.
it. There he is, Kevin Krueger. Appreciate him. The UNLV Rebels finished 4th in the Mountain West last season, and they're going to look to build on that this year moving forward. We appreciate Kevin Krueger for joining the show. I think we're going to get a couple of his players hopefully joining us as well. Colin, maybe just grab the camera first, and they can then we can get the camera set up for them for the 2 shot here. And we're going to have Didon Thomas Jr., Rob Whaley joining us, and looking forward to chatting with them as we talk UNLV Running Rebels basketball for a few more minutes. And then again, coming up after that, we'll have Utah State, we'll have Wyoming, and then the commissioner of the Mountain West in about 40 minutes. Do not miss Gloria Navarez live here on Bronco Nation News. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Hope you're liking things so far. And again, please support the sponsors. Subscribe if you can. We'd love to have you. Come on in, guys. Turn on the other mic here. Again, talking UNLV basketball. Appreciate Rob Whaley Jr. And obviously everybody knows Didon Thomas Jr. down here on the end. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
We're doing great. Appreciate you guys for joining us. Shortest trip for you guys being here, obviously, in Vegas. Last year, I think you finished the regular season 10-2. Just how do you guys keep that momentum and keep building off what you did to finish last season?
You got it.
Just build off of what we did last year. Just keep that intensity we had going into the end of the season. Carried on into this year, and just keep getting better as a team.
What do you think, Rob, about building off last year?
We valued ourselves last year as being kind of dogs last year towards that conference tournament and stuff. So we just kind of just keeping that going and keeping just being physical and keep playing hard.
What for you and staying at UNLV, and obviously Didon, you're probably a lot of chances in the transfer portal to maybe leave, stay. Like that's a big deal for you to stay. I mean, there was reports you were leaving, all kinds of crazy stuff going on. But for you, what was it about UNLV and wanting to stay here right now?
Honestly, I had no thoughts of leaving, no intent of leaving. I just didn't feel like I needed to go anywhere else to succeed. I just felt like this was the perfect fit for me and for me to succeed and reach my goals. So. Yeah.
Rob, having a guy like him back to lead your team, how big is that?
It's huge. I mean, I talk to me and DJ talk all the time. I knew there was never a doubt he was going to leave, and having him was always great, just because what he does on the floor. And you see it firsthand. He's a pro. That's a simple way to put it.
Where do you see your game, kind of getting adjusted to the Mountain West in this level, year 2 for you here? Where do you see your game kind of going to the next level?
Definitely expanding it in multiple ways and just kind of stretching the floor as I can, being a better passer out the post, being a vocal leader, being a better leader, doing things like that, just doing what I do to win games.
I got to ask you, we covered Boise State, and I know it was a big talking point, the revenge game thing you said before you played them. You obviously went out and had a heck of a game, and you beat them, and so it was great. But can you maybe, for Boise State fans, explain a little bit the reasoning for the comment there?
It was kind of more of I don't know if you've seen the thing with Shaq where he played David Robinson, and he was like, he kind of made that thing like he didn't sign his jersey like when he was a kid, and he kind of like psyched himself out to kind of get himself ready for that. It was kind of a thing like that. It wasn't really like much of like a revenge game in a sense. I have all love and respect for Boise State because I got nothing but love up there.
Because they wanted you, right? They wanted you. Did it come down to those 2 schools?
Yeah, definitely. It was definitely a hard choice.
Okay.
Those 2.
And so was that, I guess, weird at all? I guess when you did go up against them then the first time, or
no, it definitely wasn't weird. Meeting all those guys and kind of being with those guys, I'm friends with a lot of those guys, so it wasn't weird at all.
Being at CSI and stuff, just the Idaho connection, I guess, there when and that was, I assume, why they were involved, I guess, or one of your finalists, just the connection there. Coaching staff somehow knew somebody down there, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, their coach definitely knew my assistant coach when I was at CSI, but I mean, at the time, I loved everything about the school, but just UNLV was just definitely, I just felt was the better fit for me.
Yeah, and how has that played out? I assume you're happy and everything's working good. I mean, what's it been like at UNLV?
It's been great. I mean, I had a little rough start, and I mean, deservedly so. I mean, I wasn't doing exactly what I do, and I couldn't find really my role yet. And once I really found my role, it was just kind of sky the limit. After that, just kept going with it and pushing it and just going forward.
You're getting some shout outs in the chat from people from Twin Falls watching, wishing you the best of luck here moving forward. Said it was awesome to watch you at CSI. Best of luck. In terms of this team, and as I mentioned, just this league, I mean, there's never an off night in this league. I mean, trying to win games in this league is never easy. What's it like in this league going on the road to some of the places you guys got to go to?
For me, honestly, I like to play on the road because just having that like atmosphere and opposing fans booing you and just like talking all that mess and stuff and just like and then beating them on the road is just like a great feeling. But yeah, just going on the road in the Mountain West is definitely not an easy task. So every night we just gotta bring it and just give it our all and stick to the game plan, and we'll come out with a win.
You get any disrespect being picked fifth, or what do you think about being picked fifth in the preseason here?
It's definitely a little disrespectful for sure, but you just use that. My dad always tells you, just put that in the bag. You just put that in the bag and just use it as fuel and just keep going and keep going.
Just motivation.
Just motivation.
Who's a guy, whether it be a transfer, whether it be a young guy, who's a guy or two that fans right now don't know about around the Mountain West, but when it comes time for conference play in this season, they're going to know a whole heck of a lot about?
Definitely Bear Cherry. Came from the JUCO, 6'11". What does he weigh, like
280?
280. Just a big dude. He's definitely going to surprise a lot of people this year. I'll say that. So
I heard he's hitting threes and stuff, or is he? What kind of player is he?
Just a big monster down low. He rebounds. He's physical. Great teammate. Just a winner. Can score in the post whenever he wants. Just finishes around the basket and just a big tough guy.
Give us a thought on Jace Whiting too, coming over from Boise State. A lot of fans know him. How's he fitting in?
He's fitting in really good. He's definitely going to bring a lot off the bench for us. And he's always going to make the right choice and decision with the ball. Never does anything out of his box. And then he just plays with confidence and just always makes the right play.
Well, we appreciate you guys jumping on. Best of luck this season. Stay healthy. Have a great year, and we'll see you when you match up against Boise State.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it. Mr. Thomas Jr., thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. UNLV, again, the Rebels finished 21-13, making that Elite Eight last year in the NIT. So excited to see what they can do as well. We're going to switch and talk Utah State here in just a minute. Again, we're down here at Mountain West Media Days here at Resorts World in Las Vegas. We are having fun. And again, social media, if you can give us a like, a follow on the video, we would appreciate that. All the various channels and things. Tell your friends. Make sure you retweet and like the videos as we continue on with our 4+ hours of coverage here. First trip to Mountain West Media Days for our next guest, Jared Calhoun. Coach, appreciate you jumping on. How's it going?
Going good, man. Good to see you again.
Yeah, great to meet you in person finally after talking to you on Zoom. But what's the feeling like being down here entering year one with Utah State?
I think it's exciting for the players. I'm ready to get back for practice. We got practice tonight. We play tomorrow against Weber State, so this is a quick turnaround for the Aggies, and we'll be off and running here, as you know. But it's an exciting time.
How has it gone versus how you thought it would when you took the job? Up until now.
I've been really fortunate. Mason Falslev, Ian Martinez, Drake Allen, our three captains have done a tremendous job. We got great kids in our program that are really buying into we over me. So I feel good at where we're at, but every other coach in the country does as well. So we got to get some adversity, and then we'll see how we respond to that. But I feel pretty good about where we're at.
What's the excitement level around town, too? I mean, I know when I talked to you before, with fourth coach in 6 years, there's been a lot of turnover, but I mean, the team has really continued to be just a solid team. I mean, is the interest level still as high as it's always been? People are fired up for the season?
Yeah, I had my barber the other day ask me how many more haircuts he was going to be able to give me. So I think they just anticipate me leaving, but I think they'll be stuck with me. My wife and my kids, we absolutely love Logan. It's a great place if you have a family and just a family atmosphere. I've never lived in a place where so many neighbors and so many people are so kind and friendly. But we think we have the best fan base in the country. Our student body, I've never seen anything like it, whether it's a women's soccer game, a football game, a volleyball game. There's very few programs left in the country that pack every sporting event. And the herd just creates an unbelievable atmosphere night in and night out. And I can't wait to experience tomorrow night against Weber State. So we're very, very fortunate to have that student body on our side.
Yeah, it's one of the loudest, if not the loudest, that I've been to, and I've been to every Mountain West venue. I don't like some of the language, Coach, or some of the choice words aren't family friendly, but I will say this: they're very clever with the signage there. And my favorite, I already said it earlier in the show, but my favorite sign might have been last year, the Leon Rice complaint counter or something, where every time he complained about a call, they switched the number over, and it got up to 13 by the first media timeout or something.
That's good.
They're pretty clever with their signs there. I always enjoy a good trip to Logan. So yeah, you're going to enjoy having that on your side of it here moving forward. But I assume you've also heard or know that you're going to face some pretty tough environments yourself on the road in this league.
Yeah, I mean, I just respect the heck out of all these coaches. Obviously, Coach Rice, Coach Alford, Coach Dutcher, Nico. I mean, just the list goes on and on. I hate to even mention them by name, but every league starts with great coaching, but the players. I think that the players make the league. And I've read all these things. The league's going to be down. We're a 2-bid league. Heck, we might be a 1-bid league. So I hope every team in the league just comes out and just dominates the competition in a non-league. And we've got everybody, 9-2, 10-1, hopefully a couple 11-0s, and get that national respect that the league had last year. I think it was just so cool to see on Selection Sunday 6 teams from this league. So I'm rooting for everybody.
And who would have thought you go from Youngstown State to becoming a Pac-12 coach? What about you guys? I know it's 2 years away, but you guys weren't part of the initial group, and then you got in. What's your thoughts on joining the group that's going to the Pac-12?
Yeah, I think, obviously, I really look up to Gonzaga. I think Gonzaga's one of the most consistent, best programs out west. So to be jumping into a league with them, I think is a tremendous opportunity. Where this league ends up, it's to be determined who else will add. But I think it's going to be definitely an exciting league that's going to have some unbelievable teams in it.
I know I talked to you about this for the Lindy story over the summer, but when you got in, getting some of those guys to stay, like Ian and Mason and Isaac Johnson, I mean, how big was that? And now that you're a day away from playing an exhibition game, or what's the I guess how thankful are you that those guys did decide to stay?
Very thankful. I've said on record, Ian Martinez, in the last 5 months, I've never seen a player become so comfortable in his skin and in leadership and just daily habits change. He's been awesome. Mason Falslev has been awesome. Drake Allen has been awesome. But really, from 1 through 14, our guys have been great. And it's like they've known each other a long time, But the foreign trip, when we went overseas to Croatia and Italy, that went a long way. And then, we do a lot of team building activities through our character class. We went on a team retreat and just really heard everybody's story and talked about, where we want to go and what's our goal for the season. And certain team building activities really brought us together. So I feel very, very fortunate that those guys decided to come back. But I think Utah State really means something to them. And, they want to be a part of it, and they're going to be a huge part of it.
Who's a guy or two of the transfers or younger guys or whoever that guys that maybe necessarily aren't household names yet, or fans watching this from Boise or wherever don't know about, but come 2 months from now they're going to know about? Who's exciting you from that group you added?
We'll start with the young guys. Isaac Davis is a former top 100 player in the country. He was committed to BYU. At the coaching change, we were able to get him he's going to be in our rotation as a freshman. That's hard to do nowadays. He's about 6'7", 255, 256. He's lost 30 pounds. He's playing at a high pace. People compare him to Great Osabor. That's pretty high praise, right, for a freshman. The kid is a load. So he's going to get better and better, I think. Jordy Barnes is a freshman guard that can really see the floor, one of the best passing point guards I've seen, whether we decide to redshirt him, he plays, but he's going to have an impact at Utah State sometime. And then there's honestly so many transfers that any given day, whether it's Dexter Acano, Dayton Albury, Gadaretsky, there's just so many guys on our roster because we have so many transfers. But, Aubin up front certainly is going to be a starter. So he'll replace Great Osabor. Drake Allen at the point guard position. Big, strong, athletic guy. Dexter Acano, I think, will have some big moments, for us. So we got a lot of guys that can score the basketball, and we can play a lot of different ways. We can play big. We can play small. I like our versatility.
How has is there anything surprised you or just coming in here and you obviously do your research on a job before you take it, but I don't know if you got to do a site visit or anything before you took the job, whatever, but just the city, the facilities, the program, this league, just has anything surprised you, good, bad, different than what you thought you were getting yourself into?
I think that's a great question. The one thing
first time I've heard that all day, so thank you.
Yeah. No, I enjoyed your podcast. I thought you do a good job. I don't really know who you are or what, I know you like the Broncos, but I thought you did a great job. I thought, the one thing that has surprised me is the campus. It's, we've got a lot of good recruits coming in, already committed and that sort of thing. And I think the campus is one of the best in the country. When you come on our campus, it's absolutely beautiful. The buildings, it's a really easy sell, to be honest with you. And there's days when, I just get out and walk around and I'm amazed at some of the sites. So the campus has really surprised me. As far as this league, I haven't been around it enough to say that yet. I got to get in these different venues and, go up against these different coaches. And, but, just watching everybody on tape, I would say the physicality, you look at Boise's front court. I mean, Dagenhart and Stanley, I've watched, I think 6 games now on video of them. I've watched UNLV, the athleticism there. I've really just tried to study each team, take it week by week, really for the last 5 or 6 months. And I've been impressed with the physicality of the Mountain West.
What is your take on Boise State then to what you've been able to decipher so far?
Yeah, I don't get a vote, and I think these things are kind of silly. I don't know how you can really predict a team anymore. I mean, it's so hard with the portal. And so I think with Leon's group, you have to pick them number one based on what they have coming back. So it's just, you just don't really know until you see these teams play the first 2 or 3 weeks, how the new guys look, how they're going to mesh, role identity, that sort of thing. But if I had a vote, they would be my preseason number 1 team.
Well, they were preseason number 1. You guys were 6th. Do you feel slighted at all being picked 6th?
I mean, I don't know who voted on that, so I can't even really tell you anybody's opinion.
Guys like me that don't know very much. So.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't know you guys personally yet, so I don't know if you guys even know basketball. So I can't really, to be honest with you, put much stock in a media poll. To me, it sounds good for a day, but at the end of the day, you got to go play the games, right? I think last year Utah State was picked 9th, won the regular season. So it none of that stuff means anything.
Well, Coach, we appreciate your time. Best of luck this season. We'll be seeing you twice against Boise State. Looking forward to that, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy your first experience up to Extra Mile Arena in Boise. It's going to be I'm sure every road venue you go in this year is going to be no walk in the park, and it'll be the same when teams have to come back down there to play in Logan. So
don't look forward to seeing you because it sounds like a very brutal environment. But
let's say, which games have you watched? Which 6 games did you watch?
I appreciate what you do, man. Thank you.
Looking forward to it.
Yep.
Welcome to the league.
Yep.
Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
There he is, Coach Jared Calhoun here at Utah State. We appreciate him for jumping on. And again, keep those comments rolling, keep those questions rolling. And Utah State, I think, is an interesting team this year moving forward. And we're going to have Wyoming here in about 5 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break and use the restroom. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go have Wyoming coming up next. And then we're going to have the commissioner of the Mountain West, Gloria Navarez. And then we're going to have Air Force, and then Boise State and Gonzaga. So we're rolling along here. Our live coverage is continuing. We appreciate you for checking us out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back again with Sundance Wicks, and he's a great interview. You are not going to want to miss this. He is coming up, the head coach at Wyoming, here in just 3 minutes on Bronco Nation News.
The fall kickoff sale is underway at Lithia Ford Boise. Check out their full inventory of vehicles at LithiaFordBoise.com. They've got NIL deals with 6 student athletes at Boise State, including 4 football players, Jonah Dalmas, Ahmed Hassanin, Matt Lauder, and Andrew Simpson. They're all rocking rides from Lithia Ford Boise, and you can as well. The Raines family purchased our F-150 a couple years ago from Lithia. Couldn't be happier with the customer service. We still get the free lifetime oil changes. Always enjoy coming back and seeing Jim and his staff, so friendly. And our salesperson, Kim, did a tremendous job helping us out every step of the way, still sends us a Christmas card. So check them out, that fall kickoff sale. You looking for the F-150, the Ford Bronco, the E-Mach Ford Mustang, all their vehicles. Again, view them online, LithiaFordBoise.com. Check them out on Fairview in Boise, Lithia Ford of Boise. Taco Bell is hiring. You can get more information at TacoBellWorks.com. The Treasure Valley Taco Bell stores offering free food while you work, half your wages the next day after you work, great promotional opportunities, and more. It's a great environment, and if you're looking for a job, highly recommend Taco Bell. You can apply at TacoBellWorks.com, and you can also get more information there about the giving efforts of Taco Bell, the SON Management Group, and the Nicolason family. The student endowed scholarships for the men's and women's basketball team, yep, they come from SON Management Group and the Nicolason family. Get more information, apply for a job, go eat at Taco Bell. Check them out, TacoBellWorks.com. You looking for that new jersey or shirt for game day? Head on in to the Blue and Orange Store, theblueandorangestore.com. You can order anywhere in the world, but if you're in the Boise area, I highly recommend just going to the second floor of the Boise Town Square Mall next to Pro Image. The Blue and Orange Store, whether it's coaches' sideline apparel, jerseys, caps, bumper stickers, car flags, you name it, they've got it at the Blue and Orange Store. Again, all your Boise State gear. I know there's a lot of places in town you can choose to go shopping for Boise State gear, but if you want the most comprehensive selection and you want to help a great guy in Travis Hawks, who's been a big supporter from day one of Bronco Nation News, check them out, the Blue and Orange Store, online, theblueandorangestore.com. Maybe you never thought about getting into the trucking industry, but if you're looking for a career change, you should. Transportation Compliance Service. It's a local company based in the Treasure Valley, helping folks all over the world get into the trucking industry, whether it's the DOT overweight permits, all the paperwork, everything you need to get out there towing that first load in no time, they can help you out. Those that try to do it themselves, in fact, 75% that try to do it themselves end up going out of business. Let the professionals handle the paperwork so you can get out there on the open road. Check them out, transcomservice.com, 866-813-7620. Again, Transportation Compliance Service, transcomservice.com. On the go, don't have enough time to cook up a nice meal, but don't want to always be eating out fast food. You want a cheap option, you want a healthy option, well, I got it for you. LeanFeastMeridian.com. You make your order on a Sunday or Monday, they deliver the food to your house, and all week you've got your meals from Lean Feast. I'm talking chicken, steak, fish, shrimp, turkey, you name it, they got it all. It's 2 minutes in the microwave. You can have them in your fridge for up to 5 days. It's all healthy, all different kinds of diets, 10,000 plus combinations. The graphic on the bottom of the screen there is wrong. It is leanfeastmeridian.com. Check them out, leanfeastmeridian.com. Tell them you heard about it on Bronco Nation News. They'll hook you up with a sweet deal. And again, no excuse to not eat healthy now because they deliver anywhere in the Treasure Valley. It's Lean Feast, leanfeastmeridian.com. Former Boise State quarterback and longtime coach Mike Sanford joins local sports talk radio host Johnny Mallory for football talk with a unique perspective. They'll talk Boise State, college football, and beyond. Check it out every Wednesday at 8 on Bronco Nation News.
All right, back here live at Bronco Nation News coverage of Mountain West Media Days. Appreciate you guys for sticking with us. We're, about 2 hours and 45 minutes into our coverage. So going to have Sundance Wicks, the head coach of Wyoming, join us shortly. And then we've got, as I said, the commissioner of the Mountain West coming up in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes from now, the commissioner of the Mountain West, Gloria Navarez, will join us. You don't want to miss that. And then we're going to have Air Force Coach Joe Scott at 11:20. And then 11:40, the interview you've all been waiting for. Leon Rice and Mark Few coming up at 11:40. Sorry, this is Pacific time, so 12:40 in Boise. 20 minutes from now, the commissioner of the Mountain West, and then 12:20 will be Joe Scott, the Air Force coach, and 12:40 Mountain Time will be Leon Rice and Mark Few 1 hour from right now, and then we'll have Tyson Degenhardt, Omar Stanley to wrap up our coverage at about noon. So a lot of we're saving your hometown Broncos for last here, but we're excited and we're having a lot of fun here. So Hope it sounds okay. Hope it looks okay. Please leave us any feedback, positive or negative, in the chat on the production and how it's going and how it sounds. And we appreciate all of your support. And obviously, Colin Mitchell is making this thing possible. I could not do anything close to this on my own. So super props and thanks to Colin Mitchell for taking a day off work down here in Vegas and getting back on board with the Bronco Nation news train. Only took 30 minutes for me to get mad at him about something, so we're right back in old times. So he's doing a great job. We appreciate Colin for helping us out. And again, we hope you are enjoying the coverage down here. If you could, again, like our video, subscribe our video, subscribe on YouTube. Again, you're watching a free show here, thanks to all of our great sponsors. So please support the sponsors. Please continue to use all of them. There's 13 of them. You're hearing about them throughout the show. But of course, our title sponsor, rowpaint.com, would not be possible without ICCU, without Taco Bell. I mean, those are two of our big-time sponsors, ICCU and Taco Bell. So please support them as well. And we're very thankful for all of our sponsors that make this thing possible. So if you're on the fence about subscribing, hope you'll consider. You see that promo code there at the bottom of the screen, BNN 50 deal, as it scrolls across. That gets you $20 off your first year. You can get a full year of coverage on Bronco Nation News for just $50. Colin, we're going to need to switch the plug back from that one to this one for a minute. So I don't know how we can do that. And if you bump in the shot, oh well, but I just saw that I'm on low battery on this one, and that would be a huge problem if this Mac were to fall off. So we're going to go to Sundance Wicks momentarily as we talk Wyoming. And again, the commissioner of the Mountain West coming up in about 18 minutes. What a catch. And then we'll have Joe Scott at Air Force. Can you turn that back though, so I can at least see it? There we go. Perfect. Here on Bronco Nation News. And then again, 1 hour from now, Leon Rice and Mark Few in a joint interview. I want to make sure those guys can see that as well. That's probably good. But again, Wyoming, 15-17 last year. They went 8-10 in the Mountain West. They did finish in 8th place. Obviously from Laramie, Wyoming. Yeah, you could pull it out a little further. That's out a little further. That is perfect. Thank you very much. Colin doing yeoman's work behind the scenes. We got a little monitor here. So I don't see where Sundance Wicks is. Is he still on with looks like they're still on with the field of 68. Or somebody over there. So we'll get them back on here in a second. But we appreciate and thank everyone at the Mountain West for helping us pull this off. So I'm looking at some of the comments here. Enjoying. Great job to both of you. Already subscribed. YouTube liked it. Go Broncos. Great to listen on the broadcast while traveling on I-84 today. So thanks, Dayton. Thanks, Jennifer, for all the nice comments. This has run about as smoothly as we could hope for. A lot of, nervousness on my part coming into a 5-hour live broadcast, and a lot has to go right. If you could see the scene behind me with all the cameras and lights and things, we're pulling this off better than I would have expected us to. So we're happy to be down here in Las Vegas and give you coverage of Mountain West Basketball Media Days. And again, no other media outlet is down here from Boise. So keep that in mind next time you're looking to make a subscription, make a purchase, click on a story where you want to get your news from. We are just remember that we are the only one that made the trip down here from Boise. So keep that in mind. And an interview that I've been really excited about, and I know fans have been excited about, so to hear from as well. Sundance Wicks, new coach at Wyoming, joining us here on Bronco Nation News. Good to meet you in person. How you doing?
BJ Rains, as I live and breathe, man, the legend himself.
I wouldn't go that far, Coach. But you said you were living in your office there for a while. Did you finally get a place at least?
We got a house. I had to go walk up, knock on the door, make somebody an offer they can't refuse. I think that was the last house in Laramie. So we're lucky we got a roof over our head right now and we can actually live.
Have you been able to now you're back in practice season, so probably not, but were you ever able to kind of catch your breath, or has it been go ever since you got here?
No, it's been nonstop. I mean, we're the latest job in the cycle, and it's good and bad because you don't have a lot of time to think, but it's also bad because you need some time to think and you need some time to process how you want to go about it. And so we're still fighting every single day for our culture and trying to play catch up to everybody else. Has been like Leon over there in Boise, man. You guys have that culture rocking for years, and you fight against other teams' cultures. You don't really fight year to year. You fight about what you're doing consistently.
What is there? I mean, you were obviously already at Wyoming before, but is there anything about now being the head coach and the current situation with NIL and everything else going on? Is there anything that's been surprising in a good or bad way, or anything different you weren't expecting, or just is the transition back? How's it been?
No, it's Wyoming's Wyoming, man. I love them. We're the same people all the time. All right, the good Wyoming folk, and they love the brown and gold. And I always tell our guys that people in Wyoming, they cheer for the University of Wyoming, right? And you can have your name on the back of the jersey, but at the end of the day, fans of any institution, they should always be just fans of their institution. They should always be fans of University of Wyoming. They honor the brown and gold. And regardless of who's wearing that jersey, they're going to come out and support you. And that's what great fans do, and that's what our fans have been awesome for me. And personally, I'm always trying to give out to as much as we possibly can, get out and give to the community so we can create that army of energy givers who want to be in the Dome of Doom when you guys come to town and make it the environment that was there in 21-22. And just put a product on the floor that guys are proud of at the University of Wyoming.
How quickly can it get back to that? What are fair, reasonable expectations for your team this year?
They can change year to year, as you well know. I think it's a chemistry experiment every year now. Is finding the right collection of human beings that work well together in the locker room and they can stay connected and competitive. And if you can get consistency at this level, the numbers show you that retention at this level, it increases your win shares more dramatically than transfers. And you're going to have to plug and play, but you want to keep the middle third of your pie right. You want to keep if we had a pie here, BJ, and I said, here's an apple pie, and I'm going to take the middle third, but you get the outer 2/3, you're going to be a little bit pissed off.
That sounds, yeah. I guess so.
You want the middle third?
I would take 2/3 versus a third. That probably sounds about right.
But the middle third, where all the good stuff's at, right? Yeah. And I get all the good stuff, but that's what you want to do with your roster every year. You want to keep your middle third, your cultural carriers together, and then you're going to lose. You're going to have some attrition on the front end and your attrition on the back end, depending on where you're at. And so for us, it's consistency and culture and connectedness and competitiveness, and that's what we can control. And that's what I love about Wyoming. That's their expectations. Is just find those kids who want to be Cowboys, our kind of Cowboys, and ride with them.
When we talked over the summer, you said you had this kind of secret plan that you weren't ready to divulge to anybody. I mean, in terms of how you're going about trying to moneyball this and piece it all together and your roster and boosters and everything else. I mean, how's that plan going so far?
It's great. I mean, you want to get guys who supersede expectations, right? You get guys with chips on their shoulders, and that's the Wyoming way. Is you just got to be Cowboy tough. And we got a roster full of guys that have stuff to prove. And we've got some guys that have been in programs that have won and have helped teams win, but they weren't maybe the main guys to help those teams win. And now they want to prove that they can be those guys to help lead a team to a winning season and have a last dance where they go out as a winning record. And for a guy like Jordan Nesbitt, for us, who's come from a couple of years of losing at Hampton, he wants to prove that he can go out a winner. And he's been phenomenal for a guy who's coming from some habits that you got to rewire. He's been super humble and super hungry. And those kids, to me, those are the kids I love to coach. I love to coach guys with a chip on their shoulder that have something to prove and that are humble enough to take the coaching and go get it.
Who are a couple of guys that maybe are not household names around the Mountain West right now that when this season gets rolling, people are going to know real quick who they are on Wyoming's roster?
You're going to know Obi Agbam, our Division II transfer from Fort Lewis. He can play, man. He can play at any level. And he's smart. He's tough. He can defend. He led the country in ball screen defense last year in Division II. And so he only, I think, he had like 0.36 points per shot in ball screen defense last year at Division II level. And he's won, I think, 59-4 in 2 years, 59-8. So he knows how to win. So he's going to be one. Then you're going to see like Dante Allen, who's been at Kentucky and Western Kentucky, obviously knows how to play the game of basketball, been doing it a long time. We got great quality connectors like Cole Henry and Kobe Newton, who are going to be like insanely important to us in keeping the flow of our offense. And then we're going to be a 90s throwback team here. So we're going to pound the ball inside, man. It's going to be smash mouth football. We got about 5 men on our roster, either 4s or 5s and our 5s or 6s. Okay. So you're going to see a little 3 out, 2 in, and it's going to be, we're going to try to make it hard on you when it come to Laramie. We're going to throw that ball inside. And I know you guys are big as hell up there. So that's kind of how you got to match up with Boise.
How many Red Bulls a day you drink?
62.
I mean, do you sustain this energy 24/7? How do you always stay this active?
God blessed me with gratuitous amounts of energy and started living intentionally in 2016 about bringing your own juice. Too many times we could play victim to circumstances in our life. So we have an everyday dude mentality that's you got to show up every day the same way, regardless of circumstances. I'm dad, I'm a father too, and my kids are 5 and 3. And you could whine and complain about lack of sleep growing up or all this stuff. And at the end of the day, you get to choose how you want to live your life. And so I just know if I don't use it, God's going to give it away. And we try to teach our guys every single day that energy can be a separator and an accelerator in your life if lived intentionally. And versus playing the victim mentality, let's play the victor mentality and go out there and live our best life. I'm pretty lucky to do what I do, BJ. And I could not be more blessed right now than to be at the University of Wyoming and with my family and in a great situation. So we'll never take that for granted.
We got a couple of questions coming in on the YouTube chat. You up for
Let's go.
A YouTube question here? First of all, Wicks is impressive was the first comment here. JJ
Appreciate
says, with ties to playing in Sweden, does Wicks have plans to recruit internationally?
Absolutely. When we got international flavor right now, and I love my Norskis and my Swedes. It's been a good year up there after my playing career. And my professional coach Torbjörn Gerke is still over there in Sweden, rocking and rolling. Shout out Gerke, he's a good dude. And then we got four international dudes, I think, Finland, Latvia, Serbia, and France right now on our roster. So we got some cats that got a little international flavor for you. And that's our women's team's done a really good job of doing that as well. There's a blueprint there for it.
In terms of the money ball and trying to make it all fit, I know a lot of that's on the court, but also finances and NIL and all that matters too. What is I know it's your secret formula or whatever, but in terms of just whether it's finding guys from Division II, whether it's finding international, whether it's guys that were, highly recruited but sat the bench at a Power 5, like what do you think is kind of the kind of guys that would fit at a spot like Wyoming?
Yeah, it's mix and match. I mean, I always say there's things you can control and you can't control, right? We can't control the weather and we can't control the location. So if you're scared of wind and you're scared of some inclement weather, then you probably shouldn't come to Wyoming. We can't control our location, but it is, as people like classically refer to some of those places like the Dakotas and Wyoming, flyover states. But once you visit Wyoming and you come there, you're going to ask yourself why you never came in the first place, because it's beautiful. And I'm not saying you got to stay there forever, but for 4 years or 2 years or 3 years or whatever that is, a snapshot in your life, you're going to love your time at the University of Wyoming, because people at Wyoming love you for being there. And we really support our own and those that love the brown and gold. The formula for us, though, is finding kids that care more about the team than themselves, right? And I think that's a little bit like cliche, but you got to find real team guys. The best programs in Wyoming basketball history, the McLean eras, the Linder era in 21-22 and Shy 2015, they were building teams of dudes that were under-recruited, undervalued, underappreciated, that had a chip on their shoulder that loved to be in Wyoming.
You were the coach, right, that told me that you like having kids that have overcome adversity and have had some trouble in their lives?
Yeah, we got Kobe Newton down here who had MRSA in his leg and was fighting for his life. They're talking about amputating his leg to save his life last year at one point in the season. All right, you got Dante Allen, who was in a crazy car accident at one point in his career and was basically like, I don't know if he could play basketball again. And so you go through these situations. Jordan Nesbitt on our team, I love him to death. He's got a 3-year-old daughter named Aria. Right. And these are guys that the road hasn't been easy for them. You put forced adversity on kids at a young age, they grow up pretty fast. And then also maybe they haven't had a chance to just kind of find out who they are because they've had to deal with so much stuff. And we've tried to provide that platform and that space for those guys to kind of find who they're going to be as a man growing forward, because life's tough after this. Basketball ain't going to bounce forever now. And so I think it's important that you get those kids. And for me, I love building teams. That's why I do this. I don't do this for wins and losses, BJ. I know it's part of the game, but I do this because I love to build teams. My college coach was great at culture. And so we like to build a phenomenal culture where guys care, connect, and compete. And then we build teams. And hopefully that at one point in this process, a team can win a championship.
You talked over the summer about just the whole Moneyball aspect, the analytics being a big part of it. I mean, is that like, I don't know, not nervous or uneasy, but just when you do it in practice, it's one thing. But I remember watching the Moneyball movie and they say, no, like over time, it will work. It will work. It will work. Like, what's that like for you? Like, as you wait to get these games going, and are you eager to kind of see in games how all the pieces fit?
We track so much stuff. I hired a general manager, and Patrick Stacy, he's the Jonah Hill, right? He's the advanced analytics guy. And sometimes I always say numbers can get too acidic. And so my comment to Patrick at all time is, never let the numbers tell your eyes lies, right? Because you still got to see the game and you still got to feel the game. But there's a combination of analytics and attitude and awareness that we have to have as coaches, that we look at the numbers, we look at kids' attitudes, are they culturally aligned? And then we look at the awareness of, like, can you play the game? Can you actually play the game? And what I love about it is it helps you separate a moment where you're looking at two guys and everything's pretty equal. It's very, very tight race. But then the data tips it one way and it says, like, look, even though this says they're equal in a lot of things and maybe it's attitude and effort, but the data really likes, for whatever reason, this kid. That's a separator for you when you can take the emotion out of evaluation. And so for us, having the general manager just allows us another avenue to compete at when we don't have the most resources, maybe from an NIL campaign. And we're never going to shy away from that, just not who we are. We're going to fight and crash the squad, try to get competitive in that area, but we got to be able to win. We got to find ways to win in the margins too. And that allows us to The analytics allow us to do that.
So are they like wearing trackers and stuff then at practice and all that? Or
yep, we got Connects on trackers. We track our guys' load management. We track our guys' distance and workload. Our strength coach Jimmy Edel does a phenomenal job with that. Super advanced, the best I've ever been around. And so we could take guys. I mean, this is crazy, but you take guys from other programs and you realize how much maybe they don't work. There can be guys that can be old, but they can have a low training age. So I can have a 24-year-old kid who's got a 20-year-old training age because he hasn't actually trained for 4 years in college. They just sacrificed some of the weight, strength training stuff, the consistency of it all. And our guys had phenomenal results in about 4 months that they've been here with Jimmy. And that's how I know when we can take a transfer, we can flip them into something that maybe they haven't previously been.
Another question here. How do you get the guys with such different backgrounds to mesh and play cohesively?
It's just, you got to be around each other, right? There's no secret to relationships. You got to just, you got a real world. I always said this is like real world nowadays. You get 12 strangers in a house was a phenomenal concept for its time. You get 12 strangers in a house, what could go wrong? Well, live in the house long enough, you're gonna start to appreciate others' differences and respect others' differences. I got Cole Henry from Oskaloosa, Iowa, living with Obi Agman from Aurora, Colorado, and Jordan Nesbitt from St. Louis, right? This is 3 different cats from 3 different spots.
Anybody living with somebody from St. Louis, they're going to do all right.
Shout out to Lou, baby. Shout out Nellyville.
You didn't do yourself any favors, though, by trying to rebuild this program in this league. I mean, there's never going to be too many easy nights in this league.
Mountain Best, man. Mountain Best can also be Mountain Stressed. So, and that's the gift and the curse of this league. And that's what's great about it is, hey, when we recruit kids, man, we tell them, don't you want to play at the most competitive level, the highest level? This is the highest level of basketball. I don't care what anybody says, right? You guys are rocking and rolling about to go over to Pac-12, but you know as well as I do that it's pretty much the Mountain West right now and everybody's competitive. So if you got that, I mean, every night you got to get ready to rock and roll. And that's the best part about this league is there are no chumps and there's no easy nights off.
You were hoping you were going to be DFL, though.
Close.
You got 9th.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, you got 9th in the preseason poll there. Fresno State and Air Force. And I'm trying to remember where I put you in Lindy's. Maybe to make you happy, I did that for you.
We'll just round down.
No, I had you 10th. I put Fresno State below you. But
appreciate that.
The lack of expectations, though, at least outside. I mean, you mentioned that you've been a lot of places where that's been the case when you've arrived, and you kind of like being that underdog.
It's just kind of the chip mentality, right? And doesn't mean someday we might not be picked somewhere else, but until that day comes, like there's just proving grounds, and you always got to prove yourself. I don't care if you're picked first, like probably you guys were, right? You guys picked first.
Well, not me. I just covered the team, but yeah, Boise State was picked first.
All right, so Boise State's picked first. I mean, they got to show up every single night, right? And there's a stress and strain about that as well, and that's fun and then hard at the same time. And there's a stress and strain about being picked last, and everybody's got internal expectations and standards that they got to live up to. And that's what I love about it is it's not where you start, it's where you finish in life, man. And shit, BJ, I don't know where you've started, but you're finishing pretty dang good right now.
Yeah, appreciate that. I mean, final thing, just you seem excited about your team. You seem excited to prove people wrong. I mean, just what is the overall feeling to kind of wrap this up as you get set to embark on year 1 here?
We'll make life tough on everybody in the West, man. Want to make life tough. And that's the final feeling here is told our guys in our team meeting, our identity going forward is like a 90s basketball team. We're like the bad boy Pistons. We're going to have to make it a physical dog fight and junk it up and make sure that you feel us on the way out of Laramie. And when we come play at your place, we want to make sure that you feel us. And that doesn't mean win or losing. It just means that there's an identity and a presence there that everybody in this league is going to have to deal with. And we're getting there. I'm not saying it's happening tomorrow. I'm not saying it's happening in a week, but over the course of the long haul, like good teams kind of start to separate themselves, and we got to decide if we want to be a great team, if we want to be a good team, or if we want to be a mediocre team. And that's the choice that every team has right now. It's beautiful.
Well, we appreciate your time, Coach. Best of luck in year 1. We'll be seeing you. It's New Year's Eve in Laramie.
Oh, what a night, baby.
You'll have to find out where the post-game parties are. Right? They're born in a barn down on the corner. I don't know where.
Buckhorn, baby. Get your butt to the buck. All right.
Thanks so much. Appreciate you.
BJ.
Sundance Wicks, first-year coach at Wyoming, joining us here on Bronco Nation News. Excited to have our next guest, the commissioner of the Mountain West Conference, Gloria Navarez, is going to join us here in just a second. We're excited to have her. I'm going to bring her a little closer here, so we may need to readjust the two shot a little bit. It was getting a little wide there. Colin Mitchell doing great work here behind the scenes. Let's take a quick 25 seconds. We'll take a quick 25 seconds. Thank a few of our sponsors, and we'll be right back with the commissioner of the Mountain West Conference, Gloria Navarez, here on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by RowPaint.com, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, by Lithia Ford, The Blue and Orange Store, Western Collective, by Jackson's, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Bauscher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, by Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and by Timberstone Golf Course.
Oh, I'll talk to you about it. That's not cheap, though. Jeff Grammer has infiltrated our set here on Bronco Nation News. Albuquerque Journal always trying to start things up here. Where you bring the baseball team with you, Jeff, or
no comment on the baseball team, and no comment if I happen to swipe a couple of these things. That does not reflect on Albuquerque or New Mexico. But
well, we'll be talking. We're going to get you on with a little bit later. We're going to have the commissioner join us now. We'll get you on, and we can talk shop on the equipment here. But you're becoming quite the host yourself, Jeff, with the different shows and things pre and post game. So we'll talk to Jeff Grammer here shortly, and Mark Ziegler as well, as we do a little reporters roundtable here on Bronco Nation News. But again, if you got a question, a comment for the commissioner of the Mountain West Conference, and yes, that is John Rothstein in the background. The field of 68 is even further into the background. So we are moments away. She is finishing up a conversation right next to us. So moments away from having the commissioner of the Mountain West Conference, Gloria Navarez, join us here on Bronco Nation News. So if you do have a question or a comment for the commissioner of the Mountain West Conference, get that in, and we would be happy to try to relay that here in the next few minutes. And then again, don't miss our interview coming up with Leon Rice and Mark Few. That is coming up in 40 minutes. Do not miss this. 40 minutes. Leon Rice, Mark Few. Close interview in 40 minutes coming up. Do not miss it right here on Bronco Nation News. This is going to be a good one. You see the old school and actually kind of curious. Our next guest knows both these gentlemen very well. What do you think of the 1980s photo here of Leon Rice and Mark Few together? What do you think about that?
Look at that leather bomber jacket. That's like Top Gun type.
Robin Rice sent me this. I said, do you have any photos of the two of them together that I can use to promote our interview? And I'm expecting, one from last year or something. And she sends one from 1988, I believe it was. So
that is fantastic.
They're going to be, they're going to be coming on together here in about 40 minutes. But first of all, right now we're pleased to be joined by the commissioner of the Mountain West Conference, Gloria Navarez, here on Bronco Nation News. It's not like you've had anything to do the last couple of weeks, so we appreciate you jumping on. How's it going?
Good. Good to be back to business as usual, talking about hoop season.
Yeah, that probably is a nice little break, at least for the short term. What has the last month been like for you?
A little tumultuous. For sure, but I'm feeling good about where we're at today.
How caught off guard, how surprised were you? Or maybe you weren't, but a lot of us saw the original tweet from Ross Dellinger and had no idea anything was happening. How much advance notice did you have on know what was going on?
The minute the Pac-12 imploded, we knew this was a potential outcome and a threat, which is why I'm very grateful, thankful we had the opportunity to put that scheduling agreement in place, because that was part of the reason we were able to rebuild.
Yeah. Oh, and people you deserve a lot of praise for that, using some of the money to keep some of the teams. It was brilliant. I mean, the way that it worked out. But those four teams leaving in that initial, and I'm sure you, like you said, knew kind of what the strategy might be, whoever left. But how quickly did you have to react? And then you had the whole situation where not everybody signed it, and then you had to go back to the drawing board. Just how chaotic was that to try to keep this league together?
Chaotic is a good word, but I will say it was a team effort. All of our presidents and athletic directors were in it and aligned. And I thought the thing that brought us together was the ability just to have the conversation about what should this look like? What can we create here that makes it good for everyone who's going to stick with this thing?
This might be an unfair question or something you can't answer, but I mean, why couldn't it just work to keep everybody and add in those other two schools and just make it all work together with everybody? Because it just seems like, and I know Gonzaga getting added certainly helps them on the basketball side, but it just seemed like the smartest thing, and the one that might have made those two schools the most money, was just to have them join you guys and make it as big as possible. Why did that never come to fruition?
That was always our goal. That was in the original scheduling agreement. That was something we always talked about. But, schools got to do what's best for schools. And they assessed that not being in a greater entity was best for them. And so,
did those discussions ever, I mean, was that before this news happened? Was that ever something that they were pursuing with you guys, or did they kind of on their own just a long time ago or whenever decide that wasn't the direction they wanted to go?
the latter.
Okay. Would you have liked an opportunity to at least discuss possibilities with them, or?
Yeah, absolutely. It was in the scheduling agreement that we would at least discuss it.
And good faith or something, I think it said,
Yeah.
or whatever. Yeah. So those schools decide to leave, obviously, and you have to kind of pivot pretty quickly. What's the reaction been in terms of, some schools are getting offered a little more money than others and keeping other schools happy and stuff. And UNLV obviously was a big part of that, getting them to stay and not leave. How has the other members, I guess, kind of all been a part of this and the unique, non-even of the, dispersing of the pie here?
Yeah, and it's a one-time non-even dispersing of the pie, to use your language. And honestly, all the ADs and presidents were in it, in the development, and it was very collaborative. And certainly it's not equal, but it reflected the market at the time. But it's also a moment in time. It's not something that's built into our financial distribution forever and always.
Going and getting UTEP and then Hawaii too. Maybe just touch on both of those additions.
We've focused on expansion, potential membership since I started. We've had a whiteboard that's been around for a while, and it changes. It feels like that hut in Beautiful Mind with the strings and the photos. But UTEP certainly made a lot of sense. I was very impressed with their leadership, president, athletic director, and their commitment to coming in and being competitive. And Hawaii just makes a lot of sense. They're already in the family, so to speak, with the football only membership right now. And same, the leadership in Hawaii and their ability to say, hey, this is what we need to do to be competitive, and we're on board.
I mean, obviously it was received, or it wouldn't have been voted on to be well received, but just Hawaii in general for some of these other sports and the challenges that now creates going over there. And I was just there on Saturday for the football game and know what takes for that travel. What I know, talking to some of the people out there, I guess initially they felt a little slighted by only getting the 5%, and maybe they wanted to help secure themselves and give themselves better, long-term stability by making this move. It made sense from their part, but from your guys' part, what was, I guess, aside from just getting to the 8 that you need, what was appealing about adding them in the other sports?
They fit. We know who they are. They align mission, value. Certainly it's a travel, but what are you going to do? It's Hawaii. That's where they are. And so we spent a lot of time talking about, you have a lot of sports that don't have to travel. Golf, tennis, the running events, they come to the mainland, they meet together in meets. We don't schedule them to go there every year. Then you have a bucket of sports that are, baseball, softball, soccer, single round robins, where you only have to go once every other year. And then you can offset that travel with maybe taking one less long travel in the non-conference. Then you have your sports like basketballs and volleyball, where that's every year. And so we're already an airplane league. We know how to schedule. We know how to balance buys. We know how to balance home and aways to at least mitigate some of that travel out to the
was
islands.
The eliminating of the travel subs that money that was paid, was that a hold up on either side, or was that pretty easy to get
that
past?
was pretty easy to get past.
Okay. What about just in terms of what's next for this league and where you're at and how you're feeling about, we see all kinds of rumors and things, and I know you're not going to probably mention specific teams, but is football only an option? Do other is non-football an option if there's a school out there that's a strong basketball school but doesn't play football? What are you kind of looking for here with your 8?
So once we got to 8, that was an immediate priority to secure the FBS minimum. And then we're going to take a deep breath and continue to look at everything. Everything's still on the board. If there's something out there that makes us stronger, an opportunity, we're going to look to capitalize on it. But yeah, we need to really bring everyone back to the center and kind of have that conversation.
Somebody on the comments said they thought it was cool that you notified the MAC of your interest in a couple of schools there. Is that just a formality thing? Is that I guess that doesn't happen very often. I don't know if you were trying to make that public that you did that, but letting a league know that you're maybe talking to some schools in a league, is that pretty standard? Or
for me, it's very important. Tim Pernetti called me and said his membership was interested in Air Force. So I knew that before, and it's been my rule of thumb. I called Judy McLeod before we talked to UTEP. Same with Steinbrecher, and before we talked to Texas State, I called Keith Gill, because it's not rocket science.
Mm-hmm.
People are going to figure out. You look at the map where you're going to go, and it's just a professional courtesy, and felt it was important.
So how do you get through the next 2 years here? Is there any chance it's a lot of these times we see where it ends up being one or something? Is this so do you see any scenario where where anything happens before 2026, or is this 2
Wait, what do you
years
mean?
pretty
Sorry.
much like in terms of just, hey, we don't want to wait the 2 years, we'll negotiate this and you guys can leave after one or something? I mean, is it pretty set that there's no chance any of these teams that are leaving could leave, that could leave for the pack before 2026?
Just one thing we know, this environment, anything is possible, but I've not been involved in those conversations.
Okay, well, so how do you get through until then with the teams you have that are leaving, and just I'm sure there's going to be some animosity in the fans, in the stands, amongst other coaches. Just how do you get through 2 years here?
Honestly, we know these decisions are not made on the field by student athletes or coaches. And our goal is to serve all our student athletes. We're celebrating everyone here. And by the way, a lot of these student athletes are going to be graduating by the time this all comes to fruition. So they are Mountain West student athletes. And so we had a whole staff meeting. It's not personal. And we're here to serve our student athletes. And that's what we're going to do to the very highest, most excellent levels. So it's business as usual for us.
With a school like Boise State in particular, I mean, you mentioned you wish you'd had the chance to talk to, the Oregon State, Washington State group, but I mean, there doesn't sound like there was much opportunity there. Was you found out, they've already signed or they're leaving? How disappointing, I guess, was that part that I don't know if you could have put together something that would have been nice enough for them to want to stay. But I guess for a school like Boise State and the history that they have in this league, would you have enjoyed an opportunity to speak with Dr. Trump or Jeremiah about trying to keep them to stay?
Well, certainly, yes, but we all know schools got to do what's best for schools. And they have two incredible leaders who made a decision that this was the best for Boise State. And so I applaud that. I support them in that. And there were schools that actually approached UNLV, Air Force, and said, hey, let's work this out. And that's what we did. So it's not personal. Certainly, it caused a lot of angst at the time, but we're both going to be great, and we're going to work together as professionals and serve our student athletes the best we can, and wish each other luck off the floor, and then go head to head on the floor.
Will there be any direction maybe to not schedule those teams in non-conference games or anything moving forward, or any kind of bad blood, I guess, after this is over?
Not from the conference office. Can't promise that between coaches. But honestly, when part of the issue is we don't have a lot of schools in the Western region. We don't have the concentration like you do in the East Coast. So we can't afford to play those games. Like, we have to play each other. And again, conference office doesn't do a lot of non-conference scheduling. That's really a local decision.
Speaking of the conference offices, we did see in some of the documents come out that at some point those are going to move down to Las Vegas.
Correct. So we had been looking at a more central meeting place location for the league office. Colorado Springs used to, kind of be the geographic center. But Vegas, with all our championships here, with the hotel availability and the quick flights from around the region, makes a lot of sense.
And I know Derek Stevens over at Circa, one of our sponsors, he's been talking to you about trying to get some of the other championships, in terms of softball, soccer, and really making this more of a hub, like you said. Is that something that you still hope to make happen?
Always looking for great venues, experiences for all of our sports and championships. We already have tennis here. We're having volleyball here this November. So yeah, constantly looking at great central, neutral site places that have good airport and hotel.
So when is the plan to get the conference offices down here?
Our lease is up in about 18 months, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it'll
Don't quote me
coincide
on
pretty
that.
close with the new membership and everything kind of taking over. Okay. What else excites you about just this league, this basketball season in general? I don't know, the new membership, like just what else has you excited about the Mountain West right now?
Well, especially this basketball season, we're coming off such a great year with the 6 teams last year. And one of the things that's the hallmark of our coaches and programs is their ability to rebuild. None of these teams look the same as they did last year, but we still are looking at a very strong, very deep league.
And I know someone mentioned, Ashton Genty going for the Heisman, and you guys are still putting out some graphics and things. Is that you said you're going to work together for 2 years? They're proud members. They're happy to be here. But how does that kind of work too, where you're promoting teams that don't want to be here much longer? But I know, for the conference to potentially have a Heisman Trophy winner would be a big deal.
There's nothing that incentivizes us not to celebrate everything that's happening at Boise State. I mean, there's nothing. It's only good if everyone does well. So our staff's all in it. We're all in it. And again, it's not personal. It's the environment out there. And so the better all of our schools do in any given year, the better for us.
How do you, I mean, the house settlement and just everything, NIL, transfer portal, like overall, just college athletics, how do you feel about where everything's at right now?
You know, there's a lot of change. Right? There's a lot of external pressures, and a lot of it we can't control. So, you know, I feel, and I think this is the talk in the hallways, that when a lot of these media contracts are up in 3032, we're in for another big shift. But I'm very grateful that the crew we have a future for our student athletes and coaches and programs through 32. And the best we can do is be in the 3-point stance and be ready for anything.
And how much was part of that? Just let's get through these next 5 years and survive here. And I know there's no penalties, and I don't know how many, not to be disrespectful, whatever. I'm not sure how much interest there's going to be for Power 5 schools for most of the teams in your league, but you did put a provision in there, I guess, where there's no penalties if they were to leave. How much of all of this was just, let's see what happens again in a few years?
Well, a lot of the media contracts are committed and locked up. So hopefully this will maybe be the last round of realignment for the short term. But what I think we're all preparing for is a complete remake at the end of somewhere around 3032, when maybe traditional leagues are no longer traditional leagues, or you hear about super leagues, like being ready for what is that next iteration of what this looks like.
Well, what is that next?
But we have to be ready for it.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's going to look like what it looks like
The 12-team playoff right now, though, for football, and obviously Boise State, UNLV, both have dreams of that, and a big one next week back down here against Boise State and UNLV. But just how do you, with that going for 2 years, and then how you see that changing? And we hear the, Big Ten, SEC wanting 3 or 4 spots each for all of them. Like, how do you like? I mean, what do you think is going to come of this 12, and what do you think it looks like after that?
Well, I'm really excited for the 12. I think that's important. And we all linked arms across the nation about access. Having 5 of the 9 conferences have automatic access was important, because you have to have something to play for. You have to have something that makes your conference no matter where you are, your conference championship and your league play relevant. And so that was a really important piece. I don't know how we're going to really begin in earnest talking about multiple AQs, but certainly that is something that whatever that looks like, having access is going to be the important
Could you see a scenario where it's bigger than 12 moving forward?
I've listened to General Clark, who's the CEO of the CFP, talk about, okay, let us focus on just doing the 12, but never closing the door on more than 12. But certainly they have their 100% focus on creating the new field of 12.
Mm-hmm. Why not do something where all 10 why can't every conference just get why does it have to be one group of 5 bid? Why can't every conference? Why can't you go to 20 or 24? And you want to give the SEC 3? That's great, but the Sun Belt gets a guaranteed spot too.
Yeah, like the basketball tournament.
Yeah, is that probably wishful thinking? Could it ever get that big? 20, 24?
Got to have the discussion.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to have that discussion.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate your time. I know you're doing a lot of interviews. Hopefully you're able to take at least a little bit of a deep breath, maybe hit the blackjack table a little bit while you're down here, but always appreciate your time. And at least for the next couple of years, looking forward to continuing to work with you.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Gloria. Appreciate it. Gloria Navarez, the commissioner of the Mountain West Conference, nice enough to join us here on Bronco Nation News. And we continue on our 3-hour plus coverage here. We're going to have the Air Force coach join us as soon as he's ready, and then we'll have Coach Leon Rice and Mark Few. He's with John Rothstein right now, so we will see if we can find the Air Force head coach, and we will go to Air Force next, and then we will take a quick break, hopefully after Air Force, and get ready for the interview with Coach Rice and Mark Few. We're excited about that. So I'm trying to see where the Air Force guys are. They on field of 68 again? Yeah, we're just following the field of 68 guys, it looks like. So we'll have Joe Scott from Air Force joining us momentarily. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage down here. Again, Air Force, they're in a tough spot down there. 9-22. They went 2-16 in the Mountain West last year, and they are projected to finish dead last in the Mountain West this year. So tough go for Joe Scott. Losing some players. Jake Heidebreiter to Clemson. They lose Petriadis to California. I mean, they're losing some key guys the last couple of years. It's hard at Air Force to really find a way to consistently win there with no NIL or transfer portal. So we appreciate. She's talking with Mark Ziegler. She's with Mark Ziegler somewhere. Sorry, they're looking for Gloria. They couldn't find her. So keep your comments coming in. If you have a question or a comment for Mark Few and Leon Rice, get that in now. I'm really looking forward to this interview. I've done some research, and I kind of want to go old school a little bit with Coach Rice and Few and talk about the early parts of their friendship and relationship. And so if you do have a question for Coach Rice or Mark Few, let us know, and we will try to get that to them. Robbie Robinson saying, one of the things I'm sad about with leaving the Mountain West is we just got a fantastic commissioner and then we're leaving. Yeah, I know she's done a tremendous job, and that is one of the downsides of all this is that, but hey, and the way she's handled this with keeping UNLV and Air Force and making all this money that she's getting from other schools used to keep schools from going there. I mean, it's actually brilliant when you think about it. So Gloria Navarez deserves a ton of credit. She's doing a tremendous job here. And yes, that is going to be one of the negative, all the nice folks here that are from the Mountain West, whether it be Javen Headland and Teresa Kurtz and the whole crew, Phil Perry. I mean, all the staff here at the Mountain West do a tremendous job helping put on events like this and events like Media Days. So we are super thankful and appreciative for that and for them. And yeah, we're going to miss working with them, but 2 more years, and I am kind of curious how that's going to work here for the next couple of years, making it all fit. Making it all work here with some, you heard Richard Pitino not really happy about it. Some other schools aren't super happy about it. So we'll kind of see what the feeling is on the road and other venues and other places like that here moving forward. So Joe Scott, the Air Force coach, is going to join us shortly. And again, we appreciate you guys for tuning in for our coverage of Mountain West Media Days. We are down here in Las Vegas. Again, our coverage brought to you by all of our great sponsors at BroncoNationNews.com. Couldn't do it without all of our 13 sponsors. And if you have a voicemail, we'll take that. We'll get that in. Signature Roofing, one of our newest sponsors. We appreciate Signature Roofing for their support of Bronco Nation News. MySignatureRoofing.com. Make sure you check them out. MySignatureRoofing.com. Get your voicemails in. And we appreciate Joel and the whole crew over there at Signature Roofing. So they're going to be actually putting a new roof on my house here in the next couple of weeks, and we're going to have plenty to say about that. But I've been super impressed every step of the way with the folks at Signature Roofing and what they're doing to help us out. But all of our sponsors, RowPaint.com, our title sponsor, of course, Lithia Ford of Boise, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, the Blue and Orange Store, Western Collective, Boucher Real Estate, TCS, Jackson's, Timberstone Golf Course, Lean Feast, Ridley's Family Markets, and Snake River Pool and Spa. We are very appreciative of all of our sponsors, very thankful for all of our sponsors. And don't forget, speaking of the bye weekend this week and no game, Lithia Ford of Boise, get out there on Saturday and you can meet Jonah Dalmas, Ahmed Hassanin, Andrew Simpson, and Matt Lauder, the 4 NIL guys for Boise State with Lithia Ford of Boise. They will be at Lithia Ford of Boise on Saturday, this Saturday in 2 days from 11 to 2. So head on out Saturday from 11 to 2 to Lithia Ford of Boise, and you can meet those guys, and looking forward to having the chance for them to sign some autographs, take some pictures, no strings attached. You don't have to buy a car or anything. Don't even have to test drive a car if you don't want to. Just head on out to Lithia Ford Boise on Saturday and check them out 11 to 2 for your chance to interact with some of those great guys that are representing Boise State football and representing, obviously, we're still going, Nico. 3 and haven't stopped. We haven't stopped yet. So we went about 3.5 hours ago with Nico Medved as our first guest, and we are still rolling here on Bronco Nation News. Joe Scott is going to join us next, the Air Force head coach. He is right behind us talking to somebody right now, and then we'll get Joe Scott on, and then we will get to Leon Rice and Mark Few right after that. So we are excited to be here, excited to talk Mountain West basketball at Mountain West Media Days. Oh, you can go down just a little on me there, Colin. I'm too short. All right, Joe Scott is going to join us. How we doing, Coach Scott? Yep, right here. Yep, you too. We got Coach Scott here. We had him on over the summer. Get a chance to catch up with him right now.
This way?
Yep, whichever way works best for you. You spin it around the other way there. And they'll go all the way. Go back behind. Sorry. It's better to go that way. There you go. We'll make it easy for you.
Thank you.
All right, Coach Joe Scott, Air Force Academy. How you looking in practice? How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm actually, hard for me to say it, but I'm actually optimistic. I got 5 seniors for the first time, and I just sort of like the togetherness. Most together team that I've had since I've been back. Most sort of connected team right now. Obviously, the key is to sustain that. That's been our struggle for us, is sustaining, whether it's within one game or game to game. But I like what I see in that regard, and I think a big part of it is having 5 seniors.
How was the foreign trip?
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, Canada was good. Toronto to Montreal to Quebec City, 5 games, and we went to reward the 5 seniors for what they've done. But we also have a bunch of good sophomores, and it was really about those 2 groups coming together. We're going to play a little differently. We're going to play some different guys. We're going to play guys in different spots, and getting a jump on all that and not waiting until, say, October 1st to find out about some of those things. And I think it's paid a lot of dividends so far.
You had the 5 seniors, but you have no juniors.
Correct.
We talked about that over the summer. I mean, so you already kind of know what's coming a year from now again. But I mean, and there's not much you can do about it, I guess. Just hope that your younger players are good enough to make big impacts right away. But what do you just? And I know we discussed it, and I mentioned it in my article here in Lindy's, but just the big picture with the rules currently in place and the Air Force Academy, and what, if anything, you can possibly do to try to avoid stuff like this from continuing to happen, where I know folks know, but the last 2 years, your best player you've lost to a Power 5 school.
Well, and I think, if that hadn't happened, that wouldn't be the case right here. Nobody'd be voting for Air Force 11th in the conference poll and last if those 2 guys hadn't left.
Top half, probably.
Top half, probably. Yeah. So obviously that's the key to everything, BJ, is just how do we in this environment figure out a way to go 3 consecutive years where we have 5 and 6 seniors, 5 and 6 juniors. And then once we can do that, then I think we can be competitive. But in this environment, how do you do it? And, I got to keep trying to develop, keep doing it. And somewhere in there, get another class like these 5 guys who stuck with it. And, there's unbelievable maturity with those 5 guys. The leadership is unbelievable. We're just going to keep doing it. And like I said, we're going to play differently. We're going to do different things offensively, and because we got to be creative. We got to do different stuff. But in the end, I can't go to the portal. I can't go. Yeah. The reason this league, in my opinion, has done so well is historical basketball schools, really good coaches, historical basketball schools, really good fan bases, have done an unbelievable job with the current environment of taking advantage of it. And what happens is the top of the league never changes. There's no drop off in the top of the league because they're not replacing the guys they lost with an 18-year-old freshman. Yep. They're replacing them with 22-year-old guys who've played 100 college basketball games. I'm replacing them with 18-year-old freshmen. Yeah. And then I got to develop them, and that's the challenge.
Boise State needs a point guard. They go get Alvaro Cardenas.
There you go. Out of the same league.
Exactly.
If you don't need any more,
Aside from, you're in a weird spot because you obviously want to recruit the best players you can. And so you want players that would be of interest to other teams, but you want to hang on to them, obviously. So is there any, other than just say we hope they stay, is there anything, the rules currently in place, they can't make a penny. Is there any way you can try to go, what can, just which, is it just kind of, you're just stuck, or are you looking at anything? Is it just try to get guys that, get a girlfriend, don't want to leave town? Or, how do you try to, what can you try to do?
Well, what I'm trying to do is, like anything, I just said this before, the data is in, this has all happened in the last 3 years. So 3 years ago when all this happened, you had to wait 2 years to get the data of what was going to be the damaging effects or what were going to be the positives or the negatives. The data is in now. So now I got to change my recruiting philosophy, and we've done that. I got to change the way we recruit. It used to be this, when I was here the first time and we were 6,000, but nobody left, nobody transferred. You couldn't play right away. So we've changed our recruiting model to see what that can do. And then I'm constantly thinking about other things that we can possibly do. And then it just comes down to, well, does that require congressional approval? Is that just a school? Is that an academy thing? But I do know that in this environment, to remain competitive, like anything, you got to innovate. You got to be creative. You got to be willing to change. And I am, because I am changing our recruiting philosophy, and I'm changing the way we play a little bit because, Well, that's what we got to do to try to stay competitive.
Well, just so you know, Coach, the league picked you last. In Lindy's here, I had you 9th. I had you had a Wyoming and Fresno. I'm not saying. I mean, I'm sure you won it. It's no consolation prize there, but you had 3. You know, and the reason I had you ahead of some of those schools, you do have three starters, 3 key guys coming back that those schools didn't have. So I thought you should have been ahead of Fresno and Wyoming at least. But what the reason I bring that up is like you paint this doom and gloom picture, but you do have some really nice pieces you're excited about.
No question. Like I said, I have, and then there's a 4th senior, Byron Brown, who at the end of last year,
starts for you. Yeah,
he's starting to play, and he's really getting better. So, and then I do have these sophomores who they're big. I got a 7-footer. We got a 6'9" guy. There's another. Luke Carney played at the end of the year last year. So, I didn't wait because I knew it was going to be about those sophomores and how fast can they come along. And I know they merge and mix well with Ethan Taylor and Jeff Mills and Bo Becker and Byron, because those guys are older and mature now. And you got to be mature and old. And I have a little bit of that. And I can already see the benefit of having those 5 seniors in the way our team is sort of going about their business every day. And sort of like I said, started with the togetherness of the team right now. And anytime you see that as a coach, whoa, the seeds are there to sort of keep going in a positive direction. And you'll find out, and we'll find out when we play some outside competition. But I like this team right now. Since I've been back, I like this team the best right now.
You see the predicted order of finish there, the 11 teams. What do you make overall about the league this year?
I think I think the league lost a lot, but again, I don't think I think the teams are just going to be really good again. The top half of the league seems to always stay sort of the top half of the league. And we're going to see, I think, out of the top half of the league this year, who's really going to become the best team. You know what I mean? I think over the last few years, you sort of knew San Diego State and maybe another team. I think these top teams, they're gonna separate themselves out, as the year goes along, whether that's because which transfers really come together, what team comes together. And obviously, you brought up Boise. They're pick number 1. And I think a big thing there is, you got the transfer in Cardenas and Stanley stayed. But then, you got Degenhart back, and he's just a really good player. And I think it's going to be, again, even though they're picked 1, how do they come together? Because every year, no matter what, you're adding different guys in there, and they're older and they've played 100 games somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what does that actually mean for Boise State? That Cardenas played 100 games at San Jose State. If it's not, if it's not what Leon needs, and it's not what Degenhart, like that, they gotta mesh, and that's always the challenge. But I know they have the pieces, and you can say the same about New Mexico. But I think that's what's going to be a little different in the league this year, because any one of these teams, I think, can sort of come along and say that they might be the best team.
Well, 6 different teams got a first place vote, and on the all conference team, 7 different teams among the 10 players.
That's what it is. I just think it's that the league's been really good. 6 teams, 5 teams. I think this year it might take a little bit longer to actually see who are those 4 and 5 and 6 teams. Whereas I think the last couple of years, we knew those 3 were definites, or 4. And we were just looking to see who the other 2 were. So I think the league's going to be very competitive.
Tell us about your schedule this year. How do you feel about your non-conference schedule?
Well, it's the hardest we've had. I mean, that's for sure. Again, I did it for a reason. We do have these older guys. And we just needed to do it because, we have to get better within a game of, okay, there's that 10-0 run. And it wasn't anything else except for that 2-minute stretch, that 4-minute stretch. So we got to go out in non-conference. We got to go on the road a little bit, which we're doing, to see if we can sort of build that, within a game, the consistency to be able to handle no 12-0 run. The 12-0 run was 8-2. And if it's 8-2, then we still got a chance. We haven't been good at that. Hopefully, the things we're doing are going to help in that area. And the non-conference schedule is one of those things that can help.
What do you make of the conference realignment stuff? And you guys flirting with some other leagues and then signing to stay on in the Mountain West and losing some teams in the league too?
Well, I mean, I think that's just going to continue. I think it's just part and parcel of all the things that have happened in college sport, in college basketball. and across the board. And I think it's just going to continue. I don't think it's going to stop. The merry-go-round started 3 years ago, and I don't know where it's going to stop. And conference affiliation and realignment is part and parcel of that.
Well, we appreciate your time, Joe, as always. Best of luck this season. And you don't have any juniors, so I guess you can't lose any more of them. I mean,
that's like I said, we got to figure out a way to string them back together. We haven't been able to go 2-3 straight years. You're pointing out the example. That's why it's the number one goal we got to achieve, because I think when we achieve that goal, if we're able to achieve that goal, that's when you'll see us being the most competitive we can be.
Yeah, well, like you said, you put a roster together a couple years ago that right now would probably have you 5th or 6th in the league, at worst in the league standings. So good luck trying to get back to that. I know it's a daily challenge for you, but best of luck this season, and we'll see you twice when you play Boise State.
I appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. There he is, Joe Scott. Appreciate him for joining us, the head coach at Air Force. We're going to take a quick timeout and get the stage set for our interview with Leon Rice and Mark Few coming up in a couple of minutes. So appreciate all you guys for sticking with us. Again, subscribe to this video, like this video. We could tell your friends, retweet this video, and if you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe on YouTube and help us out. And we will be right back with Mark Few and Leon Rice here. Don't go anywhere on Bronco Nation News.
Subscribe to Bronco Nation News on YouTube. Join the fastest online growing community of Boise State sports fans. YouTube.com/Bronco Nation News is the website. If you're watching on Facebook or X, we ask you to swap over YouTube.com/Bronco Nation News. If you're already watching on YouTube, make sure you click that subscribe button. And while you're there, hit the like button as well. Help us show up higher in the algorithms. All the press conferences, highlights, interviews, live shows, all of our content is available on YouTube. Again, subscribe today so you don't miss any broadcast. Hit the notifications button and turn that on so you're notified when we go live. And again, subscribe to Bronco Nation News on YouTube. Join the Horseshoe Collective and Bronco Nation News at every away game football watch party at the National. It's inside House of Western proper, part of the Western Collective group at 610 West Idaho Street. You walk in, you turn to the right, and it's the bar right there. They'll have full audio of the games. Great deals, including $3 Horseshoe Gold Nails, and 10% of all proceeds goes to benefit the Horseshoe Collective. Again, Western Collective has locations in Garden City or downtown Boise. Try some of their delicious beers, including that Horseshoe Gold Nail, the first beer in the country to support an NIL collective. Check them out, Western Collective, our studio sponsor here at Bronco Nation News. I tell you every day, but there would be no Bronco Nation News without Andy Rowe and our title sponsor, rowpaint.com. Concrete coatings, interior, exterior, residential painting, commercial, industrial, all your painting needs. Consider the official paint and coatings company at Boise State Athletics. And again, our title sponsor. Support the sponsors, folks. Your next painting project, make sure it's with rowpaint.com. Check them out online, roepaint.com, or give them a call, 208-991-0567. Power and people, pride in painting. The title sponsor of Bronco Nation News is rowpaint.com. Be on the lookout for the next edition of the Tyson Degenhart Show, sponsored by Idaho Central Credit Union, ICCU.com. There's a branch pretty much on every corner, but the easiest, of course, is that mobile e-branch online banking in the app on your smartphone. Check them out for all your banking needs, whether it's a home loan, a car loan, just want to get a standard checking account set up. They can do it all at Idaho Central Credit Union. Check them out online, ICCU.com. Whether it's the Magic Valley, the Treasure Valley, all over Idaho, all over the surrounding states. Next time you need to head to the grocery store, think Ridley's Family Markets. Find a location near you online at shopridleys.com. Again, love the Star location, love the CUNA location. Whenever we head up to McCall, that's the spot we stop as well. Download that Skep app, get savings up to 40% off at the checkout line. And keep in mind, Ridley's Family Markets sponsor here at Bronco Nation News. Snake River Pool and Spa Patio and Game has been around since 1978. Locations in Twin Falls, Boise, Meridian, Nampa. They're part of the Boise State home team, and they can help you out at thespateam.com. The Raines family purchased our spa. We are loving it. The delivery, the installation, the setup. It was so easy. I highly recommend it. They help you every step of the way, and we're loving, as the weather starts to cool down here, our new spa from Snake River Pool and Spa. But again, the patio and game portion, they've got that as well. Pool table, billiards table, anything you need for the game room, for the patio, they can help you out. Again, full inventory can be available online. They're ready to help you now. Check them out. Snake River Pool and Spa, Patio and Game, thespateam.com. The Raines family found out firsthand just how amazing Matt Bauscher and his staff is. #1 ranked realtor in the Treasure Valley for a reason. The Raines family purchased and Sold our home using Matt and his team, Kelly, Cade, Sarah, the whole team. Just tremendous customer service. So thankful we went with the sponsors. 243-8222. Check them out online, BoucherRealEstate.com. And again, no home is too big or too small for Matt and his team. Let them take care of you. BoucherRealEstate.com. Check out the Riley and Ridge Show every Tuesday night on Bronco Nation News. Former Boise State tight end Riley Smith, longtime Boise State assistant coach Kent Riddle, together weekly football talk from a unique perspective. Streams every Tuesday, 8 o'clock on YouTube.
We will be right back with Boise State coach Leon Rice and Gonzaga coach Mark Few, so don't go anywhere. A little too far there. A little bit more. Just go this way a little more. We're getting the camera set up. We'll be joined any minute by Leon Rice and Mark Few. Stay with us. The interview of the day coming up next right here on Bronco Nation News. Again, we'll be right back momentarily here. Leon Rice, Mark Few. They're finishing up some other interviews. We'll join us here momentarily. Mark Few. Don't go anywhere. Bronco Nation News. All right, back here, Mountain West Media Days, converging now with WCC Media Days here at about lunchtime. And, this is the second year in a row. You can't hear me? You got something? Oh.
We got a double echo here.
Double echo. Why would we be hearing that?
I'm hearing you and you on a delay.
Oh, because my YouTube is. There you go. Now, here you go. Is that better? Check, check, check.
That's
check, check.
way
All right.
better. Yeah, that was going to be
And
hard.
3, 2, 1. Back here at Mountain West Media Days, having fun here, and for the second year in a row, kind enough to join us. Just so you know, Mark, I didn't want to do this. Leon set this up. This was
Thanks.
Yeah, you have no idea how close I was to canceling when he self-promoted like he did when he rode a horse across the river, and he posts a picture or something of me, and my kid shows it to me, and I'm just like, what is going on?
I've never seen that picture.
I have the
What's your
picture.
source?
Yeah,
How did you get
I have
that?
the picture right there on screen. We can show it. Take us back to
The only guy
1988,
who
I
has
believe
that
it is.
picture is Leon.
I've never seen that picture in my life.
My God, hear the denial.
Close doors to your family may have sent me that photo.
What the heck did I have on, a turtleneck? What is? It's a handsome man.
I asked Robin if she had. I said, "Do you have any photos of them together I can use to promote?" And I was thinking there'd be one of like last summer or something, and she sent this one, and I just laughed and said, "Oh, this will be perfect." She said it was during the GA Gonzaga, GA Oregon days, maybe back in the day. One of your first pictures together.
No recollection of that. I don't know if I've ever seen that. I swear. That's.
So I can't ask you what was happening in the photo
He looks like Scott Baio in there. You know? Look at him.
Scott
Look at
Baio.
that cheesy grin. It's just.
Have you seen that before? Well, I don't even know where it is. Do you know?
I have no idea.
Yeah, that's a nice fun.
Well, when Leon set this interview up, he said, "Make sure you find an old photo." Okay, so that was just after the. I've always wanted to know. First of all, Mark, have you ever been to the Gaslamp Tavern?
Gaslight.
You can't read my own handwriting here.
I have.
Okay.
I have.
Were you ever there when he was the manager of it?
No, unfortunately. Fortunately,
yeah.
If you're going to dig up photos like that, it's probably unfortunate that I wasn't there.
True.
But he is an absolute legend in the trade.
I wouldn't.
Legend.
The Gaslight was a great place. We had a lot of fun. Bob Jacobs, Steve Servin were the owners. It was happening back in the 80s.
You didn't run it into the ground. It's still going.
It is. They
Okay.
resurrected it, but it's different than it used to be. The Rage, the band that played there, they got to be mid 60s now, so I doubt they're rocking like they used to. But I heard they maybe are. We'll get them for a reunion.
Whose team was better, the freshman Pasco team in 87, or I guess I don't know if you probably weren't with the freshman team though, were you at Sheldon or Creswell High back in the day?
Yeah, I coached the freshman team.
You guys ever play each other?
High school. We should have probably done a non-conference schedule. Yeah, no.
Well, my Pasco group never lost a game. So, but it was freshman B squad. So that tells you how low, it was. But those guys were great. It was, I'm still in touch with a lot of those guys.
We would have killed them then.
There wasn't a lot of talent
I had Randy
there.
Schott's brother on my squad.
Oh, you would have won. Yeah.
You beat Riverview in your first game. Do you remember the score?
Oh boy, it was probably about
52-26 on December 7th, 1987.
that? That's.
Well, you showed me the book when we did the story on you a couple years ago. I was doing some
I
research.
have the scorebook from that. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And the beauty of Leon, if you probably dove a little deeper into that, he probably had two 19-year-olds playing on that freshman team that he got eligible.
Yes. The guys that I recruited from my migrant night school job, I got them over to the freshman team. You're right.
Yep.
They didn't have birth certificates. There was no. Yeah.
I brought some of that up just to because we talked more current last time, and I was more curious just about the evolution of your guys' relationship and friendship going back to the camps at Oregon and stuff. Tell us some of the fun times from the early days of you guys getting to know each other.
Oh, well, the beauty of it is it's came full circle, as now Dan Munson's the head coach at Eastern Washington.
Yeah.
So it's been kind of nice to be able to to talk about those days. Leon and I can't remember them, but Billy Greer remembers everything. So he's great about just, detail by detail. But we met when we were both working Don Munson's basketball camp that Dan Munson was kind of running back in the day, and just kind of hit it off from there.
And those were hard. We worked, you'd work all day. And those were we taught and we did stations, and we were there at 8 a.m. and then it would go all through the night. It was, wow. it was different that way.
I was reading an old quote from you in the story I did a couple years ago, and you're talking about the early years when you'd go to the casino on a recruiting trip with $100 in your pocket, and you'd be sweating a $5 blackjack hand back in the day. When you just think about the differences and where you guys are at now in your careers, going back to your early days, as just meeting each other and being friends, what kind of comes to mind?
Well, the trips that you'd go out on recruiting trips for 30 days, and you said $100. If I had $100, that was the most I ever had, because we remember that I was surviving on $5 a day and the generosity of my friends, because I was between jobs one time, and he and I got
I remember that.
Yeah,
we went on a trip where we were sleeping on buddies' floors, and we drove from. We were driving all around LA to all the events, and then we drove to Phoenix from LA, and our bumper fell off.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, and then we didn't know what to do. We were on the 405 chasing the bumper down there. I'm like, what do we do with it? I don't know. And because it was a booster that had let us use a dealer car, and it was like a Scirocco or something terrible, and old car. Yeah, those were, and
it was probably 25. I mean, I just did 44 days with USA basketball, but it was probably like 30 days straight on the road.
And no doubt. And we were just surviving on nothing. We were out so long that it was like we were in the Civil War or something. We'd write our wives or girlfriends at the time letters. My dearest Robin, it's been a fortnight since I've seen you. And we were just out there forever. It was crazy.
Yeah.
When you guys had that group as young coaches, and your whole group that you're still so close with, are the next era of younger coaches still having that, or was that something that you guys think is going to be unique to your group?
It's absolutely unequivocally unique. This new group almost takes it too serious, and I think probably one of the biggest things, they're great in their own way with, how they approach things and how thorough they are. But I think, to Leon's point earlier, we would work our tails off, but then we would all get together at the end of the night and commiserate and have a great time, and then get up and do it again the next morning. And we weren't afraid to share information and just, even share personal stories about ourselves. That's why we all became so close.
Yeah. And we were committed to it. I mean, it was, I remember there was a time, after we had all kind of came up the ranks together, and we were just all going so hard and working hard, and we'd go out every, night and hang together and just, get some bonding time, get to know each other. And a lot got done in those, when we'd sit around and talk. But I remember one day I was sitting next to Tony Bennett down here in Vegas, and I asked him, well, what are you doing tonight? And he goes, well, I'm going back to my room and reading. And I'm like, you can do that? I didn't know that was legal. And that's when we kind of started passing the torch to the younger guys. But it was really cool. And, some of those older guys were mentoring us. We would go hang with Judd, hang with Don, hang with, some of those older coaches and hear all their stories. And we'd soak all that up.
When did it kind of transfer from just some?
But lost in that too is, even as you got into the seasons, it was very commonplace. Like if we were to play at Boise State or something, then you would go over to hang out with the head coach and have dinner and have fun, or even if you were both assistants, you'd meet up and hang out and do that. And you just don't see that happening anymore. And I think. I feel like we were kind of the bridge between the old school guys and this kind of new school, approach. So, as we say all the time in our group, I honestly feel like we hit it right in the golden age of everything, and we're so blessed to have obviously to be where we're at and to have all those experiences coming up and to hit it at that time was just pretty special.
When did it transfer from, just a group of young, hungry kids to when you all realized you all were like heck of basketball, what was going to happen in terms of all your careers and everything and going on the paths that you were?
I don't think it ever hit us. You know what I mean?
Because we were just realize it.
If you would have told our younger selves, if we're all sitting around the table and said, okay, Mark, you're going to do this, you're going to do that, we would have done the Fitzy lines can't happen.
Yeah.
There's no, it's a crazy, great story. And, where we all came from and how we just grind it. Like you said, we were both ninth grade coaches, and we were this is what we're going to do. We don't care. We didn't go in for the money. We didn't go in for, we just love to do that. And we just kept plugging away.
Yeah, I'm not sure if somebody brought up I would have been coaching in the 2024 Olympics.
That might have caused a lunch. That's, yeah. We've had those head scratching moments too. Like their first, I think about what I'm just saying. Their first national championship game.
It was cool. With all of these guys came.
Yeah, that was
Mark
amazing.
Surgeon came. Ray came. You know, obviously all the guys that had worked for me, and that was a very, very, very memorable moment.
But the amazing one was after you won the semi game, we went back to the hotel, and he and I were up in his room. It was just me and him, and I'm sitting there he's getting ready, and we're just kind of watching the game end, Carolina and Oregon, right?
Yeah.
And it flashed on the screen, national championship game, Gonzaga versus Oregon. And we just kind of went quiet.
North Carolina.
Gonzaga versus North Carolina. And we just kind of went quiet for a minute and looked at each other. And he said, yeah, and I had to twist your arm to come to Gonzaga and leave Yakima. What do you think about
Yakima
that?
Valley College.
Yeah. And then it's Gonzaga in the national championship. You know, if you would have told us back when we were running around doing that stuff and the bumper was falling off and we had $5 to our name, then we wouldn't have believed it. And, you know, it's a cool story.
Both the all-time winningest coaches of your respective programs and the things you guys have done. Well, are both of you here to at least say you'll be around in 2 years when you might have to actually play each other now? Or are you guys going to retire and get out of it by then or what?
The way I'm approaching it, we have 700 days left of our friendship, and then it's just over. That's sad.
That is how he's turned into one of those guys.
That's not true. He always claims that.
Doesn't talk to the other coach now.
Yes.
Yeah.
He always
I'll
claims
still be
that.
the same.
Yeah.
So if he won't have me over to his house, I'll grab Robin and Cade and we'll come over to your house.
Hey, that works. But I mean, I know that was always a talk for such a long time that you guys just didn't want to play. I asked you about it last year, and now it is a conference game. Leon, I'm sure were you pushing for this? I mean, obviously to make the league as strong as you could. I heard you kind of were behind the scenes. Now that it is happening in the next couple of years here, what are your guys' thoughts?
Well, I was pushing for it because we want to be in a great basketball league, you know, and that's what, you know, we both want to leave our places. You know, he said it best to me one time where when we walk away from this, we don't want it just to all go away. We want it to, you know, the guys that get it passed on to them. With him, it's Brian, and we want it to keep growing, and you can't have it keep growing if you're not keeping up with this stuff. And that's what he's done a great job of, is he knows the landscape of all this stuff. And so to get him in our league, it's going to help elevate it, no doubt.
Yeah. Hey, it's for what we've been through, you know, there's been a lot of different options for us over these last, 5-6 years. I think we've done a nice job of just kind of being patient and sorting through all that stuff. There's been a little bit of misinformation out there, as always the case with this stuff when people are trying to get scoops. But, at this place and time, this one really, really fits. And I think it's finally great for our university and athletic department to get some, stability in that regard.
I guess how excited are you too, as we kind of wrap this up, just for each other's teams this year? You both obviously have very strong teams, and I know you can worry about that stuff in a couple years. You still get at least 2 more years to be sharing stuff and doing all the things you guys do, and not have to worry about playing each other. What are your thoughts?
I'll keep sharing stuff after that. I always tell them that it's since I'm a big fisherman, the water always flows downhill, and you say, hey, you hear anything on transfers? You hear anything, or what do you got on this team? I'm like, at some point, could I ever get some,
he always says that.
Coming back this direction, but hey, it's great. I just saw the Mountain West projected order of finish. And it's about time that they gave Boise State some props. I mean, it's
first time in the Leon Rice era they've been picked first
over the years, and I don't know how they pick them or what the hell. I don't know if they're
this guy's like BJ.
Yeah.
I had you first.
Okay,
but it's about time because they've just done a incredible job of delivering year after year after year, and I don't. It'll be interesting if they finish up there. They lost a big void when they lost the Maxi Bear Rice. So we'll see how they get that thing up.
I think we've got some replacements as far as how crazy competitive he was with Cardenas. But I'll say this, BJ, with all this stuff going on, and you're talking about 2 years from now, and he and I have talked about this, where it's like, you start going down that road, but you're like, wait a minute, we both have great guys on our team. We both have great teams. We'll solve those problems when they come. We're going to both enjoy coaching the guys we got. And, you get to this phase of your career and you never know how many of these you're going to have where you have this kind of group, this kind of guys. So you're going to enjoy every second. You're going to go enjoy the ups, the downs, the grind of the season. And, everyone just assumes that they get to go to the NCAA tournament every year. No, that is a hard thing to do. And it's amazing how many years they've gone in a row to have that kind of consistency. So we're at a good place mentally where we're both just going to enjoy these guys this season, and we'll deal with all that stuff later.
I know you joked about it, but I don't know if people recognize, your wife's from Parma, right? I mean, so there is some not just your friendships. And I know Bearcat down at the James, you're close with him, but I mean, you're obviously family and close ties. You guys played College of Idaho in an exhibition game a couple years ago. We have been part because of that. I mean, obviously that's another side story, I guess, not side story, but just angled all this too. Is it family and your history in the Treasure Valley?
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. And even back to Marcy's dad was just like, I think a giant figure in that valley just because of his kind of servant leadership. He would do anything. He'd be, he was, the gym's named after him in Parma, but he would officiate track meets. And he was involved in every kind of and into every sport down there in the Treasure Valley. And so it's been great. It's been great for both our families, and it's an awesome place to go down and take the family down to visit the Leon, and then we die in our trip to Parma. And again, the family's kind of growing up in this profession. It's been such a just heartwarming kind of fun journey that we all shared together. I mean, we truly, really have. And every night, Boise's on. I mean, we're glued in front of the TV and going nuts. And I'm second guessing the coach and his decisions. But,
and you got to come to I thought it was pretty cool. You got to come be in the stands when they played Washington State last year too.
Yeah, that was a hard fought game. But that was great. And I got to see how they prepared and did all that. And even watching them as closely as we can in the NCAA tournament. I think we were both in Portland together, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, let's not gloss over Marcy Few. We like to go out to Parma and look at her 800-meter record, and she ran it on a cinder track with the wrong spikes. Like she would have blown. She probably had the state record if her mom would have bought her the right spikes, and she would have been on a better track. That thing was. I don't know how she didn't sprain an ankle running on that old Parma track. But she was an amazing athlete, still is. I think you would maybe not say that about her pickleball and she'd get mad, but
who's it? You mentioned final thing, but you mentioned not having Max around. Who's it going to be weirder for? You not having Max, or you not seeing Max playing out there?
Oh, well, probably. Probably, I'm sure Leon, but there's a side story to that at Hayden Lake. There was a big, kind of to-do going on a couple years back where Max was, hinting about transferring to the Zags, and him and the kids had kind of got that thing going.
Yeah, they devised a plan.
Again, the water running downhill. The old ball coach put an end to that. No. We're not going to blow up a friendship here. So.
Yeah, they were fishing around on that, no doubt.
Yeah,
no doubt. But
we would have paid big dollars for him.
I think Max.
People are already asking about Tyson in the chat as well, of course.
Stop it. The greatest line that Max had was on his way out. I don't know. Mark's heard me tell this one, where he said to the guys, "You guys are going to miss me so much because when something goes wrong, some of you guys are going to have to take the blame, not just him anymore. So I thought that was that. So we'll have to figure out who that'll be. Maybe, I think let's put it on RJ Keene. He likes that kind of stuff. Like, he likes controversy.
Well, we appreciate you guys for doing this. You're done. You're just getting started, I guess.
Let's go. I'm good.
Best of luck this season. We'll be talking to you guys.
DJ,
Mark, thanks a lot. Appreciate you guys.
Yep.
Mark Few, Leon Rice, both teams predicted to obviously do very well this season, win their league, and maybe that dream is alive. They meet in the national championship game this year. So we appreciate them for coming on. We're going to have a couple of Coach Rice's players join us next here, and Tyson Degenhart and Omar Stanley. Come on over, guys. We'll go right from one to the next. I'm a little blurry there. I don't know if you can fix that or not, but oh, there we go. There we go. Now we're fine. Come on in, Omar. We're going to go straight to actually Tyson. Omar, can you go right there if you don't mind? I got the and then all right, there's a headset for you. We'll turn this on here. Go from one dynamic duo to another here on Bronco Nation News. We got Tyson Degenhart, Omar Stanley. Guys, how we doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I think I'm your last interview, hopefully. So hope you got a few more words left in you here for the next 10, 15 minutes or so. But what's it like? I know you've been down here before, Tyson, but Omar getting to represent the team in the conference down here. What's it been like?
Yeah, man, it's been good. It's been a blessing. I'm very, very honored to be able to represent the Boise State Broncos.
What's been the question you've been asked the most today? It's either replacing Max, Pac-12. What else we got? Scoring record. What all we got?
Actually, the most has been 0-10.
Okay.
It's been telling us about how we haven't gotten the first March Madness win, and we're 0-10. Like, that's the one that everyone keeps talking about.
Yep.
Well, I know neither of you will be around at next year's media days to answer it, but how nice would it be for whoever comes next year to talk about being 3-11 or 4-11 or whatever it would be to make a run and get in and get that thing rolling?
It'd be nice just to get it off everyone's plate, and then we can move on from it. It's so hard sometimes because you have a 33 game season and it all boils down to that one game in March. Yeah. It's like it almost seems unfair to the 32 games before that and all the work that we put in, and it all, you have one bad game and everyone looks at your season as a failure.
So how do you, and I know a lot of people last year thought, okay, this is it's setting up. This is going to be the year last year. I mean, how do you hear all this stuff here, every game, whatever, but then like you said, you get to one game, and maybe this is a question to ask you hopefully in 5 months or whatever, but how do you try to not let that be obviously that's the goal, to break that streak and make a run, but how do you try to not let that be so much into one game that, because you necessarily haven't had your best games in the tournaments and stuff. I mean, how do you try to just keep it the same when you get there, hopefully?
It's hard because there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of people watching. It's the one of the best sporting events in the world. And you just got to think of it as just another game. You can't put more pressure than there needs to be on that one game.
Omar, we've been taking some comments and questions here. Somebody wanted to ask you, Bronco 130, please tell us the foot is 100%.
It's 100%. We're ready. We've been, and I've gotten a few questions about that today, but it's been a blessing. I was able to play through that last year, and these guys were, supported me through that. So I can finally say it's 100%.
Was that a full season thing to get worse as the season went on? And you obviously didn't show really any effects. But what kind of were you having to deal with too in the training room and stuff just to stay on the court?
Yeah, it was probably it was a 2-year thing. I was dealing with that before I came to Boise State. But Maddie Richardson, our athletic trainer, we all did a great job of just kind of taking that pain away temporarily, while we could. But as soon as the season ended, I was able to get surgery on it.
So where will your game be different, better? I mean, what's a healthy Omar Stanley going to be able to do that you couldn't do last year?
You'll see it for yourself. You guys will see for yourself. Yeah.
What in terms of your game, though, I mean, you kind of surprised at least me a little bit just because we hadn't seen it a lot at St. John's. Your ability to shoot the 3-point shot and be the trailer there and be, but just your all-around game, I guess. How do you feel getting to have as much of an impact you did last year helped you, but also now building off that in year 2 is kind of a key part of the team. How much better a player do you think you can still be?
I think I could, the sky's the limit. We never know. You know what I mean? The main thing I'm really focused on right now is, our team. You know what I mean? That's really what I'm focused on. Implementing the new guys. Getting better within that. I'm only a small piece of the puzzle.
Tyson, for you, preseason player of the year. I mean, I don't think it was a big surprise or shock or anything. You're obviously going towards the scoring record. A lot of, by the way, Omar, I don't know if you've seen that or not. On the I wrote the articles. I had nothing to do with the cover, but that's pretty cool that Omar is on the cover of Lindy's magazine here for the Northwest region. But for you, just the the dealing with the expectations personally, and then all that goes into that this year, player of the year, and as I said, the records you're chasing. How do you kind of try to compartmentalize all that and deal with that this year?
It's definitely a goal to get all those things, but there's only so much I can really control. I can control my effort each and every day and my attitude, and hopefully by the end of the season it ends up being getting both of those: the player of the year, the March Madness win, the scoring record, all that. But all I can do is just focus on the process, and whatever the outcome is whatever the outcome is. What's been most impressive to you about Omar in the time you've gotten to know Tyson, whether it be on the court or off?
I mean, it's been everything, honestly. The way he approaches life, he's really a pro. You know what I mean? And it's been an honor to be able to grow with him. The way he leads our team. He leads by example. I feel like everything he does for with purpose. You know what I mean? So yeah.
What about what would you say about having Omar on board?
He's just such a positive light. You always ask him how you're doing in the morning. He's I'm blessed, and I think that's something we can take into. I take into my life is just being happy about, where we're at. We're in such a fortunate spot to be playing college basketball and doing the thing that we love for basically a living right now. And just to be around a group of guys that love the game, love to be around each other has been awesome. And he's a heck of a player on top of that.
Kind of a weird feeling around your team because you got Meadow, Keene. I mean, you got some steady kind of returning guys. The coaching staff's all back, and so you feel like there's this sameness. But then you look up and you have three newcomers in the starting lineup and a lot of new guys as well. What tell us about some of the other guys that were not around last year, I guess, whether it be freshmen, transfers, whatever, and who are a name or two fans should be really excited about.
Well, we have. Obviously we kind of have an idea of the first, 3 guys that are going to be starting the seniors, but from 4 to 11, 12, it's all interchangeable. You know what I mean? Everybody brings different skill sets to the table. And it's kind of been, really, 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 really cool to see. We've been competing every day, and it's cool to see, who's going to get hot one day, who's going to, pull something out crazy the next day.
Tell us about the other 3 guys joining you in the starting lineup here. Why should fans be excited about those guys?
We're just such a different team with them in the lineup. It's just especially Al, the way he orchestrates the offense, the way he leads, the guy you want. He's always the guy you want to be around. He finds the open guy. His IQ is super, super high, and it makes our offense a lot more streamlined. So really, really excited to see what we can do this year.
Being picked first, believe it or not, the first time in the Leon Rice era. You guys were picked second 5 times, but to have that target on your back as the preseason favorite, you like that? What are you guys' thoughts on everybody coming for you now?
We're going to get everyone's best shot. I mean, that's how it is always in the Mountain West, and it doesn't really change anything for us. We focus on, the day-to-day and getting ready for each team that comes our way, and, obviously finishing the conference season's down the line. We got to focus on, our practice tomorrow and getting back tonight. So,
Omar, for you, you like kind of being the top dog in the conference going into the year?
Love it. I love it. I think it's good. It kind of, like Tyson said earlier, it kind of makes us more focused. You know what I mean? And that's exactly what every team needs, to be a little extra focused.
What about your other with Dylan Anderson and Javen Buchanan? Maybe touch on those guys and let fans kind of know what they're in for specifically with them.
Javen, we call him JB, but he's just a dynamic player that can do a lot. If you watch his film at Indiana Wesleyan, he can do it all. He can play a multitude of positions and can do a lot of great things for us. And then for Dylan, a 7-footer, affects a lot of shots, can stretch the floor for us, can bang down low. That's something that we really didn't have the past couple of years.
Meadow, Keene, some of those guys that fans have heard of, been here, played some, but how eager are they, ready are they, Omar, for bigger roles?
Yeah, I believe they're really, really ready. Obviously both guys put in hours and hours of work. You know what I mean? And so it's just I think they're ready. By the end of last year, to have a bigger role. And so I'm excited to watch them play.
I mean, asking all these teams, hey, when you play a Leon Rice team, what are you going to get? A lot of these coaches are obviously saying physicality, toughness. I mean, what are you guys going to hang your hat on this year? Is it going to be rebounding, defense, outside shooting? What's something that you guys feel most confident in going into the year?
I think the two things that we focus on are defense and rebounding, because you can go to an opposing gym and shots are just not going to fall, and you still got to find a way to win games, and rebounding and defense are the way to do it.
You feel like this is going to be just another Leon Rice type team? You guys are going to be physical, and rebounding battle is going to be important. And I mean, you guys won a lot of games winning on the glass. You see no reason why that'll change this year?
No reason that should change.
I mentioned the 3-point shot last year. What is that going to be even better this year? Are you shooting more threes in practice now? Or I assume that was always in your game, or maybe you got better at it, but I mean, you became a real weapon out there.
Yeah, obviously I'm obviously still working on my threes, but I'm really focused on strengthening my strengths and going about it like that.
What about your 3-point shot this year?
It's feeling a lot better. So just trying to take it one shot at a time. Like, don't need to harp on the misses or be super happy about the makes. Just keep chopping wood, keep keeping the reps in, keep shooting the open ones, and they'll continue to fall.
How eager are you guys, whether it be Washington, BYU, just these secret scrimmages, but how eager are you guys just to play somebody else and kind of see what you got here?
Yeah, we're excited. We've been banging each other for a while now. It's always good to just play against somebody else, kind of put pain into somebody else.
I know Prater just wrote a column. I don't know I think based off some of the stuff you said when you were in studio, but talking about Ashton Genty and yourself and these two number twos, historic guys going for record-breaking seasons. What's it been like for you seeing what Ashton's done on the football side?
It's been incredible. Just seeing how good he's been, and the support around Bronco Nation and him has been awesome, and just trying to be a part of that and just see how he's had so much success and all the work he's put in, and just to see hopefully that we have the same success as a team as well.
Omar, what does it do for you when the football team's ranked 15th and winning games and going towards the college football playoff, and they got a Heisman Trophy candidate running back?
Yeah, it's been great to see. We love supporting the football team. It's honestly been a little extra motivation for us too. You know what I mean? We're like, okay, let's kind of match them. Let's kind of match their energy. Let's be great like them.
What's it like too? I know they're in season. You guys are in season. I know it's busy, but I mean, are there crossovers in terms of friendships, relationships? At least seeing guys in the training room time to time. What's the relationship like with I know usually the coaches speak to you guys at some point. Crossover. What's you got friends on the team and stuff?
Friends, yeah. Like we see each other here and there. It's just so hard with each other having their own facilities. Like they're in their own facility, we're in one in the arena. Just try to pass them every once in a while, say what's up, and just keep rooting them on.
Yep.
Omar, Tyson, appreciate you guys' time. And it's been a long morning of interviewing, questions, answers. Last time you came down here, though, you were like literally hours away from turning 21. Now that did you get a chance to test the tables at all last night or anything? Or you got a little more money in the pocket heading back than when you came with? Or?
I'm ending even.
Okay,
there you go.
That's the goal.
Didn't go up, didn't go down.
I would gladly right now take leaving even if I could. So
yeah, that's always a positive.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks
you.
a lot. We'll chase safe travels back to Boise.
You too.
And we'll be seeing you guys out there on the court here real soon. So we appreciate Tyson Degenhart, Omar Stanley for joining us. And again, 4 hours, 25 minutes live coverage of Mountain West Media Days here at Bronco Nation News. And again, appreciate all of you guys that have stuck with us. 4 hours, 25 minutes. Hope you will subscribe. We would love your $50. BNN 50 deals, the promo code. If you can't do that, $6.99 a month option as well. We would love for you to help us out, subscribe, help make trips like this possible. Again, Bronco Nation News, the only media outlet from Boise that came down here for this coverage, the only media outlet that went to Hawaii for the football game on Saturday. So we're putting in the effort. We're putting in the resources to try to give you the best coverage we can. And we would love if you could reciprocate that with a subscription or at least telling your friend about it. And again, at a minimum, please like this video. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. That's free. These broadcasts are free. And we really do appreciate everyone that has helped this channel grow and continue to grow here moving forward. So thank you so much to all of you for checking us out. 4.5 hours in the books of live coverage. If you missed any of it, it'll be on the YouTube channel. I know the Twitter feed had some sort of issue and stopped tweeting, I think, at some point, maybe during the show. But you can go back to YouTube, watch the entire 4.5 hours on YouTube. And again, Colin, get over here and peek your head in here. Colin Mitchell did a tremendous job helping us out. We would be nowhere without, there he is, DraftKings superstar Colin Mitchell. We appreciate him for taking the day off work today and helping us out. And it's been great to see him and hang with him. And I would have been really in big trouble with this production if not for our friend Colin Mitchell. So thank you guys again. Go like the video, subscribe. We're going to record a little recap with, there's Jeff Grammer right here. Is Ziegler coming over? I was trying to decide if we should do this live or tape it and play it on tomorrow's show. Is now a good time for you, though? All right, we're going to end this, and I think I'm going to record one that we can play tomorrow. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. 4.5 hours of live coverage. It's been a lot of fun. Appreciate you. But that'll do it. Mountain West Basketball Media Days. I don't know. Jeff's here. We could throw Jeff on for a second. Do we have the two? No, we're going to wait. I'm going to wait. We're going to make you wait. Maybe tomorrow's show, we'll talk to Jeff Grammer. Appreciate you guys. Subscribe, like the video if you can. And again, if you missed any of the interviews, they're all available up on the YouTube channel. But again, Mountain West Media Days, 4.5 live hours of coverage in the books. Hope you enjoyed it. Boise State, the preseason favorite. Plenty of daily coverage coming. Football team, basketball team, we got you covered. Bronco Nation News, BroncoNationNews.com. Again, thank you from Resorts World here in Las Vegas. BJ Rains, Bronco Nation News, BroncoNationNews.com.
Bronco Nation News is presented by RowPaint.com, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, by Lithia Ford, The Blue and Orange Store, Western Collective, by Jackson's, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Bauscher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, by Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and by Timberstone Golf Course.